Chapter 906. The five celestial venerables, servants, the corners of Zhuan's lips curled up when he saw celestial venerate white brow yield. He faintly smiled and said, "Since you've accepted me as your master, extract a strand of your soul origin and give it to me for safekeeping." Celestial venerate white brow's face changed slightly. Soul origin was his most important thing. If Zhuan obtained it, his life would be completely under Zhuan's control. However, Celestial Venerate Whitebrow had no choice but to yield. He did not want his soul to disperse just like that. After all, it was not easy for him to reach the Celestial Venerate level. If he encountered a fortuitous encounter in the future, he might even be able to reach the Emperor realm. How could he be willing to let his soul disperse just like that? "Hurry up," Zhuan urged coldly. Celestial Venerate Whitebrow gently sighed. He tapped his forehead with his right hand, and a golden line was extracted from the depths of his forehead. It quietly hovered above his palm. This was a strand of his soul origin. At that moment, Celestial Venerate Whitebrow's face paled and his body trembled. His nascent soul also became fainter. Clearly, extracting the soul origin had affected him quite a bit. Swish! Zhuan accepted Celestial Venerate Whitebrow's soul origin and pressed it into his sea of consciousness. Afterward, he flipped his right hand and pressed it against Celestial Venerate Whitebrow's ball of light. Strands of surging origin energy surged into the ball of light. Immediately, Celestial Venerate Whitebrow's fainter body gradually solidified. Celestial Venerate Whitebrow looked at Zhuan in surprise when he felt the surging origin energy enter his body. Clearly, he had not expected Zhuan to do something like this. "There's no need to look at me like that. Since you've already given me your soul origin, you're mine now." "I basically won't mistreat my own people," Zhuan said indifferently. Celestial Venerate Whitebrow nodded. He did not say anything else, but there was a sliver of surprise in his eyes. Zhuan waved his right hand, and 4 balls of light appeared in front of him. They were the nascent souls of Guanghan Heavenly Lord, Huang Jiao Heavenly Lord, Shiyu, and Ziyang Tianzuan. At this moment, the nascent souls of the 4 celestial sovereigns opened their eyes and glared at Zhuan. Ziyang Tianzuan said coldly to Zhuan, "How long are you going to seal our nascent souls?" "I will give the 4 of you a choice. First, hand over your soul essence and acknowledge me as your master. Not only will I unlock the seal on your nascent souls, I will also help you reconstruct your fleshly bodies. Second, your souls will be destroyed immediately," Zhuan said coldly. "What?" When the 4 Empyreans heard this, they were all shocked. Zhuan actually wanted them to acknowledge him as their master. They were dignified Empyrean powerhouses, but they actually had to acknowledge a junior as their master. How was this possible? Are you dreaming? This old man would rather have his soul destroyed than recognize a junior like you, who stinks of milk, as my master. Empyrean Ziyang snorted coldly. He was actually not afraid of Zhuan's threat. With Ziyang Tianzuan as an example, the other 3 Empyreans did not give in. They all glared at Zhuan angrily. "Do the 4 of you think that I, Zhuan, won't dare to do anything to you?" Zhuan stared at Ziyang Tianzuan and said coldly, "Since you are so stubborn, I will fulfill your wish and destroy your soul." After saying that, Zhuan blasted out his right palm and enveloped Ziyang Tianzuan. Terrifying origin energy poured out like the might of the heavens. Ziyang Tianzuan's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge Zhuan's palm. Unfortunately, his nascent soul was imprisoned in the ball of light and could not resist at all. Boom! With a palm smashing down, Empyrean Ziyang was directly slapped into the ground, smashing out a crater that was several feet wide. At the same time, Zhuan's attack was not slow. Terrifying attacks mercilessly swept towards Ziyang Tianzuan below. For a moment, terrifying origin energy fluctuations constantly circulated in the space. Meanwhile, Heavenly Venerate Zi Yang's heart-wrenching cries were like midnight snacks that echoed endlessly, causing Guanghan, Xia, and Huangliang's scalps to go numb. Zhuowen was serious. He was not just joking. If they did not obey him, their souls would be scattered. Thinking of this, the three celestial sovereigns could not help but panic. Soon, the screams below gradually weakened. Zhuowen's right hand sucked, and Ziyang Tianzuan's nascent soul was held in Zhuowen's hand. At this moment, Ziyang Tianzuan's nascent soul had become extremely faint. Zhuowen did not show any mercy, just now. Ziyang Tianzuan was now like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Go to hell! Zhuowen's cold voice rang out. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. A terrifying origin energy was spat out, trying to completely annihilate Ziyang Tianzuan's nascent soul. No, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to hand over my soul origin and recognize you as my master. Emperor Ziyang screamed in horror. His voice was sharp and shrill. He finally realized how ruthless Zhuowen was. If he really didn't obey, Zhuowen might really annihilate him. He was a supreme expert at the peak of the Empyrean realm, only half a step away from stepping into the Imperial Power realm. After cultivating for a lifetime, he had already reached this level. How could Ziyang Tianzuan be willing to die like this? Previously, the reason why he was so unyielding was not only because of his own pride, but also because he thought that Zhuowen would not really attack him. However, Zhuowen's behavior was far beyond his expectations. He actually wanted to completely annihilate him. So Ziyang Tianzuan was afraid and surrendered. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. He stopped attacking and said indifferently, "If you surrender to me, you don't have to feel that it's not worth it. Zhuowen, promise you that if I reach the Imperial Realm one day, I will return your soul origin and set you free." As soon as these words came out, Ziyang Tianzuan, who was still a little unwilling, completely surrendered. Zhuowen had already made a promise, which could be considered as benevolent. If he did not know what was good for him, then only death would await him. "Greetings, master." Ziyang Tianzuan knelt on one knee and touched his forehead with his right hand. Without hesitation, he pulled out a wisp of his soul origin and handed it to Zhuowen. Since Ziyang Tianzuan had already done so, the Guanghan Heavenly Sovereign and the other two did not insist. They also took out their soul origin and handed it to Zhuowen. After pressing the 4 soul origins into their foreheads, Zhuowen said to Ziyang Tianzuan and the others, "Reconstructing your physical bodies requires a huge amount of resources. After I go to Yen City, I will think of a way for you. During this period of time, keep them in your spirit rings for a while." Yes, Ziyang Tianzuan and the others did not refuse. They cupped their hands and were all kept in Zhuowen's spirit rings. "It's time to go to Yen City," Zhuowen muttered to himself. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky above the dense forest. At the end of a vast and boundless plain, a huge city stood on the plain like a savage giant beast, as if it had existed since ancient times. Strangely, there was a monstrous sea of fire in the sky above this huge city. This sea of fire spread and covered the entire city. This city that was shrouded in the sea of fire was the most prosperous city in the Yen Xian Empire, Yen City. Swoosh! A stream of light instantly arrived near Yen City. When he saw the endless sea of fire in the sky above the city, his eyes were filled with shock. This person was indeed Zhuowen, who had traveled nonstop for 3 days. As expected, the core cities of the empire are all extraordinary. As he stared at the Yen City before him, Zhuowen could not help but recall the royal city of the Qingxian Empire. In the sky above the royal city, there was an illusory shadow of a huge dragon, while this Yen City was a sea of fire. Evidently, the cities that were overseen by emperor-level experts would all have their own strange phenomena in the sky above them. The Qing Emperor was like this, and so was the Yen Emperor of the Yen Xian Empire. I wonder which part of Yen City is Miss Lingyu's Yuan clan? Zhuowen softly muttered to himself. His feet did not slow down as he directly stepped into Yen City. Back when he was with the Yuan clan, Zhuowen had promised Yuan Lingyu that once his cultivation recovered, he would help her expel the cold qi in her body. However, Zhuowen had already changed his appearance before entering Yen City. After all, his true appearance had been seen by Mo Ying and Zue Qingfeng. Given the importance the two of them placed on rare treasures, they would definitely report Zhuowen to the sect behind him. If Zhuowen swaggered into Yen City with his original appearance, he would undoubtedly be courting death. At this moment, Zhuowen's appearance had already turned into that of a waxen youth. He looked sickly, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Furthermore, he had already retracted his venerable stage aura, only revealing the cultivation of an ultimate two-wheel emperor. After all, possessing the aura of a venerable stage cultivator at such a young age would undoubtedly attract the attention of many. That would greatly increase the chances of his identity being exposed. Most of the people walking on the streets of Yen City were cultivators. Furthermore, there was no lack of powerful ultimate emperor stage cultivators. One could even see a few ultimate venerable stage cultivators. However, there were very few of them, and most of them were ultimate emperor stage cultivators. Many cultivators had set up stalls on both sides of the street, selling all sorts of things. There were soul treasures, secret techniques, armor techniques, elixirs, and so on. As long as it was related to the martial Tao, the surrounding stalls would sell everything. As he looked at the stalls on both sides of the street, Zhuowen asked Xiaohei in his heart, "Xiaohei, what materials do you need to reconstruct a body?" Xiaohei sneered, "Kid, do you think that reconstructing a body is easy? You've already destroyed the bodies of those 5 heavenly sovereigns. It won't be that easy to reconstruct a body suitable for them." Zhuowen raised his eyebrows slightly as a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he had underestimated the difficulty of reconstructing a body. It's a good thing that you've only reconstructed the body of a heavenly sovereign. If it was the body of an emperor realm cultivator, your current wealth would be enough to bankrupt you. Xiaohei ridiculed. "Is the price that high?" Zhuowen was somewhat speechless. "Of course it's high. With the amount of spirit stones you currently have, I feel that it would be a little difficult to reconstruct the body of heavenly sovereign by May, let alone Saint Tinzuin." Xiaohei said indifferently. Chapter 907. Setting up a stall, kid. Don't you have quite a few useless soul treasures on you? If you exchange these soul treasures for spirit stones, you will gain quite a bit of wealth. At that time, you will be able to purchase the materials needed to reconstruct your body. Xiaohei suddenly said to Zhuowen. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes brightened. Xiaohei was right. Now that his cultivation had reached the utmost being stage, earthly soul treasures were no longer of much use to him and could be exchanged for spirit stones. The street vendors on both sides of Yen City are so busy. I can find a stall here to sell soul treasures from spirit rings. As he spoke, Zhuowen turned his attention to the situation on both sides of the street. However, he was astonished to find that both sides of the street were completely occupied by vendors. There was basically no empty space at all. This caused Zhuowen to feel rather depressed. After walking for a while, Zhuowen suddenly discovered a middle-aged man on the left in front of him. Perhaps he had some matters to attend to, so he hurriedly packed up his stall and hurriedly left. After the middle-aged man left, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived at the stall in an instant. With a flick of his finger, he retrieved a brocade cloth from his spirit ring and spread it on the ground. At the stall next to Zhuowen's was a burly man. This burly man's aura was vigorous, and he was an ultimate four-wheel emperor. When he saw that Zhuowen was young, his complexion was waxen and his aura was weak. A trace of disdain involuntarily appeared on his face. Zhuowen did not pay attention to the burly man's expression. With another flick of his finger, he retrieved 2 glowing earthly soul treasures. One of them was a pitch-black longsword, while the other was a brocade cloth. They were likely defensive soul treasures. Of course, given Zhuowen's inventory, it was impossible for him to only have 2 earthly soul treasures on him. However, taking out too many at once would inevitably arouse the greed of others. Oh, 2 earthly soul treasures? The burly man next door originally had a look of disdain on his face. However, when he saw Zhuowen casually take out 2 earthly soul treasures, he could not help but reveal a trace of emotion. Moreover, looking at the surface of the soul treasures on Zhuowen's stall, the quality was obviously not low. The glow emitted by the surface of the earthly soul treasure quickly attracted the attention of the passers-by. They were all attracted by Zhuowen's earthly soul treasure. Earth-rank spirit treasures were extremely rare to low-level ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Once they possessed an Earth-rank spirit treasure, their combat strength would increase by quite a bit. However, when the cultivators in the surroundings saw that the owner of the stall was a young man with a sallow complexion, they couldn't help but be surprised. In particular, the young man's aura wasn't very strong. He was only around the level of a second-wheel ultimate emperor. Generally speaking, Earth-rank spirit treasures would be of great help to second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. But this young man was selling them. Moreover, he was selling 2 at once, so everyone couldn't help but guess that he had more than 2 Earth-rank spirit treasures. After all, someone who could casually take out 2 earthly soul treasures like this would definitely have better soul treasures on him that he could use. When they thought of this, the eyes of some of the cultivators in the surroundings flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. A middle-aged man with a goatee walked out and asked Zhuowen with a smile, "Little brother, how much are you selling this long sword soul treasure for?" "Fixed price, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Zhuowen said indifferently. This pitch-black longsword was a high-grade Earth-rank spirit treasure. It was very powerful. If an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator possessed it, it would be of great help to them. Therefore, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones was not considered expensive. The middle-aged man with the goatee frowned slightly. It was obvious that Zhuowen's price was too high, causing him to hesitate. "Little brother, sell it to me for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How about we become friends?" The man with the goatee suddenly smiled. Zhuowen shook his head, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. This long sword soul treasure could cut through iron like it was mud. Its power was vast and mighty. Even 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones was not considered expensive. However, this man actually wanted to buy it for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How could there be such a good deal? "What, are you looking down on me?" The man with the goatee's expression was cold as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen. There was a trace of cold, killing intent in his eyes. He did not even try to conceal his killing intent at all. Zhuowen's gaze gradually turned cold when he sensed the killing intent from the man with the goatee. This man with the goatee actually wanted to kill him just because he, Zhuowen, refused to sell his soul treasure. The surrounding men all revealed looks of ridicule. They all knew that this young man who had set up the stall was only a second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. There were certain unspoken rules when setting up a stall in Yen City. If the stall owner was weak and the items he took out were extremely precious, then it was very easy for stronger customers to bully him or even rob him. "Little brother, I've already given you a lot of face and was willing to buy your soul treasure longsword for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, you don't appreciate it. How about this? I'll give you another chance. Sell it to me for 300 mid-grade spirit stones, and I won't pursue your rudeness," the man with the goatee said coldly. Scram! Zhuowen did not want to waste any more words with the man with the goatee and directly told him to scram. The man with the goatee was getting more and more arrogant. Now he actually wanted to sell it to him for 300 mid-grade spirit stones. This was no different from selling scrap metal. "You're telling me to scram? Good, good. A mere second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Jr. dares to speak to me like this. I think you're tired of living." The man with the goatee was so angry that he laughed. He stomped his foot, and the aura of a third-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator burst out. He then formed a palm with his right hand and blasted it at Zhuowen. The surrounding practitioners were not the least bit surprised when they saw the scene. Such fights were all too common in Yen City. In particular, cases of the strong bullying the weak occurred every day. Instead, the surrounding practitioners felt that Zhuowen was too unappreciative. If he had swallowed his pride and sold the longsword soul treasure to the man with the goatee, things would have been much better. Instead, he would likely have to suffer a little now. "Looks like you didn't hear a single word of my words. In that case, I can only beat you until you scram." Zhuowen coldly chuckled. With a flick of his sleeve, Yuan power gushed out from his right palm. His robes fluttered and directly slammed into the man with the goatee's palm. Crack! The clear sound of bones cracking rang out. The man with the goatee's expression stiffened as he saw his right hand being twisted at an irregular angle. An intense pain spread from his right hand, causing the man to involuntarily scream out in pain. Scram! Just as he finished speaking, the man with the goatee was sent flying backwards in an extremely sorry fashion. He crashed heavily a dozen meters away, clutching his completely twisted right arm as he rolled back and forth while screaming in pain. Hiss! When they saw the man with the goatee's completely twisted right arm, everyone knew that his right arm was probably completely crippled. However, they were even more shocked by the strength of the sallow youth. He was clearly only at the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm, but he'd actually crippled a third wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner with a single move. Zhuowen's performance immediately caused fear to appear in the eyes of quite a few practitioners in the surroundings. After sending the man with the goatee flying, Zhuowen continued to sit like a boulder in front of his stall. The man with the goatee had thrown himself into the spear, so he had no one to blame but himself for suffering a great loss. At the same time, Zhuowen also knew that with the man with the goatee as a precedent, the other practitioners would more or less have some misgivings if they wanted to forcefully take something from him. This had saved Zhuowen quite a bit of trouble. "Little brother, the stall you're at originally belonged to me. Don't you think it's a little too much for you to casually take over my stall like this?" Suddenly, the eyes of the burly man next to Zhuowen flickered as he stared at the two earthly soul treasures on Zhuowen's stall. A bright light flashed in his eyes as his indifferent voice slowly sounded out. "Oh, so this is your stall." Turning his head, Zhuowen stared at the brawny man next to him with a cold look in his eyes. He had seen with his own eyes that another cultivator had left due to an urgent matter, so Zhuowen had taken over this stall. Moreover, the stalls on both sides of Yen City were originally free to be used by practitioners. Whoever arrived first would be the first to use it. There was no such thing as this burly man had said. "Of course, little brother, if you wish to continue setting up your stall here, you'll have to pay a certain amount of rent, right?" The burly man indifferently said, "Rent? Then tell me, how much rent do you want me to pay?" Zhuowen followed the burly man's words with a smile. The corners of the burly man's mouth raised slightly. "Don't you have 2 soul treasures on your stall? You only need to take out one as rent, and you'll be able to continue setting up your stall here." Zhuowen smiled. He also knew that this burly man's objective was the same as the goateed man's. Both of them had their eyes on the soul treasures on his stall. However, this burly man was even more sinister than the goateed man. He actually wanted to gain something for nothing. However, this burly man did indeed have the qualifications to do so. This was because his cultivation was much stronger than the goateed man's. He had already reached the peak of the ultimate Four Wheels Emperor stage and was many times stronger than the goateed man. "Then, according to what you've said, all the streets in Yen City belong to you? Does that mean that you're on equal footing with the Flame Emperor?" Zhuowen teased. The burly man's expression darkened slightly as he coldly replied, "Little brother, Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you're all that just because you defeated an ultimate three-wheels emperor trash. Let me tell you, there are countless people in Yen City who are stronger than you. You're nothing compared to them. Hee hee. Even if I'm nothing, I'm still stronger than you. What qualifications do you have? What face do you have to actually use an earthly soul treasure as rent? Do you think that I'm a 3-year-old kid? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Zhuowen mercilessly retorted. The burly man's expression stiffened. Soon after, a bone-chilling coldness appeared in his eyes as he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Do you dare to say that again? What else can you do other than bark like a dog in front of me?" Zhuowen icily replied. "Die!" The burly man roared and actually directly attacked Zhuowen. A fist flew out and a thunderous explosion erupted as wild winds howled around them. "Looks like my methods aren't vicious enough. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 908. Stellar soared as he spoke. Zhuowen stomped his foot. Facing the burly man's punch, he was not afraid at all. His right hand grabbed the burly man's fist, and his origin energy surged out as he exerted force. Crack! The burly man's right hand was actually broken by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen took a step forward without hesitation. His left hand formed a fist, and under the influence of his origin energy, a terrifying gust of wind was stirred up as his fist landed heavily on the burly man's abdomen. Boom! The burly man's entire body arched up like a cooked shrimp. His entire body trembled, and his eyes bulged as he spat out blood. He was like a faucet that could not be stopped. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. The goateed man with 3 wheels had been defeated by Zhuowen in a single move. Perhaps the crowd could somewhat understand why he had been defeated. However, this burly man was obviously at the peak of the 4-wheel ultimate emperor realm. Yet he had ended up in an even worse state than the goateed man. Everyone knew that this extremely unremarkable young man with a sallow complexion had most likely concealed his cultivation. He was at least at the peak of the 5-wheel ultimate emperor realm. I was wrong. Let me go. I won't dare to do it again. The burly man's body was arched, and his voice was extremely weak. There was even a trace of fear in his voice. The burly man had never imagined that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying. He had been reduced to such a state with just one strike. He knew that this sickly young man could kill him as easily as moving his hand. Thus, the burly man was terrified. He was even more annoyed at himself for provoking this fiend. Is it enough to say that I was wrong? I had just heard that you wanted me to die. Now that you realize that you're no match for me, you're begging for mercy? If my strength was weaker than yours, I'm afraid I would have already fallen in your hands. Zhuowen's voice was cold and emotionless. Then he clenched his left fist, and a trace of golden light flowed around it. Then he punched the burly man's abdomen again. The burly man did not even make a sound before he exploded into a cloud of blood. Hiss! Gasps could be heard one after another. Looking at the burly man who had exploded into a bloody mist, everyone was stunned. Then, their gazes shifted slightly and landed on Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was too ruthless. The young man before them had an ordinary appearance, and his cultivation didn't seem to be much either. However, the strength that he could unleash was actually so powerful. What made the crowd even more fearful was the ruthless methods of the young man before them. With just a single word of disagreement, he had used a lightning-fast method to completely kill him. Moreover, not even his corpse was left behind. When I do business, I pay particular attention to fairness and justice. If you are interested in buying, I will naturally welcome you. Even if you are not satisfied with my spiritual treasure, I will not pester you too much. However, if some people think that I am easy to bully and want to take it by force, I will kill them even if I am not talented. Even though Zhuowen's voice was not loud, every word was like a gem, exploding in the crowd's ears like thunder. This caused some of the restless practitioners in the surroundings to slowly shrink back. After all, there was the precedent of the goateed man and the burly man. As he gazed at the silent practitioners in the surroundings, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly. He did not say anything else as he once again sat down cross-legged at his stall, waiting for the true buyers. With Zhuowen's previous intimidation method, the surrounding practitioners shook their heads and left. Even though they were extremely coveting the earthly soul treasures on Zhuowen's stall, they did not have 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones on them. It was likely that only the disciples of the large clans would be able to take out so many spirit stones. Time gradually passed. The sun, which was originally high in the sky, gradually sank and landed on the ground. The blood-red rays of the setting sun shone upon Yen City, making it appear rather mournful. However, Zhuowen's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He had already sat here for a day. Even though there were quite a number of practitioners who were attracted by the 2 soul treasures on his stall, after hearing Zhuowen's fixed price, they all shook their heads and left. Looks like setting up a stall is not so easy. Soul treasures are, after all, too precious. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen prepared to tidy up his stall. He knew that the majority of the practitioners who shopped at the street stalls were individual practitioners. Without the support of a strong faction, they were basically poor, and it was very difficult for them to take out 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones in one go. "Brother, please wait a moment. Are you selling these 2 spiritual treasures in your stall?" At this moment, a somewhat scholarly voice sounded out. Soon after, a handsome man dressed in brocade robes led a 16-year-old young lady to Zhuowen's stall. The young lady beside the man stared intently at the long-sword soul treasure on Zhuowen's stall. Her eyes were filled with desire. The young lady's expression was too obvious. She clearly wanted the long-sword soul treasure on Zhuowen's stall. Zhuowen nodded his head and politely said, "Could it be that this young master wants to buy it?" The scholarly man smiled and nodded his head. Soon after, he turned to the young lady beside him and said, "Su Jin, this long-sword soul treasure is an earth upper-tier soul treasure. If you like it, how about I buy it for you?" The young lady named Su Jin's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. She hugged the man's arm and excitedly said, "Really? Big brother Zongxing, you are so nice." The scholarly man affectionately scratched Su Jin's nose and gently laughed. "Weren't you the one who kept talking about the long-sword soul treasure some time ago? If I didn't buy it for you earlier, wouldn't my ears have grown calluses from all the noise?" "How could that be?" Su Jin curled her lips and whispered. The scholarly man shook his head helplessly. Soon after, he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Brother, how much are you selling this long-sword soul treasure for?" 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhuowen calmly said, The price of your long-sword soul treasure is quite reasonable. There are 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones in this Qinkuan bag. Brother, you should count carefully." The scholarly man nodded his head. He took out a Qinkuan bag and threw it to Zhuowen. After Zhuowen caught the Qinkuan bag, he casually checked the number of spirit stones in the Qinkuan bag. After confirming that the number was correct, he nodded his head and said, "There are indeed 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones." As he spoke, Zhuowen waved his right hand and threw the long-sword soul treasure to the scholarly man. After the latter received the long-sword soul treasure, he activated the Yuan Qi in his right hand. Suddenly, the originally black longsword actually emitted a dazzling starlight. The originally unremarkable body of the sword actually became as smooth as water, sparkling and translucent. It looked dreamy and beautiful. This sword is called the Starlight Sword. It has been imbued with the power of the stars. It is as hard as black iron and as sharp as a thin wing. The starlight surrounding the sword has the effect of protecting its owner. It is an extremely good spirit treasure for an ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner. Zhuowen explained from the side. Good sword. Brother, if this spirit treasure of yours were to be auctioned, I'm afraid it would be worth more than 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This time, I, Wu Zongxing, have taken advantage of you." The scholarly man laughed heartily. The young girl, standing beside the scholarly man, Su Jin, stared at the starlight sword in Wu Zongxing's hand with her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that the pitch-black long-sword soul treasure would actually be so beautiful. As a woman, she was naturally very satisfied with this sword. Wu Zongxing? This person is actually Wu Zongxing. Such a person actually came to a street stall to buy things? I'm afraid he came out to accompany the young girl beside him. That young girl should be Wu Zongxing's beloved younger sister, Wu Sujin. I really didn't expect that this pair of genius siblings would appear here. After the scholarly man announced his name, the surrounding people burst into a frenzy of discussion. Zhuowen also came to know from the surrounding discussions that this man and woman in front of him were actually the direct descendants of the Wu clan. The Wu clan was one of the 4 great clans of Yan City. It was a powerful clan that was on par with the Shaoyan clan. This Wu Zongxing was also a rare genius. He was also a genius on the Flame God list. His fame was as great as the Shaoyan clan's Shaoyan Qinglin. After purchasing the Starlight Sword, Wu Zongxing didn't stay here for long. Instead, he left with Wu Sujin. However, the surrounding practitioners were still discussing spiritedly. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, Zhuowen also packed up his stall. Being able to sell the star's sword today was a good harvest for him. Now, with the original spirit stones he had on him and the spirit stones he had obtained from selling the star's sword, he had a total of more than 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Now, what Zhuowen needed to do was to buy some materials needed to reconstruct his physical body from other stalls in Yan City. This time, Zhuowen planned to first reconstruct the physical body of the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign. After all, the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign was the weakest among the 5 Heavenly Sovereigns. The cost of reconstructing his physical body was also the lowest. After strolling around Yan City for more than 2 hours, Zhuowen bought all kinds of materials under the guidance of Xiaohei. Among them, there were some extremely valuable materials, causing Zhuowen to feel a heartache. After 2 hours, all the materials that Xiaohei needed were basically bought by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen found a quiet inn and checked in. In a dark room, Zhuowen quietly sat cross-legged in the room. Xiaohei stood on his shoulder. In front of Zhuowen was a small mountain of materials. "Xiaohei, can we begin now?" Zhuowen asked Xiaohei. Xiaohei nodded and said, "We can begin. Release the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign's nascent soul. The process of reconstructing a physical body will take some time. During this time, do not disturb this Dragon Lord, or all my previous efforts will be wasted." Zhuowen nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign's nascent soul was retrieved from his spirit ring and handed to Xiaohei. Meanwhile, Zhuowen himself quietly retreated to a corner of the room and silently watched Xiaohei. At this moment, the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign's eyes were slightly dazed. However, when he saw Xiaohei, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. The dragon soul before him was very powerful. He had experienced it far too many times, causing the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign to subconsciously show fear whenever he saw Xiaohei. "White-Brow, old dog, what are you afraid of? This Dragon Lord is about to help you reconstruct your physical body. If you are unwilling, this Dragon Lord will not do anything." Xiaohei icily said. Chapter 909. One clan. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth twitched when he saw Empyrean Master White-Brow's reaction. It seemed like Empyrean Master White-Brow had been ravaged by Xiaohei back in the spirit ring, causing him to behave like this when he saw Xiaohei. Of course, listen to your Lord Dragon obediently in the future. Lord Dragon will guarantee that you will have meat to eat. Xiaohei crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly as he chuckled. Yes, Lord Dragon is right. I don't need meat. I just need soup. Empyrean Master, Whitebrow, smiled flatteringly. Yes, yes. Then scram to the side first. Lord Dragon needs to prepare to reconstruct your body now. Watch carefully. Xiao He kicked Empyrean Master Whitebrow, causing him to roll far away. Then he stared solemnly at the mountain-like materials in front of him. It's starting now. Xiao He muttered softly as he waved his little claws. Immediately, an ink-black energy swept out and enveloped the mountain-like materials in front of him. The ink-black energy became denser and denser. Then it gradually enveloped the mountain-like materials in front of Xiao He, turning into a huge black egg that was several feet in size. Zhuowen and Empyrean Master Whitebrow, who had rolled to the corner, stared at Xiao He's technique without blinking. Clearly, they had never seen or heard of the method Xiao He used to reconstruct his body. Kid, Lord Dragon needs 7 days. Once 7 days are over, this huge egg will nurture an unconscious body. At that time, the reconstruction of the body will be complete. Xiao He instructed Zhuowen behind him and began to focus on incubating the huge black egg in front of him. 7 days passed very quickly. During these 7 days, Zhuowen and Empyrean Master Whitebrow both stared nervously at the huge black egg in the middle of the room. They both knew that this huge black egg was the key to the reconstruction of Empyrean Master Whitebrow's body. If it failed, Empyrean Master Whitebrow's dream of reconstructing his body would come to nothing. Kacha! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The huge black egg in the middle of the room trembled violently. Then cracks appeared on its surface, and the black eggshell peeled off. Zhuowen and the Whitebrow Empyrean Exalted Celestial also noticed the abnormality of the huge black egg. They stared at its surface without blinking. The Whitebrow Empyrean Exalted Celestial was the most nervous. After all, this was crucial to whether or not his body could be reconstructed. When the black egg finally cracked open, a young man with long white eyebrows appeared in front of Zhuowen. At this moment, the young man's eyes were closed, and his face was filled with serenity. Whitebrow, get your ass over here. This body has just been refined by this Dragon Lord. Go in and give it a try. See if it's suitable. Xiao He shouted at Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow, who was in a daze in the corner. As for Zhuowen, his face was filled with black lines. Why did Xiao He's words sound like she was asking Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow to change his clothes? Yes, yes, yes. I'm coming over now. Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow's eyes were filled with joy as he flew over. Then, under Xiao He's guidance, he entered the body's dantian. After a while, the young man slowly opened his eyes. Then he rubbed his hands, rubbed his chest, and stretched his thighs. His face was filled with excitement. Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow's series of actions. He could not bear to look directly at him. You're a big man. Is it really okay for you to do such ecstasy? Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a white robe. He threw it to Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow and said, Put on this robe. I still have something to do. Come with me. Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow put on the robe and said respectfully to Zhuowen, Thank you, Master and Dragon Lord. Let's go. With that, Zhuowen pushed open the door. With a step, he flew in a certain direction. Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow followed closely behind Zhuowen. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow did not reject Zhuowen at all. This was because he realized that the physical body that Xiao He had refined for him was much better than his original body. The best thing was that this physical body was many times younger than his original body. With this physical body, Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow's martial path would definitely be longer than before. Furthermore, he also knew that the dragon soul Xiao He hidden in Zhuowen's body was probably an extremely terrifying existence when she was alive. On the other hand, Zhuowen was a freak with abnormal talent. Heavenly Venerable White Brow could see a limitless future in this human and dragon duo. The main reason why Heavenly Venerable White Brow followed Emperor Qing and worked for him wholeheartedly was that Emperor Qing could guide him further on the martial path. Now, Xiaohe and Zhuowen could give him the same thing. In fact, what Xiaohe gave him was even better than what Emperor Qing had given him. In addition, Zhuowen had promised them that if Heavenly Venerable White Brow's cultivation level advanced to the Emperor realm, they would be able to regain their freedom. Why would Heavenly Venerable White Brow reject such benefits? After all, there was no harm in it for him. Swoosh! Not long after, Zhuowen and Heavenly Venerable White Brow arrived in front of a rather luxurious mansion in Yen City. The two words, Yuan Residence, were written on a signboard above the mansion. Back when they were in Yuan Lingyu's carriage, Zhuowen had already promised Yuan Lingyu that once his cultivation level recovered, he would help her get rid of the strange cold qi in her body. Now that his cultivation level had recovered, it was time to fulfill his promise. Standing quietly at the entrance of Yuan Residence, Zhuowen did not directly enter. Instead, he took out a jade talisman with his right hand. With a push of his yuan power, the jade talisman turned into a ray of light and instantly flew into Yuan Residence. As the ray of light was extremely fast, the guards at the entrance did not notice it. However, these guards were extremely cautious as they stared at Zhuowen. An unfamiliar young man suddenly standing at the entrance of Yuan Residence would naturally arouse suspicion. However, since Zhuowen did not do anything, these guards did not make a move. They only stared at Zhuowen from time to time. The jade talisman that Zhuowen had used was a communication method. Back then, when Zhuowen used the Saint Ice talisman to investigate the cold qi in Yuan Lingyu's body, he had left a mark on her body. This was so that when Zhuowen's cultivation level recovered, Zhuowen would be able to easily find Yuan Lingyu's location. Indeed, not long after the jade talisman disappeared into the Yuan Residence, Yuan Lingyu walked out of the mansion with the help of Lung Ying. Then, her gaze focused on Zhuowen, a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Just now, she was washing up in her room when a jade talisman suddenly flew in from the window and appeared in front of her, giving her a fright. Moreover, a line of words appeared on the jade talisman that had suddenly appeared. Miss Yuan, I have fulfilled my promise and am here to help you expel the cold qi in your body. It was because of these words that Yuan Lingyu immediately thought of Zhuowen. Hence, after washing up, Yuan Lingyu came out with Lung Ying. Due to the phoenix feather that Xiaoyan Pu had given her, Yuan Lingyu's complexion was now much rosier than before. However, Lung Ying's expression was still cold, as if someone owed her something. When Yuan Lingyu and Lung Ying saw Zhuowen and the White Brow Heavenly Master standing at the entrance, their gazes converged on Zhuowen. Yuan Lingyu's beautiful eyes were complicated, while Lung Ying's expression was cold. There was even a trace of an unknown emotion on her face. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could feel a trace of alienation between the two women. Needless to say, Zhuowen did not see eye to eye with Lung Ying from the beginning. However, Yuan Lingyu's relationship with Zhuowen was quite harmonious. However, Yuan Lingyu's current attitude towards Zhuowen puzzled Zhuowen. Miss Lingyu, long time no see. Back then in the carriage, I promised that once my cultivation recovered, I would help you expel the cold qi in your body. Zhuowen did not think too much about it and smiled at Yuan Lingyu. Zhuowen, you're just talking nonsense, aren't you? Even some patriarchs can't do anything about the cold qi in Lingyu's body. Do you think a piece of trash like you can solve it? If you want to climb up to our Yuan clan because of this, I advise you to give up. With your status and cultivation, how can you be worthy of our Lingyu? Lung Ying stood in front of Yuan Lingyu and looked down at Zhuowen with her cold eyes. Her beautiful eyes stared at the spirit ring on Zhuowen's finger and continued, The one who kidnapped me last time was indeed your accomplice. Now you should take the initiative and hand over the spirit ring." Zhuowen stared coldly at Lung Ying and said calmly, "The one who kidnapped you is not me, but the people from the Shaoyan family. If I really had someone, would I need you to save me back then? Are you still trying to deny it? If you want to get rid of suspicion, then hand over the spirit ring on your finger first." Lung Ying spread out her hands and said rudely, "Scram!" Zhuowen spat out in a cold voice. Lung Ying's expression froze, and her face turned red. She pointed at Zhuowen and said angrily, "What did you just say? Do you dare to say it again?" "Sister Lung Ying and young Master Zhuo, stop arguing," Wan Lingyu shouted with a serious face. Hearing this, Lung Ying snorted and said unhappily, "Lingyu, why do you keep helping Zhuowen, an outsider? Have you forgotten what young Master Shaoyan said? This person is definitely not with good intentions when he gets close to you. All right, I believe that young Master Zhuo is not that kind of person. When he left our Wan clan's team, he must have had something important to do, right?" Wan Lingyu shook her head and looked at Zhuowen apologetically. "Young Master Va, you are a guest after all. You should enter the mansion first. This matter is of great importance, and I still need my father's approval. I hope that young Master Zhuo will not forgive me." "I know. Let's go in." Zhuowen nodded and followed Wan Lingyu and Lung Ying into the Wan clan's mansion. After entering the mansion, there was a spacious training field in front of them. At this moment, there were many juniors practicing martial arts in the training field. The wind from the punches whistled and the air shook. Wan Lingyu's group of 4 naturally attracted the attention of the other people in the martial arts practice field, especially when they saw Zhuowen, who was standing side by side with Wan Lingyu. These younger generation members all revealed astonished expressions. "Who is that young man? Why is he walking with young Miss Lingyu and seems to be talking and laughing?" The second young master of the Shaoyan family, Shaoyan Pu, already proposed marriage to our Wan clan yesterday. He wants to marry young Miss Lingyu. Now, young Miss Lingyu is talking and laughing with this strange young man. I don't think it's a good idea. Chapter 9-10. Lung Feng after passing through the training grounds. Zhuowen followed Wan Lingyu and Lung Ying into the main hall of the Wan residence. There were a few middle-aged men with powerful auras in the hall. They also noticed Wan Lingyu and the other 2 who had just entered. One of the middle-aged men, with a dignified expression, stepped forward and glanced at Zhuowen. Then he said to Wan Lingyu and Lung Ying, "Lingyu, Lung Ying, this person isn't from our Wan clan, right?" "Elder Lung, Zhuowen is my friend. He's here to expel the cold energy in his body," Wan Lingyu said softly. "Oh, he's Zhuowen?" The dignified middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhuowen with a strange expression. Then Zhuowen felt a consciousness descend on his body, as if it wanted to see through all his secrets. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. This divine sense was naturally emitted by the middle-aged man in front of him. Generally speaking, directly using one's divine sense to probe the aura of another cultivator was an extremely rude act. If he encountered a cultivator with a fiery temper, he would have already started a fight. This middle-aged man was probably relying on his high cultivation to check Zhuowen's cultivation, especially when the middle-aged man found that Zhuowen and the White Brow Heavenly Sovereign's aura were not strong. His eyes revealed a trace of disdain. After all, both Zhuowen and the White Brow Heavenly Sovereign had already restrained their auras before leaving the house, just in case. "Father, this Zhuowen must be a liar. Even our patriarch was unable to do anything about the cold energy in Lingyu's body. How could this brat with the smell of milk have a way to expel it?" Lung Ying suddenly said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's identity was obvious. He was the second strongest expert in the Wan family, Lung Feng. His strength was second only to the patriarch of the Wan family, Wan Xianfeng. At the same time, he was Lung Ying's father and had an extremely high status in the Wan family. "Elder Lung, Since I'm already in this state, why not let young Master Zhuo try? If it can really be cured, then everyone will be happy. Yuan Lingyu shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's okay to try, but I'm afraid that some people have ulterior motives. I'm also thinking about your safety, Lung Feng reminded. Then he stared indifferently at Zhuo and said arrogantly, You're just an ultimate Emperor Realm second wheel cultivator. I shouldn't have believed you with such a low cultivation. However, since Lingyu is begging me, I will reluctantly let you try. But I have to remind you, don't harbor any evil intentions. With your cultivation, you're not worthy of Lingyu, and our Wan clan is even more out of your league. Do you understand? With that, Lung Feng swung his sleeves and sat on an armchair at the back of the hall. His face was full of dignity, as if he was looking down at Zhuo from above. Is this how your Wan clan treats its guests? I came all the way here to help Miss Wan expel the cold qi in her body. But not only did you use your consciousness to check on me, you're not being polite at all. Do you think that I, Zhuo, am a servant of your Wan clan? Zhuo said coldly. Kacha! Lung Feng's right hand, which had been holding a teacup, suddenly froze. Then he exerted force and crushed the teacup. He looked coldly at Zhuo and said, You dare refute me? How dare you interrupt when I'm speaking? With that, Lung Feng slowly stood up. A formless, terrifying aura surged out and enveloped Zhuo. However, Zhuo didn't move at all. His cold eyes stared fearlessly at Lung Feng. At the same time, he sent out his consciousness to check on Lung Feng's cultivation. Ultimate 8-wheel emperor. In an instant, Zhuo found out Lung Feng's cultivation. He was only an ultimate 8-wheel emperor, yet he dared to be so arrogant in front of Zhuo. Zhuo laughed coldly in his heart. You dare to use your consciousness to check on me? How dare you? Lung Feng was startled. Soon after, he let out a furious roar as a terrifying aura erupted. Under this aura, the armchair behind him was completely shattered into countless pieces. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall became extremely stifling. The few elders in the hall took a step forward and surrounded Lung Feng. They stared coldly at Zhuo and the white-brow Heavenly Master. What? Only you can check on me with your consciousness, but I can't check on you? Zhuo's mouth was full of mockery as he retorted fearlessly. What a reckless dog! Lung Ying sneered from the side. Slap. However, before Lung Ying could finish speaking, Zhuo Wen's foot took a step forward. With a palm wind, he viciously slapped Lung Ying's right cheek. Immediately, the latter's entire body spun like a top before heavily falling onto the ground. You dare to hit me? Lung Ying covered her right cheek and pointed at Zhuo as she shrieked. Her eyes were filled with hatred. You are the one who is shameless. How can you blame me for this? When you stole my spiritual ring, you attacked me many times for no reason. Now, you are cursing at me like a shrew. Do you really think that I, Zhuo, am your subordinate? That I can order you around? Zhuo slowly withdrew his right hand as if he had done something insignificant. He stood up and returned to the white-brow Heavenly Master's side. Father, kill him. How dare he hit me? That bastard. Lung Ying covered her swollen right cheek and screamed at Lung Feng hysterically. As the #1 genius of the Wan clan, Lung Ying was always the center of attention wherever she went. However, today she had been slapped in the face by Zhuo, a piece of trash that she looked down on. Moreover, what drove Lung Ying mad was that she didn't even see Zhuo Wen's shadow, clearly before her right cheek was already swollen from Zhuo Wen's slap. This caused her to be both shocked and furious. She was shocked because Zhuo Wen's strength seemed to be much stronger than before, and she was furious because the trash from before actually dared to slap her face in front of her. It seems like you are here to cause trouble today. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being rude. Lung Feng's face was cold. He finally released the aura of an ultimate Emperor Realm 8 wheels. He took a step forward and was about to attack Zhuowen. What's going on? Why is it so noisy in the hall? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, causing Lung Feng's body to stiffen. He looked at the entrance of the hall and saw a middle-aged man with slightly white hair walk in. Although this middle-aged man's hair was white and he looked a little old, his spirit was extremely vigorous. His aura was also much stronger than Lung Feng's. He had probably reached the ultimate Emperor Realm 9 Wheels. Father! Looking at this dignified middle-aged man, Wan Lingyu's beautiful face immediately revealed a trace of joy. She quickly ran to the middle-aged man's side and pulled on his arm. Without a doubt, this middle-aged man was the head of the Wan clan, Wan Xianfeng. Father, he is the Zhuowen that I told you about before. He has a way to expel the cold in my body. Wan Lingyu's words caused Wan Xuanfeng's gaze to freeze. He stared straight at Zhuowen and said, "You really have a way to expel the cold in Lingyu's body." "I'm not 100% sure, but I can try. Who knows? I might be able to solve it." Zhuowen did not speak too confidently. "Although Lingyu said that you are her friend, this is the first time I've seen you. So I can't completely trust you. If you can tell me your method to expel the cold and prove that you do have a way, then I'll let you try." Wan Xianfeng said calmly. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Wan Xuanfeng's attitude made Zhuowen slightly uncomfortable. However, he came to help Wan Lingyu expel the cold to fulfill his promise, so he did not mind too much. "Sure. However, this method can only be shown to you and Miss Lingyu. As for other people, forget about it. Who knows what other twisted theories they will come up with." Zhuowen's words immediately caused Lung Feng's and Lung Ying's expressions to darken. They almost went berserk. "Head, this Zhuowen's origin is unknown, and his cultivation is so low. I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives for coming to our Wan clan. Head, please reconsider." Lung Feng said to Wan Xianfeng in a deep voice, "That's right. Patriarch, this Zhuowen doesn't look like a good person at first glance. I'm afraid that he's not here to save Lingyu, but to harm her instead. We can't believe his one-sided words so easily." Lung Ying added. Zhuowen was unmoved. He only said calmly, "Head of the Wan clan, I think you're a reasonable person. Since my cultivation is low, if I really wanted to harm Miss Lingyu, why would I come in so openly? Isn't that seeking my own death? If head of the Wan clan doesn't believe me because of the words of these two idiots, then I'll leave immediately. I won't mention anything about expelling the cold from Miss Lingyu's body again." Zhuowen said indifferently. Wan Xuanfeng's eyes flickered. He nodded and said, "I'll believe you this time. You and Lingyu follow me to another private room. If your method can move me, then I'll let you try. If it succeeds, our Wan clan won't treat you unfairly." After saying that, Wan Xianfeng led Zhuowen and Wan Lingyu to another private room in the depths of the hall. Only Lung Feng and Lung Ying were left standing in the hall, their gazes extremely cold. "Father, actually, there's something I haven't told you. It's about this Zhuowen." Suddenly, Lung Ying whispered to Lung Feng in the hall. "HM, what is it?" Lung Feng raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Back then, after Zhuowen left our group, Lord Demon Taoist of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace and Lord Qing Su of the Clear Void Valley came looking for Zhuowen. Furthermore, they declared that they would capture Zhuowen. I suspect that Zhuowen definitely possesses an extraordinary treasure that even existences like the Demon Taoist and Qing Su covet for." Hearing Lung Ying's words, Lung Feng's pupils shrank. He said in a low voice, "You're saying that even Master Demon and Master Qingshu came looking for this Zhuowen? Could it be that this kid really has a shocking secret?" Chapter 911. 10,000-year dark soul ice venomous insect in a simple but elegant room. A soothing purple sandalwood fragrance filled the air, making people feel calm and serene. "Zhuo Xiaoyu, now Can you tell me how to expel the cold from Lingyu's body? Wan Xianfeng stared at Zhuowen and asked calmly. Nodding his head, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and 7 types of earth fire drilled out of his body. Shortly after, mental energy gushed out from his sea of consciousness, and he used the fire fusion art to fuse the 7 types of earth fire, turning them into a 7-colored phoenix that flew around his body. 7 types of earth fire? You're an arcanist? Wan Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed when he saw the 7-colored phoenix revolving around Zhuowen, and he revealed a trace of astonishment. It wasn't that he hadn't seen earth fire before, but he had never heard or seen 7 types of earth fire appearing on one person's body at the same time. Moreover, the young man in front of him used an incredible method to fuse the earth fire into a 7-colored phoenix fire. Even though Wan Xianfeng was experienced and knowledgeable, he still found it hard to believe. This 7-colored phoenix is formed by fusing 7 types of earth fire. Its power is much stronger than ordinary earth fire, but it's much weaker than sky fire. It's a flame that's between earth fire and sky fire. As for the strange cold in Miss Lingyu's body, I've checked it last time. It's a strange cold that's between earth rank cold and sky rank cold. With the temperature of the 7-colored phoenix's flame, I think there's a high chance that it can expel the cold in Miss Lingyu's body. With a wave of his right hand, the 7-colored phoenix quietly stopped in Zhuowen's palm. Immediately, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Wan Xianfeng. He knew it was time for Wan Xianfeng to make a decision. Father, let young Master Zhuo try. Maybe he can really expel the cold in my body completely, Wan Lingyu said to Wan Xianfeng. Sure, then I'll leave everything to you, Zhuo Xiaoyu. I hope Zhuo Xiaoyu won't disappoint me. Wan Xianfeng gently touched Wan Lingyu's hair, then nodded to Zhuowen and left the room. Miss Lingyu, you need to lie on the bed first, because the cold qi is located in your dantian. If I want to get rid of the cold qi, I have to start from your lower abdomen, Zhuowen said to Wan Lingyu cautiously. Hearing this, Wan Lingyu shyly nodded her head. Soon after, she laid down on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. Her hands, which were placed beside the bed, were tightly clenched. Looking at Wan Lingyu's appearance, Zhuowen rubbed his nose. If this scene were to be seen by others, it would easily cause criticism. However, Zhuowen did not think too much about it. He walked to the bedside and placed his right hand on Wan Lingyu's flat stomach. Soon after, he spoke to Xiao Hei in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Hei, the cold qi in Miss Lingyu's dantian is very strange. Why don't you go in and take a look and see if you can recognize what this cold qi is? Yes, this dragon master will go and take a look first. Xiao Hei nodded her head and turned into a ray of black light that followed Zhuowen's palm and entered Wan Lingyu's dantian. At this moment, Wan Lingyu's cheeks were slightly flushed. Her hair was loosely tied up and scattered around the pillow. In addition to her rosy cheeks, Wan Lingyu looked even more charming at this moment. However, Zhuowen did not notice this. Instead, he gently placed his right hand on Wan Lingyu's dantian. His consciousness followed Xiao Hei and entered Wan Lingyu's dantian through the meridians around her dantian. He saw that the cold qi in Wan Lingyu's dantian was still vigorous. Many of the meridians around her dantian had been frozen by this cold qi, causing the yuan power that flowed through here to be blocked and unable to accumulate. Oh, the cold qi in Miss Lingyu's dantian seems to be much stronger than last time. How did it increase so quickly? Zhuowen's brows were tightly knitted together as he probed the cold qi in her dantian. At this moment, the cold qi in Wan Lingyu's dantian was several times stronger than when Zhuowen had first encountered it a month ago. Now, it had almost frozen Wan Lingyu's entire dantian. Moreover, this cold qi seemed to be spreading upwards. If this cold qi spread to Wan Lingyu's heart, there would really be nothing that could be done. Suddenly, Xiao Hei said to Zhuowen in a serious tone, "This is the larva of the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite. It's not cold chi at all. The larva of the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite? What is that? Zhuowen's gaze was puzzled. He had never heard of this so-called 10,000-year black soul ice parasite that Xiaohei spoke of, let alone seeing it before. This is an extremely vicious parasite poison. It said that this 10,000-year black soul ice parasite is extracted from the black ice layer of the 10,000-mile deep sea. Then it uses some kind of secret method to make the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite produce larvae. And this larva must be planted on a girl born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour. Once planted, that girl will become the nourishment for this 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva. When the girl reaches the age of 18, this 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva will break out of its cocoon and transform into an extremely powerful black soul ice butterfly. Kid, this black soul ice butterfly is incredible. It has the powerful cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm's early stage as soon as it is born. Ordinary Xuanzuan realm cultivators might not be its match. Moreover, if it can be nurtured with a powerful earth-rank cold chi or even a heaven-rank cold chi, the black soul ice butterfly can continue to grow, and its strength will become even more terrifying. In short, the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite is an extremely vicious and disgusting secret method. I really didn't expect that this dragon lord would still be able to see this secret method after 10,000 years. Xiaohei's voice became especially serious and fearful, but Zhuowen's gaze was slightly focused. This method was truly vicious. It actually used the human body as the nourishment for the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite, causing it to break out of its cocoon and become a black soul ice butterfly. If the black soul ice parasite breaks out of its cocoon and becomes a butterfly, then what will happen to Miss Lingyu in the end? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. What else can happen? In the end, she will become the black soul ice butterfly's food and be devoured by it, Xiaohei said coldly. Hearing this, Zhuowen's right hand, which was placed on Ruan Lingyu's abdomen, trembled, causing the latter's cheeks to become even redder. She exhaled a faint moan from her small mouth, causing one to feel incomparably numb. However, Zhuowen wasn't in the mood for that. Instead, his heart sank to the bottom. He really didn't know who was so vicious to actually plant such a vicious parasite in Ruan Lingyu's body. They really deserve to die. Kid, this dragon lord can sense the aura of the phoenix feather on this girl's body, right? Who gave this to this girl? Xiaohei suddenly asked coldly. Zhuowen asked doubtfully, what's wrong? This phoenix feather was given to her by Xiaoyan Pu of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. When Miss Lingyu received the phoenix feather, her complexion became much rosier than before. The effect is very good. Bullshit. Let me tell you, this phoenix feather has a certain catalytic effect on the growth of the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae. If Ruan Lingyu carries the phoenix feather for a long time, the larvae's growth will be many times faster than usual, Xiaohei said coldly. What? Many times faster than usual? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. If what Xiaohei said was true, then that Xiaoyan Pu's act of fawning over Ruan Lingyu and taking the initiative to give away something as precious as the phoenix feather was really worth considering. Could it be that this matter has something to do with the Xiaoyan aristocratic family? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Xiaohei shook his head and said, It's not a possibility, but a certainty. The timing of that Xiaoyan Pu giving away the phoenix feather was too coincidental. Moreover, the phoenix feather isn't something that can be casually given away. That Xiaoyan Pu probably knows some inside information. Then can you deal with the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae in Miss Lingyu's dantian? Zhuowen asked seriously. Let's give it a try. Your 7-colored phoenix isn't simple either. Let's see if it can drive away the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae. Kid, first, send the 7-colored phoenix into this girl's meridians. Then, let this dragon lord get rid of it. Zhuowen nodded. With a thought, the 7-colored phoenix, circling around him, let out a clear cry. Then it passed through Zhuowen's palm and into Wan Lingyu's meridians through her abdomen. Once the 7-colored phoenix entered her meridians, it was enveloped by a viscous black energy. This black energy was Xiaohei's power. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Although the 7-colored phoenix was powerful, it wasn't enough to harm Wan Lingyu's meridians. Xiaohei guided the 7-colored phoenix closer to her dantian. When it arrived in front of her dantian, the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae in her dantian seemed to have discovered something. A soft roar came from her dantian, and then a wisp of blue cold air followed the meridians in her dantian and swept toward Xiaohei. This bastard! Xiaohei cursed angrily. Then, the black energy that enveloped the 7-colored phoenix slowly faded away. The blue cold air also arrived, but it was shattered by the 7-colored phoenix's claw. Then, an even more terrifying cold air was released from her dantian. Fortunately, the 7-colored phoenix's power wasn't inferior to the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae. It dissolved the cold air one by one, and finally, after half an hour, it entered her dantian. In her dantian, there was an endless amount of blue cold air. In the center of the cold air, there was an oval ice chrysalis that was formed from a blue ice crystal. This ice chrysalis was translucent. In the chrysalis, there was a milky white fat worm lying motionless. However, the worm's green eyes were staring coldly at Xiaohei and the 7-colored phoenix, who had just appeared. Hee. Now that you are at the critical moment of breaking out of your cocoon and becoming a butterfly, are you going to come out and bite me? Xiaohei floated in front of the ice chrysalis smugly. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised her chin, looking very disdainful. Under Xiaohei's instructions, the 7-colored phoenix began to use its powerful flame to expel the surrounding cold air. Sizzle! The 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae in the ice chrysalis was anxious. If it wanted to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly, it had to exist in an extremely cold place. Soon, it would be able to hatch out of Wan Lingyu's dantian. But now that Xiaohei had messed things up, it had completely lost its chance to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. Chapter 912. Slander, it's so hot. Young Master Zhua, why do I feel so hot? On the bed, Wan Lingyu's delicate body was wriggling. Her beautiful face was already flushed red, and her fair forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he had also noticed Wan Lingyu's strange state. A trace of worry appeared on his face. He did not know if Xiaohei had gotten rid of the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva in Wan Lingyu's dantian. Zhuowen's left hand pinched lightly, and a wisp of cold air gushed out from the ice saint talisman, carefully wrapping around Wan Lingyu. Even so, Wan Lingyu still felt abnormally hot, and her cheeks were flushed red. I wonder what Xiaohei is doing inside. Zhuowen muttered to himself anxiously. Zhuowen felt a little worried looking at Wan Lingyu's current state. If someone were to barge into the room at this moment, it would be easy to be misunderstood. Creak! Just as Zhuowen was at his wit's end, the crisp sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. Lung Feng and Lung Ying suddenly barged in, staring coldly at Zhuowen, who was in the room, and Wan Lingyu, who was already lying on the bed with a flushed face. Zhuowen, you are indeed a lecher. You actually used the excuse of getting rid of the cold air to sneak into Lingyu's side and try to ruin her purity. You shameless person. Wan Lingyu's strange state was naturally seen by Lung Feng and Lung Ying. Wan Xianfeng, who was following behind Lung Feng and Lung Ying, also had an ugly expression. His gaze toward Zhuowen also became extremely cold. Wan family head, Didn't I say just now? While I am getting rid of the cold air for Miss Ling you're not allowed to barge in. What is the meaning of this now? Zhuowen said coldly. So hot, so hot. At this moment, Wan Lingyu was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She softly moaned and began to tear off her clothes. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. He had already cursed Xiao He countless times in his heart. Why did she have to do this at this moment? Wasn't she trying to trick him? However, Zhuowen also believed that Wan Lingyu's heat was related to the seven-colored phoenix. Once Xiao He got rid of the cold air in Wan Lingyu's body, the heat would gradually fade away. Wan Xuanfeng's expression was extremely cold. He stared at Zhuowen and asked coldly, "What did you do to Lingyu? Why is she acting like this?" Wan Lingyu's face. Zhuowen's Lung Feng and Lunging, Lung Feng and Lung's Lung's, Feng and Lung masters to barge in without Lung and have of the above of Lingyu's. The seven-colored phoenix has already entered Miss Lingyu's dantian. It's currently expelling the cold air in her dantian. This is caused by the seven-colored phoenix's temperature. Now that it was the crucial moment for Xiao He to expel the cold air, Zhuowen naturally didn't want to stir up any more trouble. He could only give a brief explanation. "I don't think Patriarch Wan wants to harm his daughter, right?" Zhuowen asked coldly. "How dare you? A little bastard like you actually dares to threaten Lord Patriarch. I think you are courting death." Lung Yingyu pointed her finger at Zhuowen and put a big hat on Zhuowen. Turning his head slightly, Zhuowen stared coldly at Lung Ying and said, "Which dog's ears of yours heard that I threatened your patriarch? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." You mean we're slandering you? Now that Lingyu is lying on the bed and making such unsightly sounds, isn't this your doing? Also, let me tell you, Lingyu is already engaged to Xiaoyan Pu from the Xiaoyan family. Now that you've ruined Lingyu's chastity, a shameless person like you won't be able to walk out of my Wan family today. Lung Feng stood beside Lung Ying and looked down at Zhuowen with indifference. Zhuowen sneered in his heart and asked Wan Xianfeng, "Patriarch Wan, is this what you're thinking?" Wan Xuanfeng's eyes flickered, but he was unusually silent. He didn't answer Zhuowen's question directly. Obviously, he also agreed with Zhuowen's words. Lecher, do you think that the Patriarch will still believe your **T words? What a joke! Do you think all of us in the Wan family are 3-year-old children? Do you really think I don't know the dirty thoughts in your heart? You want to take the opportunity to tarnish Lingyu's chastity and use it to climb up the Wan family's branch? Let me tell you now, you lowly piece of trash, the Wan family is not for people like you to climb up the social ladder. Lung Ying was pushing her luck. Her right hand pointed at Zhuowen's nose, and her words were as harsh and merciless as a sharp sword. Whoosh! A black silhouette abruptly appeared in front of Lung Ying, after which a palm stretched out, grabbing Lung Ying by the neck. Lung Ning was unable to continue speaking because the strength of the palm was too great. She couldn't even breathe properly, let alone speak. Zhuowen's attack was too fast. Wan Xianfeng and Lung Feng didn't even have time to react. After all, they didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly attack. Even more so, they didn't expect Zhuowen's speed to be so fast. What a thief! How dare you? Lung Feng was stunned. Then he was enraged. He shouted and threw his right palm at Zhuowen. Bang! Terrifying energy poured out. Then, the floor of the room shattered into countless pieces under Lung Feng's terrifying strength, forming a huge pit. Lung Feng's attack only hit Zhuowen's shadow. After Zhuowen restrained Lung Ying, he flew back and stood beside the bed. Zhuowen didn't look at Lung Feng and Wan Xianfeng. Instead, he looked at the injured Lung Ying and said, "There's a limit to a person's patience. I, Zhuowen, didn't want to bicker with a **TCH like you. But your mouth is too despicable, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Now, let me teach you how to speak in the future. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Lang Ying's right cheek was red and swollen. There was even a horrifying bruise. Zhuo Wen didn't hold back at all. Lang Ying's cheek was swollen. Ah, you bastard, you dare to hit me again? What right do you have to hit me? I want you dead. Lang Ying almost went crazy. Zhuo Wen had already slapped her in the hall. Now, she was slapped by Zhuo Wen again. With Lang Ying's arrogant personality, how could she endure such humiliation? What right do I have to hit you? Zhuo Wen's voice became even colder. He slapped Lang Ying again, and the left side of her face swelled up. The bruise didn't stop there, and blood flowed from the corner of Lang Ying's mouth. Little bastard, let go of Lang Ying, or I'll make you die a horrible death. Lung Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing his own daughter being slapped by Zhuo Wen, it was easy to imagine how terrible his feelings were. You want me to die a horrible death? Why don't you try? Originally, I, Zhuo Wen, came to the Wan family to fulfill my promise with Miss Lingyu. I didn't think of asking for a reward from the Wan family. Unfortunately, that bitch Lang Ying mocked and ridiculed me the moment she came. And you, as an elder, took advantage of your seniority and ordered me around like a servant just because you're an elder of the Wan family. Then let me ask you, I, Zhuo Wen, am not a member of the Wan family. What right do you have to order me around? Also, you said that I can't be associated with the Wan family. Do you really think that the Wan family is so powerful that I, Zhuo Wen, need to be associated with them? And Wan Xianfeng, as the head of the Wan family, you went back on your words and barged into my room. The Wan family is the most despicable family I've ever seen. Zhuo Wen held Lang Ying in his right hand. His face was as cold as the winter. Since the Wan family was so heartless, then don't blame him, Zhuo Wen, for being unjust. Enough! Just as Zhuo Wen and Lung Feng were about to confront each other, Wan Xianfeng finally spoke up. His face was extremely gloomy, and at the same time he was a little surprised by Zhuo Wen. The young man's aura was clearly only at the second wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. But even he hadn't been able to react in time when Zhuo Wen had captured Lang Ying. Zhuo Wen's speed wasn't something an ordinary ultimate emperor realm cultivator could display. As soon as Wan Xianfeng said this, Lung Feng, who was about to attack, froze. He turned around and said to Wan Xianfeng, Patriarch, this kid is too arrogant. He actually kidnapped Lang Ying in front of us, and even slapped her in front of us. How can we tolerate such a vile situation? Wan Xianfeng didn't answer Lung Feng. Instead, he stared at Zhuo Wen and said, How confident are you in expelling the cold qi from Lingyu's body? More than 80%. As long as you give me time, the cold qi that has accumulated in Miss Lingyu's dantian will be completely expelled. Zhuo Wen replied coldly. Then I'll trust you one more time. This time, we're standing in this room. I can't guarantee that if you're alone with my daughter in this room, nothing bad will happen. Wan Xianfeng said indifferently, As you wish. Zhuo Wen replied. However, he was sneering in his heart. This Wan Xuanfeng's words were pretty nice. He said that he would trust him one more time. Now that something like this had happened, he couldn't see any sincerity in Wan Xuanfeng's words. Then can you let Lang Ying go? Lung Feng said coldly, This bitch is an eyesore to me. Get her out of here. Zhuo Wen casually tossed Lang Ying aside, causing Lung Feng to hurriedly reach out to catch Lang Ying's body. Looking at Lang Ying, who was on the verge of delirium and whose cheeks were swollen, Lung Feng felt like killing someone. You're really something. I'll remember today's incident. You'd better be careful in Yen City. Otherwise, if you accidentally die on the road one day, you can't blame anyone. Lung Feng glared at Zhuo Wen coldly, then carried Lang Ying out of the room. At this moment, only Wan Xianfeng, Zhuo Wen, Heavenly Master by Mei, and Wan Lingyu were left in the room. Wan Xianfeng stood quietly at the door. His sharp eyes stared at Wan Lingyu, who was on the bed, and he was deep in thought. Chapter 9:13. Successful removal. A wisp of black light flowed from Wan Lingyu's abdomen into Zhuowen's body through his palm. The wisp of black light was inconspicuous, and Zhuowen's body blocked Wan Xuanfeng's view. Therefore, Wan Xianfeng did not notice the wisp of black light that flowed out from Wan Lingyu's abdomen. "Xiao Hei, is it a success?" Zhuowen asked in his heart. "Don't worry. It's a success. The cold air in Wan Lingyu's dantian has been completely removed, and the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva has been taken out by me. It's in the 7-colored phoenix." As soon as Xiao Hei's voice rang out, a terrifying temperature suddenly spread from Wan Lingyu's body. Soon after, a clear phoenix cry rang out, and Wan Lingyu's body actually surged with a 7-colored flame. Boom! The 7-colored flame turned into a thick pillar of fire that shot up to the sky. The temperature in the entire room rose to an extremely terrifying level, turning into a 7-colored sea of fire. What a terrifying flame! Wan Xianfeng waved his sleeves, and a terrifying gale swept out, blocking the flames that gathered around him. His eyes revealed a trace of horror. The 7-colored flame was indeed terrifying. It was even much more powerful than the ordinary earth fire. Wan Xianfeng knew that if he were in the center of the 7-colored flame, he would not be so calm. He would definitely be in an extremely difficult situation. For a moment, Wan Xianfeng was even more curious about Zhuowen. Where did he come from? The 7-colored flame appeared for a very short time, and quickly gathered into a 7-colored phoenix. It very intimately circled around Zhuowen's body. In the 7-colored phoenix's claws, there was a palm-sized blue crystal. After taking the blue crystal, Zhuowen saw at a glance that there was actually a wriggling and struggling flesh worm inside the crystal. Moreover, the flesh worm's eyes were green, which looked extremely strange. Moreover, the cold air emitted from the blue crystal was bone-chilling, causing Zhuowen's body to involuntarily tremble. "Brat, this is the larva of the 10,000-year black soul ice venomous worm. This is a good thing. The cold air it contains is extremely beneficial to your holy ice rune." Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind again. Whoosh! A shadow flashed and arrived at the bedside. At this moment, Wan Xianfeng looked at Wan Lingyu with concern and asked softly, "Lingyu, how are you feeling?" Wan Lingyu slowly opened her eyes. There was a trace of confusion in her gaze. She slowly got up and asked softly, "Father, young Master Zhua, what's wrong with me?" The cold qi in my dantian has disappeared, and the essence force in my meridians can flow smoothly into my dantian." As if she had discovered something, Wan Lingyu's beautiful eyes widened. Her gaze was filled with joy. Wan Lingyu waved her jade-like hand, and a weak wave of origin energy actually condensed in the center of her palm, like a glimmer of light. Has he really recovered? Wan Xianfeng also saw the origin energy condensed in the center of Wan Lingyu's palm. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Wan Lingyu's delicate wrist. The joy in his eyes intensified because he realized that there was indeed no more cold qi in Wan Lingyu's dantian. The origin energy that was previously blocked by the cold qi was now constantly circulating in Wan Lingyu's body. The circulation speed was also increasing, and the origin energy was like a trickle that was constantly growing. Wan Xianfeng released Wan Lingyu's hand and cupped his hands at Zhuowen. He said gratefully, "Little brother Zhua, thank you for getting rid of the cold qi in Lingyu's body. We were wrong to have doubted you at the beginning. I hope you can understand." At this moment, Wan Lingyu also sat up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She smiled sweetly at Zhuowen and said, "Young Master Zhua, this time, it's all thanks to you that the cold qi in my body was removed." Zhuowen shook his head and ignored Wan Xianfeng. Instead, he smiled at Wan Lingyu and said, "Miss Lingyu, you're too polite. Back then, you saved my life. Compared to this, it's nothing. After all, I've already made a promise to you. Today, I'm just fulfilling my promise. Since this matter has been settled, I won't stay any longer. Goodbye." As he spoke, Zhuowen cupped his hands and was about to leave. However, he was stopped by Yuan Xianfeng. "Is there anything else, Yuan family head?" Zhuowen stared at Yuan Xianfeng and asked calmly. Yuan Xuanfeng's face stiffened slightly, but soon returned to normal. He smiled and said, "The cold qi in Lingyu's body has been expelled. This is a joyous occasion. In order to thank little brother Zhua for your contribution, why don't you stay at our Yuan residence for a night and we can celebrate together?" "That's right. Young Master Zhua, your contribution this time is great. This cold qi has troubled me for 8 years, and you're the one who expelled it. No matter what, you should stay and celebrate." Yuan Lingyu also persuaded Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head again and said to Yuan Lingyu, "There's no need. I'm only here to fulfill my promise. I don't want any reward. Also, Miss Lingyu, it's best if you don't carry the phoenix feather with you. It's not good for you." "Ah, phoenix feather?" Yuan Lingyu was shocked. She removed the flame-like phoenix feather from her bosom and said to Zhuowen, "Young Master Zhua, ever since I carried the phoenix feather with me, I can clearly feel that my body is much better than before. My complexion is also much rosier. How can it not be good?" Seeing Yuan Lingyu's puzzled expression and recalling what Lang Feng said about Yuan Lingyu and Xianpu's engagement, Zhuowen knew that it was better to explain this matter to Yuan Lingyu so that she could be more wary of Xianpu. "Miss Lingyu, the cold qi in your dantian is released by the larva of a species called the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite." As he spoke, a blue crystal appeared in Zhuowen's palm. Wisps of strange cold qi lingered around the blue crystal. Through the blue crystal, one could see a fat worm wriggling inside the crystal. This worm was very strange. Its eyes were actually green and looked exceptionally disgusting. Looking at the worm in the blue crystal, Yuan Lingyu and Yuan Xuanfeng's faces revealed a trace of disgust. "Young Master Zhua, you mean that this worm has always been in my dantian?" Yuan Lingyu asked with a slightly pale face. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Yes. Back then, when you were still young, you were implanted with this parasite. This is an extremely vicious parasite that uses the human body as nourishment and a lathe. It will constantly grow in the human body's dantian. When the person who was implanted with the parasite reaches 18 years old, this 10,000-year-old profound soul ice parasite larva will actually break out of its cocoon and transform into a profound soul ice butterfly. Once it successfully breaks out of its cocoon and transforms into a butterfly, this black soul ice butterfly will treat the person as food and devour them. At that time, the person will die without a burial place." Speaking of this, Yuan Lingyu's beautiful face was incomparably pale. Her lips trembled as she said, "How is that possible? Who planted such a vicious parasite in my body?" Yuan Lingyu did not doubt the truth of Zhuowen's words. After all, Zhuowen had personally removed the worm from her body. It was obvious that he had a better understanding of this type of worm than the average person. "This one does not know. But Miss Yuan, the phoenix feather on your body has a catalyzing effect on the growth of this 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva. If you wear the phoenix feather for a long time, the larva will break out of its cocoon and transform into a butterfly." So, Zhuowen did not continue speaking because his meaning was already very clear. Since the phoenix feather had a catalyzing effect on the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva, then the person who gave it to her back then definitely did not have good intentions. "Young Master Zhua, you mean to say that Xianpu intentionally gave this phoenix feather to me?" Yuan Lingyu's entire body trembled as she asked. On the other hand, Yuan Xianfeng frowned slightly and said with a slightly cold voice, according to little brother Zhua's meaning, "Could it be that this so-called 10,000-year black soul ice parasite was planted by that Xianpu?" The Cheyenne family has a large family business. If they wanted to choose nourishment, there are so many people in their family. Why did they choose Lingyu? Because Miss Lingyu is a woman born in a year, month, day, hour. Her body has an innate extreme aura. This extreme aura is extremely beneficial to the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva. Without this extreme aura, it would be very difficult for the larva to survive. Zhuowen's expression was calm as he continued. So when facing that Cheyenne, Miss Lingyu should be careful. Humph, that's just your one-sided words. Don't tell me that Cheyenne gave Lingyu a phoenix feather that just happens to have a catalyzing effect on the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva. Do you think that Cheyenne has ulterior motives? Yuan Xianfeng said coldly. Zhuowen sneered and said mockingly, Master Yuan, if you think that Cheyenne-Pu's proposal to Miss Lingyu is an opportunity for your Yuan family to soar, then you are gravely mistaken. If you really agree to this marriage, I'm afraid you'll be pushing Miss Lingyu into the fire pit. Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. That Cheyenne-Pu truly loves Lingyu. Don't tell me that little brother Zhua came here to break up the marriage between our Yuan family and the Cheyenne family? I think little brother Zhua's wishful thinking is wrong. Yuan Xuanfeng's words became somewhat impolite. It's up to you to believe it or not. I've already helped Miss Lingyu expel the cold aura, so I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. Casually glancing at the somewhat angry Yuan Xianfeng, Zhuowen's mocking smile became even more intense. How could he not know what Yuan Xianfeng was thinking? After all, the Cheyenne family was one of the 4 strongest families in Yan City. If the Yuan family could climb up this big tree, it would be of great help to the Yuan family's development. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so it was very difficult for Yuan Xianfeng to reject Cheyenne-Pu's marriage proposal. Or rather, even if Cheyenne-Pu had ulterior motives, Yuan Xianfeng would probably agree without hesitation. Zhuowen took a step forward and left the private room. He didn't have any intention of staying. Father, since young master Zhuo helped me expel the cold aura from my body, it means that he is very familiar with the origin of this cold aura. Moreover, I also feel that Cheyenne-Pu is strange. He is the second young master of an aristocratic family. Why would he suddenly take a fancy to a girl from a small family like me? There must be something fishy about this. Chapter 9:14. Marriage proposal. At this moment, the Yuan clan's martial arts practice field was bustling with activity. The juniors who were originally cultivating were now gathered in the martial arts practice field, looking up at the sky as if waiting for something to arrive. Whoosh! A sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Following that, a griffin that was dozens of feet long descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Its wings were dozens of meters long when spread out. With a flap of its wings, a powerful gust of wind wreaked havoc in the open space. The juniors of the Yuan clan who were nearby were forced back by the gust of wind. Their eyes were filled with shock. On the back of the griffin stood a dozen figures. The leader was dressed in a yellow robe and had a refined smile on his face. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't this Cheyenne-Pu, whom they had met in the group last time? It's the second young master of the Shaoyan family, Cheyenne-Pu. This time he's here to propose marriage to Miss Yuan, right? It must be. Don't you see that there are so many large boxes on the griffin? Those should be the betrothal gifts prepared by the Shaoyan family. There are more than 20 boxes. With the Shaoyan family's influence, the items inside must be pretty good. I didn't expect the Shaoyan family to propose marriage to our Yuan clan. Although Cheyenne-Pu's talent is not as good as his brother's, he's still quite famous in Yan City. He's 21 years old and has already reached the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. He's much stronger than our Lung Ying. Around the martial arts practice field, many of the juniors of the Yuan clan stared enviously at Cheyenne-Pu and the others on the back of the griffin. In their hearts, they fantasized that if they could have even a tenth of Cheyenne-Poo's elegance, they would not have wasted their lives in this world. Unfortunately, they could only fantasize about it in their hearts. As for whether it could be realized, that was something that they did not know. Cheyenne-Poo was in high spirits as he led more than 10 people carrying more than 20 large boxes to the griffin. They arrived at the martial arts practice field. I didn't expect young Master Xiaoyan to propose marriage in advance. Welcome, welcome. As soon as Cheyenne-Poo came down, Lung Feng and Lang Ying walked out from the crowd. After being called out by Wan Xianfeng, they came to the martial arts practice field and coincidentally met Cheyenne-Poo. So it's Elder Lung and Miss Lang Ying. Originally, this young master had planned to propose marriage 3 days later, but after thinking about it, this matter should not be delayed. I believe that Wan clan head and Elder Lung Feng wouldn't mind, right? Xiaoyan cupped his hands politely at Lung Feng. His attitude wasn't particularly humble. Instead, it made him seem a little arrogant. As the second young master of the Xiaoyan family, Lung Feng could not be mentioned in the same breath as him. After all, Cheyenne-Poo's guards were not inferior to Lung Feng in terms of strength. Therefore, Lung Feng and Lang Ying did not feel that Xiao Yanpu's attitude was inappropriate. Instead, they felt that it was only natural. I wonder if Miss Lingyu is doing well. Xiao Yanpu asked gracefully. Lung Feng and Lang Ying looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Lang Ying said softly, "Everything is fine with Lingyu. However, an uninvited guest came to our Wan residence today. He said that he could completely expel the cold energy from Lingyu's body." What? Completely dispel the chill in Miss Lingyu's body? Who was this person? Did he succeed? Xiaoyan-Pu asked somewhat anxiously. Xiaoyan-Pu's behavior did not arouse Lung Feng and Lung Ying's suspicions. Lung Ying continued, "We don't know yet. That person is still in the room, trying to expel the cold energy from Lingyu's body. Moreover, this person is no stranger to young Master Xiaoyan. He is the Zhuowen who suddenly disappeared from our group." Thinking about the humiliation she suffered in the room, Lang Ying couldn't help but tremble. Her voice also became somewhat cold. You're saying that the person who came to your Wan residence to expel the cold energy from Miss Lingyu's body is the young man that your Wan clan saved last time, Zhuowen? Xiaoyan-Pu's eyes narrowed. His gaze contained a trace of sharpness. The scene of Demon Daozi and Qin Su searching for Zhuowen at the same time was still fresh in Xiaoyan-Pu's mind. Therefore, after Xiaoyan-Pu returned to the Xiaoyan clan, he informed the upper echelons of this matter. The upper echelons of the Xiaoyan clan had also sent many people to the forest to search for Zhuowen. However, in the end, there was no trace of Zhuowen at all. Now, he didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually come to Yen City and coincidentally run into him. "Young Master Zhua, wait for me. My father didn't mean to say that. Don't be angry." A clear voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the martial arts practice field. It completely attracted the attention of everyone in the martial arts practice field. Even Lung Feng, Lang Ying, Xiaoyan-Pu, and the rest turned their gazes over. This was because they all recognized the owner of this voice. Wasn't it Wan Lingyu? At this moment, Wan Lingyu's complexion was much rosier. Her cheeks were rosy, and her cloud-like bun had a few strands of ink-black hair draped over her shoulders. At this moment, Wan Lingyu appeared charming and beautiful. She attracted the attention of many people in the martial arts practice field. Subsequently, the crowd's gazes shifted away from Wan Lingyu and gathered on the cold-looking young man in front of Wan Lingyu. The reason for this was mainly because Wan Lingyu was actually chasing after this young man in front of everyone's eyes. This scene caused the crowd to involuntarily let their imaginations run wild and wild. Perhaps because they realized something, the crowd's gazes shifted away again and landed on Xiaoyan-Pu. One must know that Wan Lingyu was Xiaoyan-Pu's fiancée in name. Today, Xiaoyan Pu came to the Yuan residence in high spirits to propose marriage. However, he didn't expect such a dramatic scene to occur. Xiaoyan Pu's fiancée, Wan Lingyu, actually chased after an unfamiliar young man without any reservation. This Zhuowen is really something. Xiaoyan Pu laughed instead of being angry. However, his gaze became even colder as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Lung Feng and Lung Ying, who were standing beside Xiaoyan Pu, naturally saw the former's expression. The two of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Zhuowen naturally heard Wan Lingyu's shouts behind him. However, he didn't want to stay in the Wan residence for too long. If it wasn't for the promise he made, he wouldn't have stepped into the Wan residence at all. Moreover, he had to be questioned by the people in the Wan residence. Zhuowen didn't want to suffer this kind of depressing feeling anymore. However, when Zhuowen walked into the martial arts practice field, he felt many gazes directed at him. Among them, there were a few that harbored ill intentions. He turned his head and saw Lung Feng and Lung Ying in the middle of the martial arts practice field, surrounded by many of the younger generation of the Wan family. Apart from that, he also noticed a bone-chilling gaze. Needless to say, this gaze was emitted by Xiaoyan Pu. Xiaoyan Pu! Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen didn't stop walking. He and Xiaoyan Pu had minded their own business. If the latter didn't offend him, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't seek trouble for himself. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's thoughts were of his own accord. When he reached the middle of the martial arts practice field, Xiaoyan Pu blocked his path. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. "What do you think? Lingyu is my woman. What are your intentions for approaching and seducing her?" Xiaoyan Pu stared at Zhuowen condescendingly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. This was because Zhuowen's aura was very weak in front of him. He was only at the ultimate emperor stage. As for the white-browed heavenly sovereign behind Zhuowen, Xiaoyan Pu subconsciously ignored him. This was because the white-browed heavenly sovereign was even more ruthless. He had actually completely concealed his aura. Now, he looked no different from an ordinary person. "From which dog's mouth did you hear that I was seducing Miss Lingyu?" Zhuowen was still as calm as water as he stared indifferently at Xiaoyan Pu. When these words came out, Lung Ying and Lung Feng's expressions darkened. The corners of their mouths twitched. They were the ones who had told Xiaoyan Pu about this. Now, Zhuowen's words were actually cursing them for having a dog's mouth. "Zhuowen, you lecher, are you still trying to quibble? Originally, our master of the Wan clan believed that you could expel the cold from Lingyu's body. But what did you do? You actually drugged Lingyu and tried to ruin her chastity." Lung Ying suddenly pointed at Zhuowen and scolded him. Whoosh! Lung Ying's words caused an uproar. Everyone stared at Zhuowen and pointed at him. Their faces were filled with disdain. They didn't expect this seemingly harmless young man to do such a beastly thing. "Lung Ying, don't speak nonsense." Lung Feng hurriedly pulled Lung Ying back and glared at the latter. How could she speak nonsense like that? After all, Xiaoyan Pu was still here. Lung Ying also realized that she had said something wrong. She immediately fell silent and didn't dare to look at Xiaoyan Pu's darkened face. "Lingyu, is what Miss Lung Ying said true?" Xiaoyan Pu asked in a low voice. He was the second young master of the Xiaoyan family, now that he had mustered a large force to propose marriage. What he was waiting for was that his fiancée's purity had been sullied. If this news were to spread out at this time, where would he put his face? Where would the Xiaoyan family behind him put their face? Wan Lingyu's pretty face turned pale. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lung Ying in shock. She didn't expect Lung Ying to say something like that. Wasn't she trying to ruin her chastity? Nonsense. I was just trying to expel the cold from Miss Lingyu's body. Now that the cold in Miss Lingyu's body has been completely expelled, Don't speak nonsense because of some shameless B*H, Zhuowen said coldly. Huh. The cold in Lingyu's body has been expelled? Zhuowen, are you messing with us? Even the master of the Yuan clan can't do anything about the cold. How can a second wheel ultimate emperor realm piece of trash like you cure her? Lung Feng said in disbelief. The cold in Lingyu's body has indeed been expelled. Moreover, little brother Zhuo's character is upright. He didn't do anything improper. I was in the room at the time. A dignified voice sounded. No one knew when Yuan Xianfeng had arrived at the training grounds. Yuan Xianfeng walked up to Xiaoyan Pu and cupped his hands. Young Master Xiaoyan, don't listen to the rumors. That Zhuowen didn't do anything improper. Xiaoyan Pu's expression softened when he heard this. He pointed at Zhuowen and said, If that's the case, I won't pursue this matter. However, this boy spoke rudely to me just now. I want to teach him a lesson. I don't think the master of the Yuan clan will stop me, right? Chapter 9:15. Unlucky Xiaoyan Pu. As soon as Yuan Xianfeng said that, Zhuowen's gaze immediately darkened. Yuan Xianfeng wasn't speaking up for Zhuowen. He was just trying to clarify Yuan Lingyu's innocence and appease Xiaoyan Pu. Now, this sentence was even more biased toward Xiaoyan Pu. In Yuan Xuanfeng's opinion, even if he, Zhuowen, could successfully expel the cold energy from Yuan Lingyu's body, he would still be nothing compared to Xiaoyan Pu's finger. After all, in Yuan Xuanfeng's heart, Zhuowen was weak, while Xiaoyan Pu was a young master of an aristocratic family. The difference in status between the two was too big. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would take the opportunity to curry favor with Xiaoyan Pu. Father, how can you do this? Young master, Zhuo successfully expelled the cold energy from my body. He is the benefactor of the Yuan clan. How can you do this? Yuan Lingyu was indignant. Just as she was about to walk toward Zhuowen, she was pulled back by Yuan Xianfeng. His powerful origin energy confined her in place, making it impossible for her to move. Lingyu, Zhuowen fulfilled his promise to help you expel the cold energy. Now that he has succeeded, he has nothing to do with the Yuan clan. Therefore, there is no need for the Yuan clan to help Zhuowen. Also, young Master Xiaoyan personally came to propose marriage. You should prepare well. I will send you to the Xiaoyan clan to marry young Master Xiaoyan, Yuan Xianfeng said indifferently. At this moment, Lung Feng and Lung Ying also came to Yuan Xuanfeng's side. The two of them said, Master is right. How can Zhuowen be compared to young Master Xiaoyan? Young miss, please don't go astray and listen to the words of an unruly person. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan Pu's expression had turned ugly. This time he had brought a lot of people to propose marriage, and Yuan Lingyu was his fiancée in name. But now his fiancée was protecting a stranger. How could Xiaoyan Pu's expression be any better? You're really shameless. I don't know what drug you gave Lingyu to make her help you like this. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel in front of me and bark 3 times. Then cripple your cultivation and I'll let you leave the Yuan clan. I won't take your life. Xiaoyan Pu stared at Zhuo when from high above. His eyes were filled with indifference. Clearly, he didn't care much about Zhuowen. After all, what could a mere second-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator do? Zhuowen's gaze became increasingly gloomy. He glanced indifferently at the faces of Yuan Xianfeng and the others, and his gaze was filled with killing intent. His sights was intolerable. Worse was. Sues? Not to, SSS, S2, S2, to hims. Tuzes. Scram. After Zhuowen spat out this word, he suddenly threw a punch at Xiaoyan Pu in front of him. This Xiaoyan Pu was like a housefly, buzzing around his ear, causing Zhuowen's mind to be in a mess. Looks like you're courting death. Seeing Zhuowen's fist coming at him, Xiaoyan Pu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His right hand formed a claw, and a terrifying yuan power gushed out. He fearlessly met Zhuowen's fist with his claw. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Immediately, Xianpu felt a sharp pain in his right claw. Then he was shocked to find that his right claw had been twisted by Zhuowen's punch. The bones in his arm had broken and pierced out of his shoulder. Drip! Fresh blood splattered down. Xianpu's miserable howl filled the air. Then a figure flew out and landed heavily on the ground dozens of meters away. Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone's gazes gathered in that direction, only to see a figure hugging his right arm in a sorry state. He was howling and struggling as bright blood dripped from his right arm, forming a small stream on the ground. When everyone's gaze shifted to the miserable figure's face, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The one who had been sent flying with a single move and had his right arm crippled was none other than Xianpu. Xianpu was a powerful four-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but the young man in front of him had a weak aura. He looked like he was only a two-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, the result of their exchange was that Xianpu's right arm was crippled and he fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The other person was unscathed. A piece of trash like you dares to be so arrogant in front of me? You even threaten to make me kneel down and bark and cripple my own cultivation? Zhuowen smiled coldly. He took a step forward and was about to charge at Xianpu again. How dare you, thief! How dare you! A loud shout rang out. Immediately, the dozen cultivators behind Xianpu flew out. Zhuowen's attack had been too fast. Before they could react, Xianpu's right arm had been crippled, and he was in such a sorry state. Now that they had all come back to their senses, they were all shocked and furious. They looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of cold, killing intent. The dozen cultivators that Xianpu had brought with him this time were not weak. The strongest among them was around the seven-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm, and the weakest was at the four-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm. The combined power of these dozen cultivators was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen hid his cultivation from the beginning. Wan, Xianfeng, Lungfeng, and the others also saw the scene just now. Their faces revealed thoughtful expressions. It was obvious that Zhuowen's sudden outburst and defeat Xianpu with a single punch was somewhat out of their expectations. Humph! Zhuowen is dead for sure. He crippled Xianpu's right arm. He's destined to be hunted down by the Xianpu aristocratic family. Lang Ying came back to her senses, and a cold smile appeared on her pretty face. Wan Xianfeng and Lung Feng nodded. They had all experienced how terrifying the Xianpu aristocratic family was. After all, such an aristocratic family had a powerful, golden, venerable realm ancestor in charge. Such an existence was supreme and unapproachable in their eyes. It was precisely because of the strength of the Xianpu aristocratic family that Wan Xianfeng was biased toward Xianpu. As for Zhuowen's strength that surpassed Xianpu's, Wan Xianfeng was quite moved. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had no backing. How could he be compared to the Xianpu aristocratic family? Therefore, even though Wan Xianfeng knew that Xianpu had gone overboard, he still had no intention of helping Zhuowen. Father, how can you repay kindness with ingratitude? Xianpu kindly came to the Wan clan to help you. Why don't you help him? Wan Lingyu's pretty face was filled with shock and anger, especially after seeing that Zhuowen was surrounded by the Xianpu aristocratic family's warriors. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Unfortunately, she was now confined to the spot by Wan Xianfeng and could not move at all. Otherwise, she would have risked her life to help Zhuowen. Fool! Don't be silly. Zhuowen crippled Xianpu's right arm, so he has already formed a grudge with the Xianpu aristocratic family. If we help Zhuowen deal with the Xianpu aristocratic family, then our Wan clan will be doomed eternally. Wan Xianfeng shook his head. Father, Xianpu's identity is mysterious and his strength is very strong. In addition, he can expel the cold air from my body. Do you think Cheyenne-Poo's background is weaker than the Cheyenne-Poo aristocratic family? Perhaps the power behind Cheyenne-Poo aristocratic family is not weaker than the Cheyenne-Poo aristocratic family. If we help Cheyenne-Poo aristocratic family, we will be able to gain the favor of the power behind him. Moreover, the Cheyenne-Poo aristocratic family proposed marriage to our Wan clan for no reason. There is something fishy in itself. Don't be blinded by benefits, okay? Wan Lingyu scolded somewhat angrily. Wan Xuanfeng's actions disappointed her. Wan Xuanfeng's gaze froze. What Wan Lingyu said was not without reason. Zhuowen did not look like a rogue cultivator. After all, the strength he displayed was indeed not inferior to the average aristocratic family's disciples. In fact, he was even more outstanding. Generally speaking, a young martial artist with such talent and strength would be backed by a powerful force. Master, don't listen to such words. We were the ones who saved Zhuowen. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was being hunted down. Even if he is a disciple of a big family, looking at his sorry state, I'm afraid that even if he has a powerful force behind him, he has already been eliminated. Lung Feng suddenly said. Wan Xianfeng nodded and said in a deep voice, Elder Lung's words are not without reason. Zhuowen has always been a lone wolf. He doesn't look like a warrior with a powerful force behind him. Moreover, even if he does, I'm afraid that it might not be comparable to the Cheyenne-Poo aristocratic family. So, let's just wait and see what happens next. Having said that, Wan Xianfeng stopped talking. His gaze was fixed on Zhuo Wen, who was in front of him, as well as the dozen or so extremely powerful warriors surrounding Zhuowen. Wan Xianfeng was indeed an old fox. He knew that if he chose the wrong side, it would be a devastating blow to the Wan clan. Therefore, he could only wait and see. In the end, no one could blame the Wan clan. At this moment, Zhuowen stared indifferently at the dozen or so warriors around him. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a blood spear from his spirit ring and said indifferently, The one who offended me is Cheyenne-Poo, not you. If you don't want to die, scram. What an arrogant tone. Do you really think that you're invincible after defeating Xiaoyan? Later, we'll let you have a taste of what it's like to live a life worse than death. The strongest man in the lead licked his lips and said coldly, If that's the case, then all of you can die. After saying that, Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body turned into a bloody shadow, and his speed soared to the extreme. It was as if hundreds of Zhuowen's bloody shadows had appeared in the surrounding space in an instant, dazzling everyone who saw it. Deliberately mystifying, Let's go together and take this person down, the leader shouted coldly. Although the blood shadow that suddenly appeared was extremely fast, he was not afraid. After all, they had more people on their side. He did not believe that Zhuowen could escape from his grasp. Chapter 9:16. Qing Luo's guardian dead? The leader's heart sank when he saw the dozen or so people behind him being killed in an instant. His face was pale, and he couldn't hide the shock in his heart at all. He did not even see how the dozen or so people behind him had died. How could he not be shocked? After all, he was an ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm ancient martial art practitioner. Even he did not see how Zhuowen had killed his subordinates behind him. It's your turn now. A cold voice rang out. A blood spear pierced out as if it was illusory and swept towards the man's back. Clang! The man broke out in a cold sweat. However, he was quite experienced in battle. He reached out with his right hand, and a green spear appeared in it. He threw it behind him. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew. Then, the man felt a huge force coming from the spear in his hands. He groaned and retreated. Thud! 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 After retreating a dozen steps, the man stared at the youth holding the blood spear in front of him. His heart was like waves in the water. An uproar broke out among the crowd in the martial arts practice field. There were even quite a few younger generation members whose faces were flushed red with excitement. Zhuowen was also young, but the strength he had displayed was so terrifying. How could they not want to be like Zhuowen, who could make others tremble in fear with a wave of his hand? How is this Zhuowen so strong? Ruan Xianfeng and Lung Feng finally revealed shocked expressions. They were already shocked that Zhuowen had defeated Xiaoyan Pu with a single move. However, the dozen or so subordinates of the Xiaoyan family had attacked. The weakest among them was an ultimate four-wheel emperor. However, such a lineup had been killed in the blink of an eye. Only one person was left. Moreover, this remaining person was an ultimate seven-wheel emperor expert. However, he was in a sorry state when facing Zhuowen. He was panicking and helpless. It was obvious that Zhuowen's hidden strength was above that of an ultimate seven-wheel emperor. Lung Ying was even more stunned. Her beautiful eyes stared at the dozen or so subordinates of the Xiaoyan family who had died. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What's going on? When did this trash Zhuowen become so strong? Even ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm ancient martial art practitioners are no match for him? Lung Ying muttered softly. She was still in disbelief. The reason why Lord Zhuo was so weak back then was because he was severely injured. Now that his injuries have healed, his strength has naturally recovered as well. Ruan Lingyu shook her head and explained when she saw the look of disbelief on Lung Ying's face. So what if he was strong? At most, he's at the pinnacle of the seven-wheel emperor realm. He's no match for Xiaoyan Qinglin of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. Moreover, he killed a member of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family, so he'll definitely be hunted down by the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. He'll definitely die. Lung Ying snorted coldly. Perhaps it was because Lung Ying realized that the trash from back then had become so strong that she felt a tinge of jealousy in her heart. Coupled with the fact that Zhuowen had slapped her a few times just now, Lung Ying hated Zhuowen to the bone. She couldn't wait for him to die. Looking at Lung Ying's expression, Ruan Lingyu could more or less guess what she was thinking. However, she didn't say anything. She only shook her head and stared worriedly at Zhuowen, who was holding the blood spear. Although the strength Zhuowen had displayed was terrifying, and he could even fight against an ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm expert, the Xiaoyan aristocratic family wasn't so simple. Today, Zhuowen had killed a member of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family, so the Xiaoyan aristocratic family definitely wouldn't let him off. Die! Zhuowen stomped his foot, and his entire body turned into a blood shadow as he rushed toward the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator. With a swing of his blood spear, a boundless sea of blood swept out from the void and ruthlessly crushed toward the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator. Damn it! Break for me! The Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator's eyes were gloomy. He flicked the long spear in his hand upward, and waves of green energy swept out from the long spear like a long river. They poured out in torrents and swept toward the sea of blood in the sky. Bang! The green river collided with the sea of blood, causing a terrifying explosion. The green and blood-colored water droplets mixed together, and a strange rain of green and blood-colored water droplets fell from the sky. Pitter-patter. Die! A heavenly might-like voice was transmitted from deep within the sea of blood. Immediately, a partially visible figure suddenly rushed over and arrived in front of the long green river in an instant, after which a blood spear slowly rushed over as though it had penetrated through space. Finally, it stopped in front of the long green river. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. Soon after, the green river completely collapsed at that moment, shattering into countless streaks of green light. Swish! The sea of blood swept out, forming a revolving, blood-red vortex. Zhuowen stood at the center of the vortex. His eyes were cold as he immediately shot toward the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator. Piss off! Seeing the terrifying blood-red vortex, a sliver of fear finally appeared in the eyes of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator. However, he also knew that if he fled, he would definitely be killed by Zhuowen. Only by taking the initiative to meet the attack would he have a chance of survival. The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator fiercely stabbed the green spear into the ground. His hands formed a seal, and green light surged out from his body like a monstrous wave. With him as the center, an endless sea of green light spread out. Green net protection. With a low roar, the Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator slammed his hands on the ground. The surrounding green sea actually started to violently revolve around the green spear, forming a terrifying defense. It's useless. Your defense won't be able to stop me. Zhou Wen's voice rumbled like thunder. The blood-red vortex arrived in an instant, pressing against the edge of the green sea of whirlpool. Subsequently, Zhou Wen spat out yuan power from his right palm. Golden light flickered, and a hole was blasted open at the edge of the green sea. Then Zhou Wen drilled into it like a hot knife through butter. Swoosh! Zhou Wen was extremely fast and arrived at the center of the green sea in an instant. The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator had clearly not expected that Zhou Wen would be able to pass through the green sea so easily and arrive at the center of the green sea. By the time the Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator had reacted, a blood shadow had pierced through his chest at lightning speed. Soon after, he realized that his chest had been pierced by a blood spear at some unknown time. On the other side of the blood spear's handle, a young man with a sinister gaze was indifferently looking down at him. You, who exactly are you? The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Zhou Wen and asked a question in his heart. The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator was an ultimate seven-wheel emperor expert, but the young man before him had killed him like a dog. How could he not know that the latter was much stronger than him? Moreover, this person was so young, and was definitely not a nobody in Yen City. This was because the geniuses of the younger generation who had the strength to kill an ultimate seven-will emperor expert were basically all ranked on the Flame God list. However, the young man before him did not lose out to any of the geniuses on the Flame God list. I am not from Yen City. Zhou Wen indifferently replied. As expected. However, you have offended our Shaoyan aristocratic family. You will not be able to escape from the clutches of the Shaoyan aristocratic family in Yen City. Your fate will also be death, haha. The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator knew that he was going to die, so he simply laughed out loud. Then you can rest in peace. Zhou Wen indifferently said. He exerted force with his right hand, and the blood spear suddenly began to spin. Waves of terrifying blood energy spread out, and the Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator was instantly blown into a bloody mist. What exactly happened inside? Who won and who lost? At this moment, everyone in the martial arts practice ground stared unblinkingly at the blood sea vortex and the green ocean. When the two energy spheres had collided, they had been in a deadlock. No one had been able to see what had happened inside. This is the ultimate seven-wheel emperor's desperate move. Even if Zhou Wen does not die, he will be seriously injured. Wan Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. He could naturally see that the ultimate seven-wheel emperor had used all of his strength to execute this terrifying move. Zhou Wen's performance was indeed monstrous. However, the green ocean was the ultimate move of that warrior. No matter how strong Zhou Wen was, it was impossible for him not to be affected. Lung Feng and Lung Ying nodded. They were also looking forward to seeing how miserable Zhou Wen would be. If they had the chance, they would not let go of any opportunity to let Zhou Wen leave this place alive. At this moment, Xiaoyan Pu, who was not far away, had already arrived beside Ruan Xianfeng and Lung Feng with the help of the Ruan aristocratic family disciples. His face was extremely gloomy. He could clearly feel that all the bones in his right hand had been shattered. Zhou Wen had not shown any mercy and had not given him any leeway. He knew that his right arm was really going to be crippled from now on. Zhou Wen, you damn bastard. You better die. Otherwise, I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to live a life worse than death. Xiaoyan, Pu muttered coldly. Boom! At this moment, the green ocean and the blood sea whirlpool finally collapsed completely and turned into countless light spots that filled the entire space. The result is about to be out. Many pairs of eyes gathered together. All of them knew that the blood sea swirl and the green ocean had collapsed. It was likely that the battle within had also ended. However, it was still unknown who had emerged victorious. Dang, dang, dang. A clear sound of footsteps was heard. A tall and straight figure slowly walked out from the green and blood light spots. His right hand was holding a blood spear that was about 10 feet long. The blood spear was propped up on the ground. As he walked, the friction between the spear and the ground created sparks. The ear-piercing sound stimulated everyone's eardrums. It's Zhuowen. That Zhuowen has won. Moreover, he seems to be unharmed. Looking at the figure that was slowly walking out, the crowd burst into an uproar. Xiaoyan, Pu stared at the figure that was walking out. He gritted his teeth, and the hatred in his eyes was extremely deep. If looks could kill, Xiaoyan Pu's gaze would have killed Zhuowen several times over. Unharmed? This Zhuowen is actually unharmed after the desperate attack of a 7-wheel ultimate emperor? Wan Xianfeng, Lung Feng, and Lung Ying were all stunned. This was because not only was Zhuowen unharmed, but his body was also clean and tidy. However, the 7-wheel ultimate emperor had completely disappeared. Chapter 9:17. Xiaoyan Pu's deathwa-when raised his head slightly as he walked out from the countless specks of light. His gaze swept past the crowd in the martial arts practice field and landed on Xiaoyan Pu, who was standing beside Lung Feng. A substantial killing intent burst forth and descended upon Xiaoyan Pu. Xiaoyan Pu felt a chill in his heart when he felt the chilling killing intent. He involuntarily took a step back and stared at Zhuowen. He said coldly, Zhuowen, you're getting bolder and bolder. You actually dared to kill someone from the Xiaoyan family. Now, you better know what's good for you and take the initiative to apologize to the Xiaoyan family. Perhaps the Xiaoyan family will spare your worthless life. Dang, dang, dang. Zhuowen's gaze was cold and emotionless. He walked step by step toward Xiaoyan Pu without saying a word. Xiaoyan Pu felt a chill in his heart when he saw Zhuowen's actions. He took a step back and hid behind Lung Feng. He stared at Zhuowen with fear. Zhuowen, you're too bold. Killing someone from the Xiaoyan family is already an unforgivable crime. Now, you want to commit a heinous crime against the Xiaoyan family? Lung Feng consciously stood in front of Xiaoyan Pu and stared coldly at Zhuowen, who was slowly walking toward him. However, Zhuowen still did not say a word. He was expressionless as he slowly walked forward. His killing intent surged like a monstrous wave. Lung Feng, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan Pu, stiffened and revealed a furious expression. I think you're courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lung Feng snorted. He took a step forward and dashed toward Zhuowen. He wanted to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Lung Feng, who was rushing towards him. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body transformed into an illusory blood shadow and instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! Lung Feng's attack had already reached the ground where Zhuowen was standing. The violent attack poured out and caused the ground to crack, forming a huge crater. This little bastard is really slippery. Lung Feng's eyes darkened. He seemed to have realized something. He quickly turned to Xiaoyan Pu and shouted, Not good! Indeed, a blood shadow had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan Pu. Zhuowen's right palm spat out elemental energy, mercilessly striking Xiaoyan Pu's body. Xiaoyan Pu's face was full of panic. After his right hand was crippled by Zhuowen, he feared Zhuowen like a tiger. He didn't dare to face Zhuowen directly. At this moment, seeing Zhuowen's attack descending, Xiaoyan Pu could only helplessly block it with his left hand. He spat out his origin energy in an attempt to block Zhuowen's attack. Kacha! Another crisp, bone-cracking sound rang out clearly in Xiaoyan Pu's ears. Immediately, Extreme pain spread throughout his body. Ah! Cheyenne Poo spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He landed heavily on the ground. His hands were twisted in an irregular manner, and he couldn't move them at all. It was obvious that Cheyenne Poo's hands were completely crippled. Miserable shrieks unceasingly resounded across the training grounds, causing the hearts of the other people in the training grounds to turn cold. When their gazes gathered on Zhuowen's body, they were all filled with fear. The young man in front of them was too ruthless. Cheyenne Poo was the second son of the Cheyenne family. Now, this person completely disregarded the power of the Cheyenne family and crippled Cheyenne Poo's arms. This was even more painful than killing Cheyenne Poo. Whoosh! Zhuowen arrived in front of Cheyenne Poo in an instant. His right foot stomped heavily on Cheyenne Poo's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and almost pass out. Previously, you said that if I kneel down, bark 3 times, and cripple my own cultivation, you would spare my life. Now, do you still have the right to say that? Zhuowen stepped on Cheyenne Poo's body and looked down at him. The coldness in his eyes was extremely dense, like the ice in the deep sea. Don't kill me. I'm the second son of the Cheyenne family. If you kill me, the Cheyenne family will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. You'd better not kill me. Cheyenne Poo panicked and spoke without thinking. Boom! Zhuowen stomped his foot again. Cheyenne Poo spat out a mouthful of blood and his chest caved in irregularly. You still want to use the Cheyenne family to threaten me? Now that your life is in my hands. Do you think you have the right to threaten me? Zhuowen said indifferently. Cheyenne Poo's aura became extremely weak. He stared at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, Then, what do you want in order to let me go? Enough. Zhuowen, don't go too far. This is my Yuan family's territory. Don't you think that you're looking down on me, the patriarch of the Yuan family, by being so arrogant here? Yuan Xianfeng finally opened his mouth and stared at Zhuowen. A trace of coldness filled the air and the aura in his body surged out. Oh, Yuan family head's meaning is that all this is because of me? Then I'd like to ask Patriarch Yuan, who is the one who was so aggressive in the beginning, blocking my path and not letting me leave? Why didn't Patriarch Yuan stop them at that time? And after the people of the Cheyenne family tried to kill me, why didn't Patriarch Yuan stop them at that time? Now that the people of the Cheyenne family were killed by me and Cheyenne Poo was trampled under my feet, you suddenly open your mouth and ask me not to go too far? Don't you think your way of doing things is ridiculous? Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen calmly stared at Yuan Xianfeng with a cold smile. This Yuan Xianfeng was really a snob. In order to climb up the branch of the Cheyenne family, not only did he sacrifice his own daughter, he even inverted the truth. The more Zhuowen looked at this kind of face, the more disgusted he felt. Yuan Xuanfeng's face stiffened and his gaze was gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, Lung Ying suddenly interrupted. Who do you think you are? Can you be compared to the Shaoyan young master? You'd better let go of the Shaoyan young master now. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. Noisy! Zhuowen glanced at Lung Ying indifferently and released origin energy from his right palm. Instantly, a suction force surged out. Lung Ying was caught off guard and was pulled forward by the suction force. Without any resistance, she was caught in Zhuowen's palm. Slap! With a slap, a 5-fingered handprint appeared on Lung Ying's swollen cheek. Even a bloody tooth flew out. Zhuowen didn't hold back at all in this slap. Zhuowen, you bastard, you dare to hit me again? Lung Ying was almost mad with anger. At the beginning, Zhuowen had slapped her twice in the hall. At that time, there weren't many people in the hall, so Lung Ying didn't feel too humiliated. She only felt very angry. But now, all the disciples of the Yuan clan were gathered in the martial arts arena. In front of everyone's eyes, she was held in the hands of Zhuowen like a little chick. She was even slapped by Zhuowen in front of countless people. I said, you're too noisy, Zhuowen said indifferently. With a backhand slap, a loud slap, sounded again. Both sides of Lung Ying's face swelled up, revealing a bright red handprint. Lang Ying was completely silent. She covered both sides of her face and didn't dare to say another word. Zhuowen was completely unrestrained. "Zhuowen, you bastard, let go of Lung Ying," shouted a loud voice. Lung Feng was like a great rock spreading its wings as he flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned. He threw Lung Ying towards Lung Feng with his right hand. Lung Feng's eyes narrowed. He stomped his foot in the air and stopped his forward momentum. Then he raised his right hand and caught Lung Ying, who was flying towards him. "Zhuowen, don't go overboard. As long as you let go of Prince Shaoyan now, we'll immediately let you leave the Yuan clan." Yuan Xianfeng slowly walked towards Zhuowen, a terrifying aura gushing out. "Yuan Xianfeng, I, Zhuowen, have never seen such a shameless person in my life. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? You just don't want to offend the Shaoyan clan. Moreover, you think that I, Zhuowen, am weak. Am I right?" Zhuowen's indifferent words caused Yuan Xianfeng to stop in his tracks. His eyes narrowed as he said, "What are you trying to say?" "What I want to say is that I'm not afraid of the Shaoyan clan. You better not provoke me, Zhuowen. Otherwise, your end will be even more miserable than Shaoyan Pu's." At this point, Zhuowen pinched the blood spear in his right hand. Like a blood-red lightning, it streaked across Shaoyan Pu's neck. "Woo-woo!" Shaoyan Pu clutched his neck. His mouth was filled with blood as he let out a vague whimper. His eyes were fixed on Zhuowen. Even until his death, he did not expect that Zhuowen would actually kill him. He died unwillingly. For a moment, the entire martial arts practice field fell into a strange silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shaoyan Pu, whose neck had been pierced by the sword. Shaoyan Pu whimpered for a while before he completely lost his breath. His eyes were wide open as he died with grievances. Dead. Shaoyan Pu actually died in front of them, just like that. "You actually dared to kill Shaoyan Pu?" Yuan Xianfeng coldly snorted as he stared at Zhuowen. A terrifying murderous aura burst out, and Yuan Xuanfeng's heart had already sunk to the bottom. Shaoyan Pu came to the Yuan clan today to propose marriage. It should have been a happy occasion, but now it had become a funeral. Yuan Xianfeng knew that the Yuan clan could not escape from the responsibility of Shaoyan Pu's death. If the Shaoyan clan were to blame them, the Yuan clan would really be finished. Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, "Why is the Yuan clan head so agitated? What I want to ask is Shaoyan Pu a disciple of the Yuan clan?" "No." Yuan Xuanfeng's expression was ugly as he replied, "If not, then why is the Yuan clan head so agitated? Now that Shaoyan Pu is dead, this matter is over. I won't stay here any longer." With a faint smile, Zhuowen took a step forward. Under everyone's gaze, he was about to leave the Yuan clan. However, Zhuowen had only taken a few steps when he was blocked by a figure. Raising his head slightly, the person blocking Zhuowen was Lung Feng. At this moment, Lung Feng was looking down at Zhuowen and coldly said, "You want to leave after killing someone? Do you think that the Yuan clan is a place where you can come and go as you please? Then what do you want?" Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and sneered. Chapter 918. Shed all pretense of cordiality. If you can agree to this condition, we can let you leave the Yuan family. Yuan Xianfeng slowly walked until he was 10 meters behind Zhuowen. He spoke casually as if what he said was insignificant. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. Yuan Xianfeng was really arrogant. He actually proposed such a condition. He actually wanted Zhuowen to bind his own arms and go to the Shaoyan aristocratic family personally to show that killing Shaoyan Pu had nothing to do with the Yuan family. What does my killing of Shaoyan Pu have to do with the Yuan family? And what right do you have to make me bind my own arms and go to the Shaoyan aristocratic family? You, who do you think you are? Zhuowen slowly turned his head and said in a cold voice, Since Yuan Xianfeng had shed all pretense of cordiality with him, Zhuowen had nothing to fear. Previously, he didn't want to deal with the Yuan family because Yuan Lingyu was the daughter of the Yuan family. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't kill anyone from the Yuan family. Even for Leng Ying, Zhuowen had only given her 2 slaps. But now, Yuan Xianfeng had shed all pretense of cordiality and planned to deal with Zhuowen. He even planned to take Zhuowen's life. So, why should Zhuowen have any scruples? As he spoke, Zhuowen turned his head and looked at Yuan Lingyu, who was imprisoned by Yuan Xianfeng. He smiled faintly and said, "Miss Lingyu, thank you for saving my life back then. I've already repaid your kindness just now, so I've already cut off all ties with the Yuan family. And now, your father and Leng Feng from the Yuan family are being aggressive. So, I can only offend you." Yuan Lingyu could only stand there motionlessly. When she heard Zhuowen's words, her beautiful eyes were filled with regret. She didn't expect that Zhuowen would fall out with the Yuan family in the end. However, Yuan Lingyu also knew that Yuan Xianfeng and Leng Feng had indeed gone overboard. It was normal for Zhuowen to fall out with them. What did you just say about me?" Leng Feng's eyes narrowed as veins popped out on his forehead. This damned brat actually dared to call him an old dog in front of everyone. How hateful! "You kept barking in my ear. Am I wrong to call you an old dog?" Zhuowen retorted. Good. Looks like you don't know how to write the word death." "Let me teach you." Leng Feng roared angrily. The powerful aura of an 8-wheel emperor surged out. His right palm was covered in flames. He clenched his right hand, and the flames shot upward. They turned into a blazing sun that floated quietly above his head. Sun manipulation techniques. Red, sun, blazing sun. As he spoke, Leng Feng stomped his foot. Terrifying flames gushed out from the blazing sun above his head, forming a powerful fire python. Sizzle! The fire python flicked its tongue and roared angrily. It pounced toward Zhuowen. In an instant, the surrounding temperature soared to a terrifying level. The murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes seemed to materialize. Since Leng Feng really wanted to die, Zhuowen would no longer hold back. Sizzle! At the thought of this, Zhuowen stabbed the blood spear into the ground. He stood quietly on the spot and stared at the fire python that was pouncing toward him. What's wrong with Zhuowen? Why did he put down his weapon? Could it be that he knows that he's no match for Elder Leng, so he decided to give up? Zhuowen's strange behavior caused many people in the surroundings to reveal puzzled expressions. Could it be that Zhuowen had really given up on resisting? Looks like this little bastard has given up because he doesn't have any hope of defeating my father. However, it's a pity that letting this little bastard die like this is letting him off too easily. Leng Ying covered her face. Naturally, she also noticed the scene not far away. Her eyes revealed a pleased expression. Zhuowen had humiliated her, so she naturally hated Zhuowen to the core. She wanted nothing more than for Zhuowen to die a horrible death. However, when the fire python was a few meters away from Zhuowen, an invisible force swept out from between Zhuowen's brows. It seemed to form an invisible barrier in front of him. Boom! In front of this invisible barrier, the fire python's body stiffened. It was knocked dizzy and continuously shook its triangular head. This is mental energy? Yuan Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately recognized the source of the invisible force in front of Zhuowen. Mental energy? This little bastard is actually an arcana master? Yuan Xuanfeng's voice was not soft. Everyone in the martial arts practice field could hear him. Leng Feng frowned slightly. His gaze became even colder as he said in a low voice, "So what if you have mental energy? You're only around 20 years old. You're already considered a genius if your mental energy can reach grade 3. It's impossible for you to be that strong. Die." As he spoke, Leng Feng waved his right hand. The blazing sun that was suspended above his head was thrown out. The huge blazing sun was like a real scorching sun that fell from the sky. The terrifying heat spread out, turning the entire martial arts practice field into a furnace. Many warriors could not stand the heat and retreated, distancing themselves from the center of the blazing sun. What a terrifying attack! The sun manipulation arts, red sun blazing sun, is Elder Lung's strongest attack. Zhuowen is dead meat. Many of the Yuan family disciples in the martial arts practice field had lingering fear in their eyes. Lung Feng's sun manipulation art was well known in the Yuan family. It was extremely powerful. Do you really think that my mental energy is that weak? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. The mental energy in his Naiwen palace gushed out and formed a mental energy storm around him. Being in the middle of the mental energy storm, Zhuowen's long hair and robe fluttered. He looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. What? Mental energy storm? This is a secret spirit skill that only grade 5 Arcana Masters can use. How did this kid learn it? Wan Xuanfeng's eyes widened as he could not help but exclaim, "How could it be?" The young man in front of him was only around 20 years old. Could it be that his mental energy had already reached grade 5? Was this a joke? Boom! The huge blazing sun arrived in an instant and heavily slammed into the spiritual storm. Muffled, thunderous explosions resounded throughout the entire space. Countless explosions sounded like countless thunderbolts falling from the 9 heavens, continuously ringing out. "Break for me!" Zhuowen slowly floated above the mental energy storm. With a swing of his right hand, the mental energy storm turned into rays of cold light and blasted towards the blazing sun. It was like a meat grinder that devoured the huge blazing sun. Following which, the crowd was shocked to see that the huge blazing sun was actually smashed into pieces and turned into countless specks of light. It broke just like that. Before the crowd could react, the blazing sun had been destroyed. Since when did Lung Feng's yang manipulation art become so weak? After the initial shock, the crowd regained their senses. They knew that it was not that Lung Feng's yang manipulation art was weak, but that the mental energy storm that surrounded Zhuowen was too terrifying. Pucci! The moment the blazing sun was broken, Lung Feng suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. However, his heart was already filled with shock. His strongest move was actually broken just like that. It didn't even last for a quarter of an hour. Whoosh! The moment Lung Feng was sent flying, Zhuowen stepped on the mouth of the storm and shot towards Lung Feng at an extreme speed. "Zhuowen, how dare you!" Wan Xianfeng also noticed Zhuowen's actions. He roared in anger and surged his yuan energy towards Zhuowen. He knew that with the grudge between Zhuowen and Lung Feng would probably die if Zhuowen really attacked him. Lung Feng was the second strongest expert in the Yuan family and an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. He was the mainstay of the Yuan family. If Lung Feng died, the Yuan family would suffer a great loss. "You want to stop me? I'm afraid you can't do it." Zhuowen coldly snorted. With a thought, the countless mental energy storm behind him blocked in front of Wan Xianfeng, causing the latter's body to freeze as if he had fallen into a swamp. In an instant, Zhuowen had shaken off Wan Xianfeng. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen was above Lung Feng. He swung the blood spear in his right hand and slammed it heavily on Lung Feng's chest. Lung Feng felt the blood in his body boil as he spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. When he reached the crater, Zhuowen's blood spear flashed coldly. With a poochie sound, 2 arms flew into the air, bringing with them bright red pillars of blood. "Ah, Zhuowen! How dare you break my arms, you son of a bitch!" Within the deep pit, Lung Feng let out a miserable howl and began to curse Zhuowen without restraint. However, before he could finish, a foot stomped on his face, causing his face to sink into the ground. All he could do was let out a whimper. Lung Feng, ever since I, Zhuowin, entered your Wan clan, you've been acting all high and mighty. Furthermore, you even impolitely used your consciousness to examine my entire body. You think that you're my senior, that you're stronger than me, that you're high and mighty. So you think that I, Zhuowin, can be humiliated as you please. However, I want to ask you a question now. You're being stepped on by me, and your arms have been broken by me. Your arrogance before is a joke. You're nothing in front of me. Zhuowin said coldly. With a kick, Lung Feng was lifted into the air. Then, Zhuowin kicked Lung Feng's chest with his right foot. Puchi! Lung Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and flew into the air. Then, Zhuowin threw the blood spear in his right hand. The blood spear streaked across the air and accurately pierced through the left side of Lung Feng's heart. Under the piercing force of the blood spear, Lung Feng's entire body was lifted up and shot backwards. Finally, he was nailed to a red wooden pillar. At this moment, Lung Feng stared at Zhuowin with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with regret. He had never expected that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying and that he would be killed so easily. All these were things that Lung Feng had not expected. Right now, Lung Feng could only die with a heart full of regret. The entire martial arts practice field was eerily silent. No one said a word. Their eyes were fixed on Lung Feng's body that was nailed to the pillar. Their expressions froze. Father, a mournful shriek broke the silence of the martial arts arena. Lung Ying dashed towards Lung Feng, who was hanging on the pillar. She wailed mournfully, her voice filled with sorrow. Chapter 919. Mystic Soul Ice Butterfly in the southeast of Yen City. There was an extremely large mansion. Streams of people flowed through the mansion, and it was heavily guarded. Guards in black armor patrolled the crisscrossing paths in the mansion. In front of this behemoth-like mansion, there was a huge stone tablet that was several tens of meters tall. It was like a small mountain, and on the stone tablet there were 4 large golden words. Xiaoyan Clan. This enormous mansion belonged to one of the 4 great families of Yen City, the Xiaoyan clan. At this moment, in a rather large secret chamber within the Xiaoyan clan mansion, the 2 guards guarding the secret chamber had shocked expressions on their faces. Inside the secret chamber, there were many jade tokens. On the front of these jade tokens, there was a row of names. These names were the life tokens of important figures in the Xiaoyan family. If this life token was broken, it meant that the corresponding member of the jade token had died. At this moment, a jade pendant in the middle actually showed signs of shattering. In the end, it shattered into pieces. The name on the jade pendant was Xiaoyan Pu, the second son of the Xiaoyan clan. The second son's pendant shattered? Has the second son died? The 2 guards looked at each other and saw a trace of panic in each other's eyes. As the second son of the Xiaoyan clan, Xiaoyan Pu's status was rather high. Moreover, the ancestor of the Xiaoyan clan was rather fond of him. Now that Xiaoyan Pu's life pendant had shattered, it meant that Xiaoyan Pu was really dead. Something big has happened. We have to report this to the patriarch. When they thought of this, the 2 guards hurried out of the secret room and walked towards the central hall of the Xiaoyan clan. The patriarch of the Xiaoyan clan basically lived in the central hall. Moreover, if something important happened in the Xiaoyan clan, they would report it to the central hall. At this moment, 2 figures stood side by side in the huge central hall. One of the 2 figures was middle-aged. His sideburns were slightly white, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp and often flickered with light. The other figure was about 23 years old. His face was angular and was quite similar to the middle-aged man beside him. If the people of the Xiaoyan family were to come in, they would definitely be able to recognize these 2 people. The middle-aged man was the head of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyanzhua, and the young man was Xiaoyan's eldest son, Xiaoyan Qinglin. He was a genius on the Yen City's Flame God list, and was also Xiaoyan Pu's elder brother. Father, wouldn't it be too early for second brother to go to the Wan Manor to propose marriage? Wan Lingyu is only a few months away from turning 18, and the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva in her body hasn't fully matured yet, Xiaoyan Qinglin said calmly. Xiaoyan shook his head and chuckled. Qinglin, this is something you don't know, but this 10,000-year-old profound soul ice goo was something I found with great difficulty in the Northern Sea. I know its habits very well, and the phoenix feather has a strong catalytic effect on this goo's larvae. It has been a month since gave the phoenix feather to Wan Lingyu. I'm afraid that the 10,000-year black soul ice goo larva in Wan Lingyu's body is about to break out of its cocoon and mature into a profound soul ice butterfly. Such a meta-beast is extremely precious and rare, and it must not be leaked. Otherwise, not only will the 3 great clans cast covetous glances at it, even the 5 great superfactions of Yen City may interfere. Therefore, we must bring Wan Lingyu into the mansion in advance. Xiaoyan Qinglin nodded. His eyes flashed as he asked, Father, is the profound soul ice butterfly really that powerful? Does it have the strength of the Xuanzuan realm from birth? Of course, the profound soul ice butterfly has inherited a trace of the bloodline of a powerful ancient sacred beast. It is said that it has the potential to become a Fey Emperor. As long as we can find a powerful cold chi, the profound soul ice butterfly can use the cold chi to transform into a Fey Emperor. It is extremely terrifying. At this point, Xiaoyan's eyes shone with a terrifying light. In their Yen City, only the Flame Emperor was at the Emperor realm. It was because of this that the imperial family was the undisputed #1 force in Yen City. If their Xiaoyan clan could nurture a Fey Emperor, they would surpass the other 4 superforces and be on the same level as the imperial family. It can transform into a Fey Emperor? This profound soul ice butterfly is so terrifying. Xiaoyan Qinglin was shocked. What kind of existence was a Fey Emperor? It was the emperor of all Fey Emperors. It was an existence even more terrifying than a human great emperor. After all, meta-beasts were born much more powerful than humans. If they could become an emperor, their strength would definitely surpass great emperors of the same level. However, compared to humans, it was much more difficult for meta-beasts to cultivate into a great emperor. Once a Fey Emperor appeared, it would definitely be a terrifying existence that could crush many human great emperors. Moreover, the profound soul ice butterfly was born in the Xuanzuan realm. The strength it can unleash is even more terrifying than ordinary Xuanzuan realm experts. I'm afraid that even I won't be able to defeat a newborn profound soul ice butterfly easily, Xiaoyan's said faintly. What? Father, you are a peak expert in the Xuanzuan realm. The profound soul ice butterfly was born in the early Xuanzuan realm. You can't even defeat it? Xiaoyan Qinglin asked in surprise. Xiaoyan shook his head and continued. Don't underestimate the profound soul ice butterfly. After all, it has the bloodline of an ancient sacred beast. Even in the early Xuanzuan realm, its strength is extremely terrifying. Therefore, this profound soul ice butterfly must be obtained by us. Then I am looking forward to that profound soul ice butterfly. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes flickered with anticipation. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the central hall. Xiaoyan Zue and Xiaoyan Qinglin, who were talking in the hall, frowned slightly. Their faces were slightly unsightly. At this moment, outside the hall, 2 guards in black armor hurriedly walked in. The 2 guards were at a loss, and their faces were full of panic. What's the matter? Xiaoyan's said unhappily. Greetings, master and eldest young master. Something bad has happened. Second young master's life tablet has been broken. The 2 guards hurriedly knelt on the ground and said with trembling bodies. Xiaoyan Zue and Xiaoyan Qinglin's faces stiffened, and then their eyes widened. Xiaoyan Qinglin stared at the kneeling guards and shouted, What did you say? My second brother's life tablet has been broken? It's absolutely true. The two of us are the guards of the secret pavilion. We saw second young master's life tablet break in front of us with our own eyes. I'm afraid second young master has met with misfortune." The two guards didn't dare to look at Xiaoyan Zhuo and Xiaoyan Qinglin and said with trembling voices, "Shut up. I'll go take a look at the secret pavilion first. If you're lying, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Xiaoyan Qinglin glanced at the two guards indifferently, then took a step forward and turned into a blur as he left the hall. Xiaoyan's eyes were gloomy as he followed Xiaoyan Qinglin, leaving the two guards kneeling there, not daring to get up. After a while, Xiaoyan Qinglin and Xiaoyan's were returned to the hall. Their eyes were scarlet red, and monstrous flames of anger were emitted from their bodies. "Who is it? Who dares to kill my Xiaoyan family's people?" Xiaoyan's were roared in a low voice. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes were gloomy as he said to Xiaoyan Zhuo, "Father, today, second young master went to the Yuan family to propose marriage, but now he's dead. I'm afraid this matter is related to the Yuan family. I'll go take a look at the Yuan family first." "Humph. Whether or not the Yuan family did it, today I'll destroy the Yuan family and not leave a single one alive. Qinglin, you go to the Yuan family first. Later, I'll bring the elders of the family to the Yuan family. I'll make the Yuan family pay the price in blood." Xiaoyan was snorted coldly and walked into the depths of the hall. Clearly, he was preparing to gather the experts of the family and head to the Yuan family. Xiaoyan Qinglin nodded and took a step forward, leaving the hall and heading towards the Yuan family. The Yuan family was really rebellious. They dared to kill someone from the Xiaoyan family, and the one who died was Xiaoyan Qinglin's own brother. "Ah, Zhuowen, you dare to kill Leng Feng? You bastard! Did you come to my Yuan manor to cause trouble today?" Looking at Leng Feng nailed to the pillar, Yuan Xianfeng almost went crazy. He roared at the sky, and a terrifying energy surged out, causing the spiritual storm around him to collapse. Boom! Yuan Xianfeng landed on the ground. Terrifying qi energy floated up to form a funnel-shaped cyclone. His eyes were bloodshot. This Shuo one had guts. He actually dared to kill an elder of the Yuan family, Leng Feng. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Yuan Xianfeng, who was walking over, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He said, "You said that I came to cause trouble in the Yuan family? You really have the face to say that? Who was the one who was aggressive in the beginning? Who allowed Xiaoyan Pu to kill me? Or is it that if Xiaoyan Pu wanted to kill me, I should just stand there and let him kill me? Master Yuan, are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head?" Yuan Xuanfeng's eyes were gloomy. This Zhuowen in front of him was getting more and more presumptuous. He actually dared to question him, and even said it in front of the Yuan family's disciples. "It seems that you're determined to die. Then don't blame me. You killed Xiaoyan Pu, so I can only kill you and take your corpse to the Xiaoyan family to ask for forgiveness." Yuan Xianfeng snorted coldly. He took a step forward and rushed toward Zhuowen. The terrifying aura of the ultimate emperor realm gushed out, and his palms were covered with blazing flames. Then Yuan Xianfeng raised his hands, and two huge blazing suns appeared above his head. Sun manipulation technique. Two blazing suns. Two blazing suns gradually appeared. Yuan Xianfeng then tossed the two blazing suns toward Zhuowen, intending to completely annihilate the latter. "The one who's courting death is not me, but you. Come out." Infinite sword formation. An indifferent voice sounded. Zhuowen flicked his finger, and a sword ray flew out, forming a huge sword formation in front of him. This sword formation was made up of nearly 1,000 sword-shaped spirit treasures, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Yuan Xuanfeng's body stiffened. He stared at the sword formation around Zhuowen and exclaimed, "Fifth rank origin formation!" Weeping Blood Style. Chapter 920. Xiaoyan Qinglin Rumble. Countless rays of blood-red light were like the sharpest swords in the world. When the two huge suns were enveloped by the blood-red light, The golden sunlight was covered by the blood-red light. The entire space was filled with blood-red light, as if they were in a world of blood. "Break!" Shua Wen's cold voice gradually rang out. Then the two blazing suns, with shocking might, couldn't hold on for long at all. They actually collapsed inch by inch, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated in this space. Greater infinite sword formation, yin-yang form. Zhuowen's cold voice rang out again after the two blazing suns were destroyed. He formed a sword seal with his right hand, and the greater infinite sword formation in the sky split into yin and yang. A taiji yin-yang pattern floated above the sword formation and rotated at high speed. When the yin-yang sword formation appeared, it turned into a black and white ray of light that swept towards Wan Xianfeng below. The yin-yang was formed, giving off a mysterious aura. Wan Xuanfeng's face changed drastically, and his gaze was extremely gloomy. A grade 5 mental energy was already terrifying enough. With a grade 5 yuan array, Wan Xianfeng knew that Zhuowen was not afraid of a 9 wheels ultimate emperor. Phoenix Sun Dawn. With a low growl, Wan Xianfeng poured out all the primary energy in his body. Waves of blazing fire breath emanated from the surface of his body. The surging fire breath gushed out and converged into a fire phoenix of 100 feet behind him. A clear and melodious phoenix cry rang out as the fire phoenix soared into the sky. It fearlessly welcomed the yin-yang sword formation that was sweeping down. Rumble. When the two forces collided, an endless sea of fire appeared in the sky. The sea of fire enveloped the yin-yang sword formation, as if it wanted to destroy it completely. Unfortunately, the yin-yang sword formation was extremely powerful, and the yin-yang pattern on its body was even more powerful. The yin-yang force that it emitted as it rotated at high speed blocked the terrifying sea of fire. Looking at the terrifying sea of fire in the sky and the yin-yang pattern that was rotating at high speed, everyone in the martial arts practice field quietened down. Their eyes were filled with shock. Their Wan family patriarch, Wan Xianfeng, had personally taken action, but he was still unable to take down the mysterious youth who had appeared in the Wan family. Everyone could not help but speculate about the background of this person. After all, the strength that this person had displayed was not weaker than those monstrous geniuses on the Yen City Flame God list. Father, don't make any more mistakes. Young Master Zhua has 5th level spiritual force, and his own strength is even more terrifying. His background is definitely no weaker than the Shaoyan family. If you continue to deal with him, the gains will not make up for the losses. Wan Lingyu said somewhat anxiously. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the various methods Zhuowen had used, as well as his terrifying strength. Who would believe that such a genius was a rogue cultivator? He definitely had the support of a colossus behind him. If Wan Lingyu could think of it, so could Wan Xianfeng. In fact, when he saw Zhuowen's level 5 mental strength, he already felt that something was wrong. However, Lung Feng's death was too much of a shock to him, which was why he had acted impulsively. As soon as he acted, he immediately regretted it. This Zhuowen was actually so strong, which greatly exceeded his expectations. I've already offended him. Even if I let him go now, the power behind him will definitely not let me off easily. In addition, Xiaoyan Pu died in my Wan family, so the Xiaoyan family will not let the Wan family go. The only way now is to capture this boy and hand him over to the Xiaoyan family. Maybe we can fight for a chance of survival. Wan Xuanfeng's eyes flickered as he thought of 1,000 things. Soon he decided that if the Wan family wanted to survive, the safest way was to capture Zhuowen and hand him over to the Xiaoyan family. Lingyu, you don't have to plead for this boy. This boy must die today. Only by capturing this boy and handing him over to the Xiaoyan family can our Wan family continue to survive. Moreover, even if this boy has a power behind him, how can it be compared to the Xiaoyan family? Wan Xianfeng said to Wan Lingyu. He formed a seal with both hands and the fire phoenix in the void expanded a little. The surrounding sea of fire became even more scorching and terrifying, suppressing the yin-yang sword formation. Little bastard, go to hell. As long as you die, our Wan family can continue to survive. Wan Xuanfeng's eyes were cold as he muttered to himself. Zhuwen's eyes were cold. His right sword finger pointed between his eyebrows, and an even more terrifying mental strength gushed out. Then, the yin-yang sword formation that was suppressed turned into streaks of cold light again. Then, above the void, they intertwined and formed a huge and terrifying dome. Kill me? Wan Xianfeng, you don't have the right. With that, Zhuowen pressed down with his right hand, and his indifferent voice sounded, Greater infinite, sword formation, heaven's bane. Destroy it. Countless sword lights emitted a terrifying cold light. The dome formed by the countless sword lights crushed downward. A terrifying heavenly might flowed out, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Boom! Soon after, everyone was shocked to find that the fire phoenix in the endless sea of fire was actually crouching on the ground under the pressure of this terrifying dome. The terrifying sea of fire around it was directly annihilated into nothingness. Ah, a mournful phoenix cry sounded. The fire phoenix's ending was not much better than the surrounding sea of fire. Under the crushing force of the dome, it was annihilated into countless pieces. Uft! Wan Xianfeng did not even have time to react before he was affected by the heavenly power. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. In the end, he stomped his foot on the ground, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. He barely managed to stop himself. How is this possible? I've lost? At this moment, Wan Xuanfeng's hands were trembling violently. The web between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding as he screamed. You only have yourself to blame. A figure arrived in an instant, and then a palm landed heavily on Wan Xuanfeng's chest. The latter spat out another mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Then, the tip of a blood spear stopped quietly as he roared. The sharp cold light made Wan Xuanfeng's hair stand on end. Zhuowen, what are you trying to do? You should know that my daughter, Lingyu, saved your life. Are you trying to be ungrateful and kill me? Wan Xianfeng was finally frightened. He stared at the blood spear and said nervously, Wow. The crowd around the martial arts practice field was in an uproar. No one expected that their Wan family's patriarch, Wan Xianfeng, would be defeated by a young man in his 20s. Such a fact shocked everyone's eyes, and they could not help but be stunned. Wan Xianfeng, you're really afraid of death. Didn't I say it before? I've already expelled the cold from Miss Lingyu's body. Then, I have nothing to do with your Wan family. Now, you're using this matter to say that I'm ungrateful. Do you really have the right to say that? Zhuowen's gaze was cold and ruthless. Wan Xuanfeng's style and behavior were getting more and more disgusting to him. He tightened his right hand, and the tip of the blood spear was almost on Wan Xuanfeng's neck, causing traces of blood to appear on the skin of his neck. Wan Xianfeng was so frightened that he did not dare to speak anymore. Young Master Zhuo, can you spare my father's life? Although his previous actions were too extreme, he was doing it for the good of the Wan family. Wan Lingyu's voice suddenly sounded, causing Zhuo Wen's right hand to stiffen. Turning his head slightly, Zhuo Wen saw that Wan Lingyu's face was currently covered in tears. Her exquisite face appeared somewhat haggard. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. He sighed lightly and said, Since Miss Lingyu is pleading for mercy, I'll spare your worthless life. However, you've been targeting me in every way before. It's not right if you don't pay a price. As he spoke, Zhuo Wen waved his right hand. The blood spear turned into a bloody light and slashed across Wan Xuanfeng's right arm. Then a shrill scream was heard. Wan Xianfeng held his broken right arm with a hideous expression. After cutting off Wan Xuanfeng's arm, Zhuo Wen came to Wan Lingyu's side. He exerted force from his right palm and instantly released the shackles on Wan Lingyu's body. He said, "Miss Lingyu, now that there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, Zhuowen left the Wan family with a white brow, heavenly master. Wan Lingyu looked at the departing figure and suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. However, she also knew that the Wan family had gone too far. It was already good enough that Zhuowen didn't kill her father, Wan Qianfeng. Therefore, she didn't ask too much of Zhuowen. At this moment, Wan Qianfeng had already stopped the wound on his right arm. He stood up with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that he would end up like this. "Father, are you all right?" Wan Lingyu came to Wan Xuanfeng's side and asked softly, "I'm fine, Lingyu. It seems that I was wrong. If I had listened to you before, perhaps things wouldn't be like this now. This Zhuowen isn't simple. I wonder where he came from." Wan Qianfeng was slightly dispirited at this moment. His face seemed to have aged a little. He was now regretting that he had to deal with Zhuowen. If only he had let Zhuowen leave, the Wan family wouldn't have suffered any losses. Medicine for regret couldn't be bought. Even if Wan Qianfeng was extremely regretful, it was useless. After all, things had already happened and there was no turning back. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure cut across the sky and arrived in the sky above the Wan family. This person was wearing a green robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His face was angular and his eyes revealed a sharp light. In particular, this person's aura was very vast. It was much more powerful than Wan Xuanfeng's. Wan Qianfeng, Wan Lingyu, and the others also noticed the sudden arrival of this uninvited guest. Therefore, they all looked up at this person. Xiaoyan Qinglin. After seeing this person's face, Wan Xuanfeng's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but exclaim out loud. His face turned ugly. He didn't expect the people from the Xiaoyan family to arrive so quickly. Moreover, it was the number one expert of the younger generation, Xiaoyan Qinglin. Whoosh! Xiaoyan Qinglin slowly descended on the martial arts practice field. Immediately, his gaze gathered on the dozen or so corpses not far from the martial arts practice field. His gaze became extremely gloomy because these dozen or so figures were all warriors from the Xiaoyan family. Looking around, Xiaoyan Qinglin quickly found Xiaoyan Pu's corpse in another place. He stomped his foot and teleported in front of Xiaoyan Pu. His right hand reached out to the latter's neck. Then he slowly withdrew his right hand. Chapter 921. The Wan family's sorrow. Who dares to kill a member of my Xiaoyan family? Who killed my second brother, Xiaoyan Pu? A terrifying energy gushed out from Xiaoyan Qinglin's body, and the ground of the martial arts practice field cracked open. Countless cracks spread out in all directions and covered the entire martial arts practice field. The Wan family disciples who were standing in the martial arts practice field all retreated to the edge of the martial arts practice field. What terrifying strength! The Wan family disciples who had retreated to the edge of the martial arts practice field were all shocked. This Xiaoyan Qinglin was too terrifying. Just his aura alone had such terrifying power. It was too terrifying. Wan Qianfeng and Wan Lingyu retreated to the edge of the martial arts practice field. His eyes were extremely gloomy and his heart sank to the bottom. This Xiaoyan Qinglin came at such a coincidence. He actually came after Zhuowen left. The Wan family would not be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. A cold gaze focused on Wan Qianfeng, causing the latter to shiver uncontrollably. Wan Qianfeng raised his head slightly and instantly met Xiaoyan Qinglin's crimson eyes. He was a little flustered. Boom! Xiaoyan Qinglin stomped his feet on the ground, and a terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to crack open. Then he instantly appeared in front of Wan Qianfeng and coldly said, "Wan family head, what exactly is going on?" "Young Master Qinglin, this has nothing to do with our Wan family. Your second brother and the others were not killed by our Wan family. They were killed by a young man named Zhuowen. Even if our Wan family has the guts, we don't have the strength. Wan Xianfeng said earnestly. Xiaoyan Qinglin narrowed his eyes and stared at Wan Xuanfeng's severed right arm. He lightly said, "Your right arm was also severed by Zhuowen?" "Yes, that Zhuowen is very strong. Our Wan family's elder Lung Feng was also killed by him. Even I was no match for him and lost an arm." Wan Xianfeng hurriedly explained with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He knew that if he revealed everything about Zhuowen, perhaps Xiaoyan Qinglin would not blame the Wan family. That Zhuowen is younger than me, but he was able to chop off your arm?" Xiaoyan Qinglin narrowed his eyes and felt a little surprised. Since Zhuowen was able to cut off Wan Xuanfeng's arm, his strength should be comparable to the geniuses on the Flame God list. However, he had never heard of this person. Wan Xuanfeng's cultivation had reached the early stage of the ultimate Nine Wheels Emperor realm. Although he was not as good as Xiaoyan Qinglin, being able to cut off an arm was not something an ordinary genius could do. "What's Zhuowen's background?" Xiaoyan Qinglin asked. This matter concerned the life and death of the Wan clan, so Wan Xianfeng naturally didn't dare to not answer in detail. Thus, he recounted how Wan Lingyu saved Zhuowen until Zhuowen arrived at Yen City to expel the cold qi from Wan Lingyu's body. The more Xiaoyan Qinglin listened, the colder his eyes became. He said coldly, "According to what you said, Zhuowen is not from Yen City, and his origins are unknown. However, this person was saved by someone from your Wan clan, and my second brother and the others were killed by Zhuowen. Are you still saying that this matter has nothing to do with your Wan clan?" Wan Xuanfeng's eyes froze when he heard this. He secretly cursed himself for being stupid. It was Zhuowen who killed Xiaoyan Pu and the others, but Zhuowen was saved by someone from the Wan clan. Speaking of which, the deaths of Xiaoyan Pu and the others were related to the Wan clan. According to what you said, Zhuowen and Miss Wan have a good relationship. So Miss Wan must know where Zhuowen is, right? As he spoke, Xiaoyan Qinglin took a step forward and rushed toward Wan Lingyu. A terrifying energy surged out and formed countless cyclones around his body. "Young Master Qinglin, this matter has nothing to do with my daughter." Wan Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Wan Lingyu. His left palm emitted a terrifying energy, wanting to completely block Xiaoyan Qinglin. "Get out of my way." Xiaoyan Qinglin's aura was like a rainbow. He roared and also struck out with his palm, which collided with Wan Xuanfeng's left palm. Instantly, a terrifying hurricane swept out between the two. Wan Xianfeng directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing into the ground dozens of meters away. "Master!" As soon as Wan Xianfeng fell to the ground, the disciples of the Wan clan gathered around Wan Xianfeng and glared at Xiaoyan Qinglin. At this moment, Xiaoyan Qinglin had already arrived in front of Wan Lingyu. He clenched his right hand and formed a sword with his left hand, pointing at Wan Lingyu's lower abdomen. A green energy entered Wan Lingyu's dantian. After a while, Xiaoyan Qinglin's face turned slightly ugly. He whispered, "It was really expelled." The 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva was also taken out by that guy. This bastard. Xiaoyan Qinglin knew that the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva was about to break out of its cocoon and transform into a butterfly in Wan Lingyu's body. Now, because of Zhuowen, not only did he not get the butterfly, but he also lost the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva. Not to mention the butterfly, the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva was also an extremely precious treasure. It was something that his father, Xiaoyanzhua, had found by chance in the depths of the North Sea. Now, it had been taken away by Zhuowen. How could Xiaoyan Qinglin not be angry? Wan Lingyu had no cultivation, so naturally, She could not escape from Xiaoyan Qinglin's control. However, she had heard everything that Xiaoyan Qinglin had said just now. That 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva was really planted in my body by your Xiaoyan clan. Wan Lingyu said somewhat angrily. Xiaoyan Qinglin snorted coldly and asked Wan Lingyu indifferently, "Tell me, where is Zhuowen?" Not only did this guy kill a disciple of my Xiaoyan clan, but he also took out the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva from your body without permission. This guy deserves to die. Xiaoyan Qinglin's words undoubtedly admitted that the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva was indeed planted by his Xiaoyan clan. Now that the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva had been taken away, Xiaoyan Qinglin had no need to hide it. Wan Xianfeng and the others also heard Xiaoyan Qinglin's words and were all shocked. They now understood that Zhuowen's words were all true. The 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva was indeed planted by the Xiaoyan clan. Moreover, Xiaoyan Pu came to propose marriage with ill intentions. Thinking of this, the corner of Wan Xuanfeng's mouth twitched. He did not expect that the Xiaoyan clan had ill intentions towards Wan Lingyu from the beginning. As her father, he actually wanted to push Wan Lingyu into the fire pit. What was even more laughable was that he even suspected that Zhuowen, who sincerely helped Wan Lingyu, had ill intentions. Moreover, Wan Xianfeng helped the wicked Xiaoyan Pu to deal with Zhuowen and drove away a person who sincerely wanted to help the Wan clan. Now that Wan Xianfeng thought about it, he felt how stupid he was at that time. Since Zhuowen was so powerful, then the white-brow heavenly master, who followed Zhuowen like a bodyguard, was probably not too bad either. If they had treated Zhuowen well back then, perhaps Zhuowen might have helped the Wan clan on account of Wan Lingyu saving his life. However, it was useless to regret now. Wan Xianfeng knew that all the mistakes had been made and could no longer be undone. "Tell me where Zhuowen is." Xiaoyan Qinglin raised Wan Lingyu with his right hand and said indifferently. On the other hand, Wan Lingyu's face was extremely red from being raised by Xiaoyan Qinglin, and she almost fainted. However, she stared at Xiaoyan Qinglin without saying a word. Wan Xianfeng and the other Wan clan disciples all stared angrily at Xiaoyan Qinglin. Wan Lingyu was extremely popular in the Wan clan and was even the goddess in the hearts of many Wan clan disciples. However, their goddess was being treated so crudely by Xiaoyan Qinglin. How could they not be angry? "You bunch of trash dare to look at me like that? You're courting death." Xiaoyan Qinglin waved his other hand and spat out origin energy. The Wan clan disciple, standing at the front, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist under the force of the palm. "Miss Wan, my patience is extremely limited. From now on, I will kill a Wan clan disciple every 10 breaths until you tell me where Zhuowen is." As he spoke, Xiaoyan Qinglin put Wan Lingyu down, and his cold gaze focused on the Wan clan disciples at the side of the martial arts field. Wan Lingyu's pretty face was gloomy. She didn't even know where Zhuowen was. Even if she knew, with Wan Lingyu's character, it was unlikely that she would betray Zhuowen and tell him where he was. 10 breaths have passed. "Miss Wan, are you still not going to tell me?" Xiaoyan Qinglin glanced at Wan Lingyu indifferently and saw that her pretty face was pale and her teeth were tightly clenched. She didn't say a single word. He snorted coldly and stomped his foot, arriving beside a Wan clan disciple. His right hand formed into a claw, and he spat out origin energy. The Wan clan disciple didn't even have time to make a sound and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. "Xiaoyan Qinglin, don't go too far." Wan Lingyu was so angry that her delicate body trembled. This Xiaoyan Qinglin was too overbearing and cruel. If she didn't tell him where Zhuowen was, he actually planned to kill all the Wan clan disciples one by one. Still not speaking? Fine, next one. Xiaoyan Qinglin stomped his foot and arrived at another Yuan clan disciple. The Yuan clan disciple wanted to resist, but unfortunately he was no match for Xiaoyan Qinglin. He was killed by Xiaoyan Qinglin with a single palm strike and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Another person died at the hands of Xiaoyan Qinglin. Xiaoyan Qinglin was expressionless, as if he had just killed an ant and didn't care about it all. The Yuan clan disciples clenched their fists, and the veins on their foreheads popped out. They were angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Although they saw their companions being killed by Xiaoyan Qinglin, they were more afraid in their hearts. Xiaoyan Qinglin was the monstrous genius of the Xiaoyan clan. Even the Yuan clan leader was defeated by him in one move. How could they be a match for him? A series of screams resounded. At this moment, the Yuan clan seemed to have turned into azure hell. The screams soared into the sky and attracted the attention of many warriors outside the Yuan clan. Swoosh! Swoosh! One figure after another entered the Yuan clan's roof and focused on the martial arts arena. Then there was the sound of people inhaling cold air. At this moment, the Yuan clan's martial arts arena had turned into a bloodbath. There were corpses lying on the ground with blood flowing out. Some sharp-eyed warriors even noticed that there were people from the Xiaoyan clan among the corpses. Moreover, the second son of the Xiaoyan clan, Xiaoyan Pu, was among them. Chapter 922. Purple Lightning Blade. Ah! Ah! Screams of agony could be heard. Immediately, the warriors who had gathered around the Yuan clan were shocked to see a young man ruthlessly slaughtering the Yuan clan disciples in the training field. Moreover, every time this person walked past someone, he would turn his head to look at Yuan Lingyu, as if he was questioning her. Isn't that Xiaoyan Qinglin from the Xiaoyan aristocratic family? Xiaoyan Pu died in the Yuan family's martial arts practice field. He must be here for revenge. Seeing Xiaoyan Qinglin's ruthless methods, the surrounding warriors all felt a chill in their hearts. They really didn't know what was wrong with the Yuan family. They actually dared to provoke the Xiaoyan family. Wasn't this just courting death? They were courting death. However, as Xiaoyan Qinglin's questioning grew louder, the warriors also heard the name Zhuowen. From Xiaoyan Qinglin's questioning, it seemed that the young man named Zhuowen was the initiator. At this moment, the martial arts practice field was littered with corpses. 1/3 of the Yuan family disciples had been killed by Xiaoyan Qinglin. Fresh blood dyed the cold ground red. Xiaoyan Qinglin, that's enough. Do you want to kill all the Yuan family disciples? Yuan Xuanfeng's eyes were red as he shouted angrily. The Yuan family disciples in the martial arts practice field were the future hope of the Yuan family. Now 1/3 of them had been killed in front of their eyes. How could Yuan Xianfeng tolerate this? Did I say you could speak? A small family like yours is just an ant to the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. The Xiaoyan aristocratic family can destroy your Yuan family with a flick of a finger. Now you dare to bark in front of me? You're courting death. Xiaoyan Qinglin snorted coldly. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of Yuan Xianfeng. He waved his right fist, and origin energy gushed out, condensing an endless amount of astral wind and blasting it towards Yuan Xianfeng. Yuan Xuanfeng's expression changed slightly. He ignored the injuries in his body and raised both his hands. A blazing aura of fire spread out, and 2 huge blazing suns rose above his head. Boom! The 2 blazing suns rose to the highest point and turned into a sunset. Their target was Xiaoyan Qinglin. Humph! Petty tricks. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes were filled with disdain as he watched the 2 blazing suns fly over. Then he flipped his right hand and strands of violet lightning surged out from his palm. They transformed into a violet blade that was over 3 meters long. Purple lightning blade, break for me! Shouted Xiaoyan Qinglin. He threw out his saber, which was covered with purple lightning. Endless purple lightning filled the sky. It was as if a terrifying Xian thunder had descended from the 9 heavens, covering the entire sky. Kacha! When the purple lightning broadsword landed on the two blazing suns, the entire space fell silent. After a long period of silence, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Wan Xianfeng was shocked to find that his two blazing suns had completely collapsed under the attack of the purple lightning broadsword. Pucci! Wan Xianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated repeatedly. At the same time, Xiaoyan Qinglin had already arrived before Wan Xianfeng. His right fist blasted out and smashed into Wan Xuanfeng's chest. Under the tremendous force, Wan Xianfeng was sent flying and collided with a wooden pillar. Bang! The wooden pillar that required two people to wrap their arms around was broken. Wan Xianfeng struggled to get up from the ruins of the wooden pillar. He spat out another mouthful of blood. His whole body was trembling, and he could not stand steadily. He knelt on one knee and stared at Xiaoyan Qinglin in horror. Half a step into the Xuanzuan realm? You've broken through? Wan Xianfeng asked in a low voice. Xiaoyan Qinglin showed a hint of disdain. He raised his chin and said condescendingly, "Yes, I tried to break through to the Xuanzuan realm a month ago. Although I failed, my cultivation has reached the half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Your Wan family is too weak. I alone can slaughter your entire Wan family." Xiaoyan Qinglin looked at Wan Lingyu and said indifferently, "Miss Wan, are you still not going to tell me? I've already killed 1/3 of your Wan family disciples. Or do you think I haven't killed enough and need to kill more people before you're willing to tell me the truth?" Wan Lingyu's delicate body trembled. She bit her lower lip and said hoarsely, "Xiaoyan Qinglin, that's enough. To tell you the truth, I don't know where young Master Zhui is. We were separated from him in the dense forest. Even if you kill everyone in my Wan family, I won't know." Xiaoyan Qinglin looked at Wan Lingyu. She did not look like she was lying. He nodded and said, "It seems that Miss Wan is not lying. In that case, your Wan family has no value. Just destroy it." Xiaoyan Qinglin's body emitted a powerful and terrifying energy. He turned into a shadow and rushed toward the rest of the Wan family disciples in the martial arts practice field. Miserable cries continuously resounded in the martial practice field. Xiaoyan Qinglin did not hold back at all. With a single palm strike, several people died. Blood splattered, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the surroundings of the martial practice field. So cruel. Seeing Xiaoyan Qinglin's methods, the cultivators who were watching from afar felt a chill in their hearts. Xiaoyan Qinglin's methods were cruel and merciless. This person could not be easily offended. Once offended, there would be devastating revenge, just like the Wan family. After a while, the screams in the martial arts practice field finally stopped. The Wan family disciples had been completely killed by Xiaoyan Qinglin. Blood dyed the martial arts practice field red, and the pungent smell of blood was extremely pungent. Wan Xianfeng knelt on the ground. His face was extremely pale. His Wan family was completely finished. The Wan family disciples, who carried the hope of the next generation of the Wan family, were all killed by Xiaoyan Qinglin. Perhaps the Wan family only suffered a great loss when Lung Feng died. However, now that all the Wan family disciples were killed, the Wan family had no hope. There was no hope for them to rise again. Slowly standing up, Xiaoyan Qinglin stared at Wan Lingyu, who was not far away. Seeing the latter's lifeless eyes and not saying a word, he knew that Wan Lingyu might not know the whereabouts of Zhuowen. Although you don't know the whereabouts of Zhuowen, you did save Zhuowen. I don't believe that Zhuowen will ignore you when he knows that you are in my hands." As he spoke, Xiaoyan Qinglin took a step forward and arrived in front of Wan Lingyu. With a wave of his right hand, he lifted her up and soared into the sky. "Zhuowen, get the hell out here. Wan Lingyu is in my hands right now. If you don't want her to die, get the hell out here right now. Otherwise, I'll kill this beauty in midair." Xiaoyan Qinglin's voice was like thunder from the ninth heaven. It rolled in the air and filled the entire sky. In an instant, All the practitioners in Yen City lifted their heads to look at the sky. Astonishment filled their eyes when they saw Xiaoyan Qinglin and Wan Lingyu floating in the air. Isn't that Xiaoyan Qinglin from the Xiaoyan family? What is he doing now? The one in his hands seems to be Wan Lingyu from the Wan family. Who is Zhuowen? Why did this Xiaoyan Qinglin threaten to look for Zhuowen? Xiaoyan Qinglin's voice was not soft, and all the practitioners in Yen City heard it clearly. An uproar broke out in Yen City. They were all discussing who exactly Zhuowen was for Xiaoyan Qinglin to call him out by name. Oh, Zhuowen? Xiaoyan Qinglin is actually looking for Zhuowen. I will go over and take a look. In a remote corner of Yen City, a figure shrouded in black fog slowly raised his head. His gaze gathered on Xiaoyan Qinglin, who was high up in the sky in the distance. With a cruel laugh, he turned into a black shadow and flew over. In another restaurant in Yen City, a group of clear Void Valley disciples in green and white robes clustered around Zue Qingfeng as they drank and chatted merrily. Xiaoyan Qinglin's voice rang out at this moment, causing the expressions of the clear Void Valley disciples to stiffen. Their gazes were focused on Xiaoyan Qinglin in the distant sky. What is this Xiaoyan Qinglin up to? And who is that Zhuowen? Why is this guy asking Zhuowen to come out? The other clear Void Valley disciples who did not know the truth all revealed puzzled expressions. They were clearly unfamiliar with the Zhuowen that Xiaoyan Qinglin spoke of. After all, Xiaoyan Qinglin was considered an influential figure in Yen City. Generally speaking, the other party who challenged him should also be an influential figure in Yen City. However, the name Zhuowen was so unfamiliar that they had never heard of it before. Surrounded by numerous disciples, Zue Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. The name Zhuowen may be unfamiliar to others, but he was all too familiar with it. It was so familiar that it caused him to grit his teeth. Last time, he had been put into an extremely sorry state by that Zhuowen and had lost quite a bit of face in front of his juniors. Juniors, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will not stay any longer. Goodbye. Zue Qingfeng cupped his hands and bowed to the other disciples at the table. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the restaurant. This caused the other disciples to look at each other in confusion. They were all somewhat baffled. On a spacious street, Zhuowen slowly walked, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding stalls. White brow, heavenly sovereign, silently followed beside Zhuowen. His expression was grave and stern, like a loyal bodyguard. He did not leave Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen, get out here. Wan Lingyu is now in my hands. If you don't want her to die, get out here right now. Otherwise, I will kill this beauty in midair. Xiaoyan Qinglin's words rang in Zhuowen's ears. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly. He turned his head slightly and immediately saw a young man standing proudly in the void in the distance. In the young man's hands was a woman who was constantly struggling. This woman was the Wan Lingyu of the Wan clan. This guy is courting death. Zhuowen's eyes emitted a substantial killing intent. Then, Zhuowen stomped his foot and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Xiaoyan Qinglin was hovering in midair with Wan Lingyu in his right hand. Seeing that Zhuowen had yet to appear, the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. He sneered at Wan Lingyu and said, "That Zhuowen is not as loyal as you said. I have already threatened to kill you, but that bastard did not appear at all. I'm afraid. He is afraid. In that case, you are completely useless. You can die now." Chapter 9:23. Disregarding everything whoosh. A blood-red light tore through the air. Xiaoyan Qinglin, who was originally aiming for Wan Lingyu's chest, sensed the blood-red light. His eyes narrowed as he changed the direction of his palm. He spat out Yuan power and blasted it towards the blood-red light. Boom! An explosion sounded as a terrifying gale swept out between the blood-red light and Xiaoyan Qinglin. Xiaoyan Qinglin's expression changed slightly as he realized that the power of the blood-red light was extremely terrifying. With a furious roar, Xiaoyan Qinglin pressed his right hand down. A terrifying surge of yuan power surged out and collided with the blood-red light in his palm. Then, the blood-red light was directly blasted away. He was also forced back by the rebound force. His left hand, which was originally holding Wan Lingyu, loosened. Wan Lingyu cried out in alarm as she fell from the sky. However, a lightning figure flashed past Wan Lingyu's body like lightning and hugged her waist. With a leap, the figure flashed onto the roof of a tiled house. "Young Master Zhuo, why are you here?" "That's the #1 genius of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Qinglin. You better leave this place. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Wan Lingyu also saw the true face of the figure who had hugged her waist. It was Zhuowen, who had originally left the Wan family. Her face was filled with surprise, but soon after, she spoke with some worry. Seeing that Wan Lingyu's first concern was for his safety, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of a gentle smile. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. This Xiaoyan Qinglin is still no match for me." Looking at the clear and confident young man in front of her, Wan Lingyu could not help but be a little stunned. Then she realized that Zhuowen was hugging her waist. Wan Lingyu's cheeks instantly turned red like a bright red apple. "Young Master Zhuo, can you put me down now?" Wan Lingyu said softly, Sorry, I'll put you down now." Zhuowen was a little embarrassed. He hurriedly put Wan Lingyu down and touched his nose, not knowing what to say. "Are you two done showing off your love? If you're done showing off, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs," said a cold voice. Xiaoyan Qinglin pressed down with his right hand. Terrifying Yuanli condensed into a mountain-like palm and flew toward Zhuowen and Wan Lingyu. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as a terrifying mental strength surged out. The greater, limitless sword formation followed the mental strength and covered his body, forming an impenetrable wall in front of him. Rumble! The huge palm made of elemental energy smashed down, causing the iron bastion to shake violently. However, it did not break through the latter's defense. "Miss Lingyu, you should leave this place first. If the aftermath of the battle spreads, the consequences will be unimaginable." After blocking Xiaoyan Qinglin's origin energy palm, Zhuowen's gaze was as calm as still water as he spoke softly to Wan Lingyu beside him. "Yes, young Master Zhuo, you must be careful." Wan Lingyu nodded obediently. She had seen Zhuowen's strength in the training field just now. She knew that it would not be easy for Xiaoyan Qinglin to kill Zhuowen. As she spoke, Wan Lingyu jumped back into the Wan clan's training field under the protection of Zhuowen's Yuanli. "Lingyu, are you all right?" Wan Xianfeng hurried to Wan Lingyu's side and asked guiltily. Wan Lingyu shook her head and smiled. "Father, don't worry, I'm fine." Wan Xianfeng checked the meridians in Wan Lingyu's body. After confirming that she was indeed fine, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he stared at Zhuowen's back with a complicated gaze. Previously, the Wan clan had been targeting Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen to leave the Wan clan in a fit of anger. However, Zhuowen did not care about the past and came to save Wan Lingyu. The Wan clan repaid kindness with enmity, while Zhuowen repaid kindness with kindness. Thinking of this, Wan Xianfeng could not help but feel extremely guilty. Mental energy? It seems that your strength is not bad. You were actually able to block my casual attack. Xiaoyan Qinglin stood in the air and looked down at Zhuowen. Although he was surprised that Zhuowen was able to block his attack, he was still filled with arrogance. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Isn't this Xiaoyan Qinglin a little too full of himself? Does he think that Zhuowen is amazing for being able to block his casual attack? Or does Xiaoyan Qinglin think that Zhuowen can only block his casual attack? If Xiaoyan Qinglin used his full strength, Zhuowen would not be a match for him? Now that I've used half of my strength, I don't know if you can still block it like before. If you can't, then it's better for you to die." Xiaoyan Qinglin's face was still filled with arrogance. It was as if he thought highly of Zhuowen by using half of his strength. "Idiot," said Zhuowen coldly. Xiaoyan Qinglin's face stiffened. He stared at Zhuowen and said, "What did you just say? Do you dare say it again?" "I said you're an idiot." "Are you deaf? Don't you understand human language?" said Zhuowen loudly. Boom! A powerful qi surged out. Xiaoyan Qinglin was shaking with anger. He stared at Zhuowen coldly and said, "Good, good, good. You've got guts. How dare you provoke me? But the consequences are very serious. Now, I'm going to use my full strength to kill you." What a terrifying qi! Xiaoyan Qinglin is much stronger than before. He's already half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. He's advancing so fast. He's already half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Does that mean that Xiaoyan Qinglin will soon advance to the Xuanzuan realm? Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Xiaoyan Qinglin, many of the spectating martial artists in Flame City were shocked. In Flame City, only the 5 demonic geniuses could reach the Mystique Venerate realm. Since Xiaoyan Qinglin could reach the half-step Mystique Venerate realm, it was obvious that he was very close to the 5 demonic geniuses. Are you afraid? But it's useless to be afraid. Now, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy, I won't let you go. You will die today. At this moment, Xiaoyan Qinglin's qi was very strong. Gusts of wind whistled past. His clothes and hair fluttered. He looked like a god. An idiot will always be an idiot. You think that half a step into the Xuanzuan realm is great, but in my eyes it's no different from trash, said Zhuowen indifferently. As soon as these words came out, many warriors in the crowd burst into an uproar. Wasn't this mysterious young man too arrogant? He actually dared to say that half a step into the Xuanzuan realm was trash in his eyes. You are very good at talking big, but the price of talking big is often miserable. So die. Xiaoyan Qinglin snorted coldly. He stamped his foot. Suddenly, a cold air gushed out from his body. His fluttering long hair turned icy blue under the influence of this cold air. Traces of icicles swept out from his hair. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes turned into a strange icy blue at this moment. It looked very strange. That's the unique skill of the Xiaoyan family, the 9 revolving ice god technique. I didn't expect Xiaoyan Qinglin to use this unique skill at the beginning. It seems that he intends to kill Zhuowen with one blow. Some of the knowledgeable martialists below cried out in surprise when they saw Xiaoyan Qinglin's moves. They looked at Zhuo, one with pity in their eyes. First revolving ice. Xiaoyan Qinglin shouted in a low voice. His right hand grasped the void. Endless cold air gushed out and gathered into a big ice hand. It crushed toward Zhuowen. Weeping blood technique. Zhuowen pointed his sword with his right hand. Suddenly, the ultimate sword formation turned into countless bloody lights. A drop of blood dripped down from the void and fell on the barren land. A terrifying pressure gushed out. Boom! The giant ice hand slammed into the crimson light and trembled violently. Then it disintegrated. The number 1 genius of the Xiaoyan family? Is that all you have? Then were all your big words just now bullshit? Zhuowen's sarcastic voice made Xiaoyan Qinglin's expression change slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "It seems that you have some skills, but if you think that this is all I have, then you are very wrong." Then Xiaoyan Qinglin grabbed the void again and shouted, "Second revolving spirit, 3rd revolving super." As soon as he said this, an extremely terrifying ice storm arose in the void. 2 more terrifying ice hands stretched out from the storm and were about to grab the ultimate sword formation of the blood technique. Yin-yang technique. Zhuowen did not want to be outdone. The ultimate sword formation split into yin and yang. The yin and yang pattern rotated at high speed and crushed the two ice hands. Fourth revolving reversal. Xiaoyan Qinglin was not slow. He performed another spell, and the ice storm became even more terrifying. It merged into one and turned into a terrifying funnel-shaped snowstorm that blasted toward the yin and yang sword formation. Buzz! Buzz! The power of the snowstorm was so terrifying that it made the yin and yang sword formation cry out and show signs of collapsing. Heaven's bane! Zhuo Wen was not in a hurry. His mental energy poured out, and the yin-yang sword formation collapsed. It actually turned into a huge dome and rushed toward the terrifying snowstorm without showing any signs of weakness. Boom! On one side was the heavenly domed dome, and on the other side was the devastating snowstorm. The two terrifying and different attacks collided, forming brilliant fireworks and causing the entire void to tremble violently. Damn it! How can this guy's mental strength be so strong? Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes turned gloomy. Originally, he thought that with his half-step Xuanzuan realm cultivation, it should be easy to deal with the ordinary Zhuowen. However, the reality was playing a joke on him. Not only did he fail to capture Zhuowen, but he was also at a disadvantage. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. I have only learned the fourth revolving ice god technique. If I use the fifth revolving skill with my current strength, I'm afraid I will have to pay a high price. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes flickered. He finally decided to use the fifth revolving skill. Zhuowen gave him a lot of pressure. He knew that if he did not use the fifth revolving skill, he would not be able to defeat Zhuowen. After all, he had boasted before. If he could not get rid of Zhuowen, he would become the laughingstock of Yen City. This was something that Xiaoyan Qinglin could not accept. Fifth Revolving Divine. Chapter 924. Trample, Fifth Transformation Spirit. As soon as Xiaoyan Qinglin said that, the funnel-shaped snowstorm in the sky started to boil. Then everyone noticed that there was a huge shadow looming in the snowstorm. Bang! The huge shadow roared and blasted towards the domed dome. Terrifying explosions resounded in the area. Crack! Then, the domed dome collapsed under the attack of the huge shadow. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xiaoyan Qinglin's 9-transformation ice god technique was not simple. It could unleash such terrifying power. Die! This is what you get for disobeying me, Xiaoyan Qinglin. So die. Xiaoyan Qinglin's face was pale, but his eyes were full of arrogance. This was the first time he had used the fifth transformation of the 9-transformation ice god technique. In the Xiaoyan family, his father, Xiaoyanzhua, had only cultivated to the 6th transformation, while his grandfather had cultivated to the 7th transformation. The cultivation method in his hands was extremely powerful. Each revolution was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the previous revolution, although the 5th revolution was only one revolution away from the 4th revolution. The difference in power between the two was like heaven and earth. A look of surprise flashed across Zhuo Wen's eyes as a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The sword sign in his right hand changed, and a terrifying aura swept out. Then the greater infinite sword formation turned back into rays of sword light. The 4th move of the infinite sword formation, 1,000 swords. As soon as the cold voice fell, the countless sword rays above Zhuowen transformed into a hurricane, condensing into many huge long swords. Each long sword was dozens of feet long, sharp and threatening, with a chilling aura soaring to the sky. A total of 1,000 huge swords hovered above Zhuowen. Their terrifyingly sharp sword qi continued to spread in all directions, capable of ripping the surrounding space to shreds. This was the first time Zhuowen had utilized the 4th move of the Greater Infinity Sword Array's 5 Great Sword moves, the 1,000 Sword style. However, judging from the terrifying power displayed by the 1,000 Sword style, Zhuowen was quite satisfied. Break it! With a leap, Zhuowen stepped on one of the huge swords and flew up. The remaining 999 huge swords followed Zhuowen and swept towards the huge shadow in the snowstorm. Oh! The huge shadow roared and threw a punch. It was wrapped in endless snowstorm and crushed down on Zhuowen. It wanted to kill Zhuowen, who was surrounded by the 1,000 swords. Slash! Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, the 100 huge swords at the front turned into a huge sword shield. With a rumble, the huge shadow's fist hit the huge sword shield. The terrifying power caused the huge sword shield to shake violently, but it did not break through the shield's defense. Following that, the remaining 900 giant swords let out sword hums as they followed Zhuowen's instructions and circled behind the giant shadow, attacking it one after another. The huge swords were extremely sharp and could cut iron like mud. As soon as they sank into the huge shadow, they were able to cut deep wounds, causing the huge shadow to roar in pain. However, the huge shadow's movements were too slow, and Zhuowen's 1,000 swords was extremely fast. Even when the huge shadow reacted, Zhuowen had already controlled the huge swords to leave their original positions, causing the huge shadow to miss. Zhuowen's face was expressionless. He formed a seal with both hands and accurately controlled the huge swords to slash at the huge shadow. As time passed, the huge shadow's huge body was cut smaller and smaller by the huge swords. In the end, it was cut into countless pieces by the huge swords. As soon as the huge shadow died, the surrounding snowstorm also stopped. Then Zhuowen took the 1,000 huge swords and turned into 1,000 streamers. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xiaoyan Qinglin. One of the huge swords let out a sword hum and stabbed towards Xiaoyan Qinglin. How is this possible? Even the 5th rotation has been broken? How can this guy's mental energy be so terrifying? Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes were filled with both shock and anger. He spat out his right palm and blocked the incoming huge sword. With a stomp of his foot, he transformed into a streamer and fled into the distance. Even his strongest attack was unable to do anything to Zhuowen. Xiaoyan Qinglin knew that if they really fought, he was simply no match for Zhuowen. Hence, he could only flee. Do you think you can escape? Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He formed a sword seal with his right hand, and 1,000 huge swords flew out, instantly blocking Xiaoyan Qinglin's path. Zhuowen, don't go overboard. I am the eldest son of the Xiaoyan family. Do you dare to touch me? Xiaoyan Qinglin's expression was ugly as he turned around and coldly stared at Zhuowen. This doesn't have anything to do with me. Zhuowen's words caused Xiaoyan Qinglin's expression to stiffen slightly. Soon after, he coldly said, "You should be well aware of the Xiaoyan family's influence in Yan City. If you dare to kill me, our Xiaoyan family will definitely not let you off. I even killed Xiaoyan Pu, and you even threatened to kill me earlier. Could it be that if I let you off now, your Xiaoyan family will let me off?" Zhuowen suddenly sneered. Xiaoyan Qinglin was at death's door, yet he actually dared to use the Xiaoyan family to pressure him. How laughable! Xiaoyan Qinglin coldly snorted and said, "If you let me off now, our Xiaoyan family will give you a dignified death. Otherwise, you will suffer a fate worse than death." "Oh, you mean that regardless of whether I let you off or not, I, Zhuowen, will die? Then tell me, since I'm going to die, no matter what I choose, then why don't I drag you down with me?" Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Xiaoyan Qinglin's face stiffened. At this moment, he realized that his words from before were somewhat inappropriate. Weren't those words clearly indicating that he wanted Zhuowen to kill him? However, with Xiaoyan Qinglin's pride, he didn't want to change his words so easily. He merely said indifferently, "Then do as you deem fit. Offending our Xiaoyan family isn't a wise action." What an idiot! Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the arrogant Xiaoyan Qinglin. He formed a seal with his right hand. An ray of light swiftly flashed past Xiaoyan Qinglin's legs. Spurt! A stream of blood sprayed out, and strands of mournful red sprinkled down from the sky. A pair of severed legs fell from the sky, and then a miserable and shrill cry resounded. Xiaoyan Qinglin's legs had been severed at the knees. An idiot like you will only bring shame to the Xiaoyan family behind you if you're still alive. Then why are you still alive? Zhuowen's cold voice resounded in the air. Then he appeared in front of Xiaoyan Qinglin and stepped on his chest, causing Xiaoyan Qinglin to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoyan Qinglin fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. Ah, Zhuowen, you dared to sever my legs? You'll die a horrible death. In the crater, miserable shrieks continuously rang out. Xiaoyan Qinglin struggled in the crater in an extremely sorry state. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were scarlet red. This scene was naturally witnessed by the numerous practitioners in Yan City, especially Xiaoyan Qinglin, whose legs had been broken. Every single one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man called Zhuowen, who had suddenly appeared, had terrifying strength and ruthless methods. Not only was Xiaoyan Qinglin no match for him, but what was even more tragic was that Xiaoyan Qinglin's legs had been severed as well. Although Xiaoyan Qinglin's talent was peerless and his strength was terrifying, losing his legs would make his future martial path bleak. It could even affect his state of mind. Bang! 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 1,000 giant swords descended from the sky and slammed into the surroundings of the crater. With the crater as the center, they formed a circle of swords. Zhuowen slowly stepped down from the air and landed in the center of the crater. He viciously stomped on Xiaoyan Qinglin's chest. Spurt! Xiaoyan Qinglin, who had originally wanted to hurl abuse at Zhuowen, swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His face flushed red as Zhuowen stepped on him. I severed your legs, and you want me to die a horrible death? But I'm still alive and well. Why would you want me to die a horrible death? Zhuowen said indifferently. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes were gloomy. He was already regretting his actions. This Zhuowen in front of him was too terrifying. He actually took the initiative to provoke such a terrifying person. He felt a little stupid. However, it was useless to think about it now. What Xiaoyan Qinglin wanted now was to survive. After all, this Zhuowen in front of him didn't look like an indecisive person. If this Zhuowen really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate. My legs have been severed by you. Isn't that enough? If you spare my life, I can guarantee that the Xiaoyan family won't do anything to you. Xiaoyan Qinglin was finally afraid. This was the first time he had admitted defeat in front of Zhuowen. He really didn't want to die. He still had a great future. How could he die like this? Oh, now you're afraid? You're finally begging me for mercy? Zhuowen said with a mocking smile. Yes, spare my life. My Xiaoyan family won't do anything to you. I promise. Xiaoyan Qinglin quickly said. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over from the horizon. Immediately, a group of figures appeared in the sky above the Yuan family. There were more than 20 of these figures. Each of them had a terrifying aura. The weakest was actually a ninth will ultimate emperor. The strongest was the middle-aged man in the lead. This middle-aged man's aura was full and sharp. He was somewhat similar to Xiaoyan Qinglin. This person's cultivation had reached the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. He was only a step away from the supremacy realm. It's the head of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Zhuo. Behind him are the true experts of the Xiaoyan family. I didn't expect them to all come. Many of the practitioners in Yan City recognized this mighty lineup of powerful practitioners as shock surfaced on their faces. At this moment, Xiaoyan Qinglin, who was under Zhuowen's foot, was pleasantly surprised. He quickly said to Zhuowen, now that the experts of my Xiaoyan family are here, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserable. Are you trying to threaten me again? Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He suddenly stomped his foot. Xiaoyan Qinglin was stomped into the ground again. His chest was almost caved in. fresh blood spurted out. He was almost suffocating. Xiaoyan Qinglin didn't dare to say anything. This Zhuowen was too unscrupulous. The people of the Xiaoyan family were already here. He didn't have any scruples and still treated him like this. He was too lawless. Chapter 9:25. Xiaoyan's was furious. Bastard! Quickly let Qinglin go. Then bind your own arms, cripple your own cultivation, and kneel before me to beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll make living worse than death for you. Xiaoyan's berated furiously at Zhuowen, and his voice was thunderous and suffused the surroundings. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and stared indifferently at Xiaoyan's. You mean that even if I let this piece of trash go, you'll still make me cripple my own cultivation and kneel before you while my life and death will still be in your hands? Xiaoyan's grunted coldly and said, Of course. Who do you think you are? You killed a member of my Xiaoyan clan and caused Qinglin to be reduced to such a state. Allowing you to cripple your own cultivation is already the greatest benevolence I can show you. The greatest benevolence? Zhuowen laughed with ridicule as he stomped his foot down on Xiaoyan Qinglin's chest, causing the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood while his aura weakened to the extreme. Moreover, his eyes were unfocused while he seemed to be in a slightly dazed state. Xiaoyan Qinglin, you have to remember that it wasn't I, Zhuowen, who wanted to kill you, and it was your father who forced me to do so. Since he said that even if I, Zhuowen, let you go, he would still make me cripple my own cultivation and kneel before him. Obviously, he doesn't intend to let me go. Since it's like that, then it just so happens that I can drag you down with me. It wouldn't be a loss in that way. Don't you think so? As he spoke, a blood-red spear appeared in Zhuowen's right palm, and the tip of the blood-red spear just happened to be pressed against Xiaoyan Qinglin's neck. The oppressive, cold glow it emanated caused the hairs on Xiaoyan Qinglin's entire body to stand on end, and he hurriedly cried out, Don't kill me. Let me go. Kid, how dare you? Xiaoyan's roared furiously as he flashed toward Zhuowen, and then he pressed down with his right hand, causing a terrifying wave of origin energy to crush down towards Zhuowen like a mountain. Look! Your father is forcing me to kill you. Since it's like that, then you should just die. As he gazed at Xiaoyan's, who attacked fearlessly, Zhuowen's gaze turned cold, and he swung the blood-red spear horizontally. It instantly swept past Xiaoyan Qinglin's neck and caused strands of blood. Puchi! Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes widened. Even in death, he still couldn't believe that this Zhuowen had actually dared to kill him. Moreover, he hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Whoosh! 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled, and Zhuowen turned into an illusory lightning bolt, instantly dodging Xiaoyan's attack. Silence. At this moment, the surroundings became extremely quiet. Not only the onlookers, but even Xiaoyan, who was rushing forward, stopped in midair. His gaze was fixed on the deep pit below, where Xiaoyan Qinglin had completely lost his breath. After a long period of silence, Xiaoyan's raised his head and roared, Bastard, you dared to kill my son. Today, I, Xiaoyan's will kill you. Men, capture this little bastard. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. As soon as these words came out, more than 20 experts of the Xiaoyan family behind Xiaoyan nodded. Immediately, their imposing aura became like rainbows, and they surrounded Zhuowen with cold and ruthless gazes. Xiaoyan's came to the deep pit and gently picked up Xiaoyan Qinglin's body. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. His Xiaoyan family had painstakingly cultivated a monstrous genius, who might even surpass him in the future. Xiaoyan Qinglin had actually died like this. Xiaoyan's only felt his heart ache at this moment. His hatred for Zhuowen was monstrous, and he couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die without a burial place. That Zhuowen is really bold. He actually killed Xiaoyan Qinglin in front of Xiaoyan's. He's really arrogant. But I'm afraid this kid's and won't be good. The Xiaoyan family has only had one genius like Xiaoyan Qinglin for many years, and now he's been killed by Zhuowen just like that. Xiaoyan's won't let him go. The Xiaoyan family has sent out all their elite experts this time. Those 20 or so are basically all elders with high positions in the family. 2 of them are even at the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm, while the rest are at the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm or above. This lineup is too terrifying. Seeing the lineup that surrounded Zhuowen, many people shook their heads and sighed. Since Zhuowen could defeat Xiaoyan Qinglin, he was clearly a monstrous genius with great talent, but now he was going to die because of this. Many cultivators couldn't help but sigh. Father, what should we do? Young Master Zhua has been surrounded by people from the Xiaoyan family. At this moment, only Ruan Xianfeng, Ruan Lingyu, and Lang Ying were left in the martial arts field of the Ruan family. Ruan Lingyu asked worriedly. Ruan Xianfeng shook his head and said with a complicated look in his eyes, I can't do anything about this. Little brother Zhua is very strong. Killing Xiaoyan Qinglin is probably his limit. I'm afraid he's no match for these 20 or so experts from the Xiaoyan family. Not to mention me. At this point, Ruan Xuanfeng's face was full of a bitter smile. Zhuowen's strength was far beyond his expectations. Not only did Zhuowen defeat him, but he even killed Xiaoyan Qinglin, who was half a step away from the Xuanzuan realm. Such strength was considered a monstrous genius at Zhuowen's age. However, a battle of this level was not something he could intervene in. In other words, Ruan Xianfeng was no different from an ant in the eyes of the experts from the Xiaoyan family. Lang Ying, who was standing behind the 2, had a venomous look in her eyes. Although Zhuowen's strength had shocked her, she was more resentful because her father, Lang Feng, was killed by Zhuowen. And because of Zhuowen, the Ruan family had become what it was today. Lang Ying blamed everything on Zhuowen. She didn't know that if she and Lang Feng hadn't been so aggressive, Zhuowen wouldn't have attacked them. Lang Ying and Lang Feng were the ones who brought this upon themselves. Who could they blame for this? You're Zhuowen, right? How dare you kill someone from the Xiaoyan family? You've got guts. More than 20 people surrounded Zhuowen. The auras of the 2 black-robed old men in the lead were the most vigorous. They were actually at the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm. The rest of the people were all at least at the ultimate 9th Will Emperor realm. Such a lineup was almost the strongest lineup that the Xiaoyan family could bring out. In their opinion, it was completely unnecessary for more than 20 people to attack the young man in front of them. However, Xiaoyan Zuo was the head of the Xiaoyan family, so they naturally didn't dare to disobey. You've got guts for killing a piece of trash? You think too highly of yourselves. Zhuowen sneered. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of more than 20 people shrank, and their faces turned cold. Zhuowen's words were very vicious. He actually dared to call the number 1 genius of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Qinglin, a piece of trash. Looks like you're really looking for death. Let's kill him together. The 2 black-robed old men in the lead snorted coldly and waved their right hands. Suddenly, more than 20 people around them erupted with their own auras. They used their own powerful moves and waved them at Zhuowen in the center. For a moment, terrifying origin energy fluctuations spread out in the surroundings. Various colors of origin energy exploded above the void like colorful fireworks. It looked very colorful. That Zhuowen is finished. The joint attack of so many experts is too powerful. Even if Zhuowen's strength has reached the Xuanzuan realm, I'm afraid he can't withstand such a terrifying attack. Many warriors below Yen City looked up at the sky. Naturally, they also saw the intersecting energy balls that were constantly exploding. All of them revealed looks of surprise. The joint attack of more than 20 experts was indeed terrifying. Even an early-stage warrior of the Xuanzuan realm would probably be smashed to pieces if he was caught in the explosion of the energy balls, let alone Zhuowen. In the void, The two black-robed old men in the lead raised the corners of their mouths and revealed a victorious smile. They were quite satisfied with the powerful attack of more than 20 people. "Let's go. This kid is definitely going to die. Let's return to our master." The two black-robed old men waved their hands. Immediately, the remaining 20 people followed behind the two old men. They intended to leave the void and rush towards Shaoyan below. "Did I allow you to leave?" A calm voice slowly rang out in the void. It was very flat and faint, but it sounded like an echo in everyone's ears. The 20-plus people who were about to leave stiffened. They immediately turned their heads to look at the explosion cluster behind them, after which they were stunned to discover that a human figure was slowly walking out from the explosion cluster. It was as though he was not afraid of the surrounding terrifying energy erosion. When this figure completely appeared before them, they noticed that an enormous furnace was actually floating above this person's head. The surface of this furnace was inscribed with the talisman markings of the sun, and it was precisely Zhuo Wen's monarch rank spirit treasure, the divine sun furnace. Waves of sun fire revolved around Zhuo Wen's body, resisting the erosion of the surrounding terrifying energy. At this moment, Zhuo Wen was like a sun god. He appeared so dazzling and brilliant. What kind of soul treasure is this? Why does it have such a powerful aura? The two old men in the lead revealed expressions of surprise and bewilderment. The aura of the divine sun furnace floating above Zhuo Wen's head was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the two old men couldn't help but have the thought of submitting to it. Could it be a royal soul treasure? Soon, the two black-robed old men thought of a possibility. The two of them were cultivators of the Xuanzun realm, so they had naturally seen heaven soul treasures before. As for royal soul treasures, they had only seen one from the ancestor of the Shaoyan family. The aura of the divine sun furnace on the young man in front of them was almost the same as the royal soul treasure used by the ancestor of the Shaoyan family. Needless to say, this furnace was definitely a royal soul treasure. It's actually a royal soul treasure. This brat, who stinks of milk, actually has such a treasure. It's really a waste. This kind of treasure should belong to our Shaoyan family. It's most suitable. After the shock, the two black-robed old men looked at each other and saw a hint of greed in their eyes. They were determined to get this royal soul treasure. "Haha, brat, you're quite the good person. You actually took out such a treasure. Since you've taken it out, we won't be polite and accept it." As the two black-robed old men spoke, they led more than 20 people behind them and flew towards Zhuo Wen. They wanted to capture Zhuo Wen and seize the divine sun furnace. Killing people and seizing treasures? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Chapter 9:26. Sneak attack the sun. Runes on the surface of the divine sun cauldron burst out with an extremely terrifying light. Waves of blazing sun fire surged out, enveloping the two black-robed old men and more than 20 experts of the Shaoyan family. The sun fire was extremely terrifying. An ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm expert would not be able to withstand it at all. Inside the sun fire, apart from the two black-robed old men with the highest cultivation who could barely withstand it, the other 20 Shaoyan family elders were all swallowed by the sea of fire and disappeared. How can it be so terrifying? The two black-robed old men in the sea of fire naturally noticed the other people being swallowed by the sea of fire. Their eyes were filled with fear. The terrifying might of the sun's flame was beyond the two old men's expectations. Zhuo Wen waved his right hand, and the divine sun cauldron floating in the air quietly landed in his right palm. Then he stared coldly at the two black-robed old men in the sea of fire and said indifferently, "This spirit treasure is called the divine sun cauldron. Don't you want it? Just come and take it." As soon as these words were said, the two black-robed old men's faces stiffened. Was Zhuo Wen joking? They were trapped in the sea of fire and were barely holding on. This kid actually wanted them to come and take the divine sun cauldron. Was he deliberately angering them? Since you don't want it, then die. As he spoke, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His right hand suddenly slammed onto the surface of the divine sun cauldron. Immediately, an even more terrifying sun fire surged out from the cauldron and drowned the two black-robed old men. No, spare us. It was not our intention to come and kill you. As long as you let us go, we are willing to follow you. The two black-robed old men's terrified cries came from the sea of fire. It was too terrifying. This sun fire could completely kill the two of them. They were truly afraid. At this moment, in a huge pit below Yen City, Xiaoyan's was slowly put down the corpse of Xiaoyan Qinglin. He stared at the expert of the Xiaoyan family who had been instantly killed in surprise, especially the words of the two black-robed old men. It caused Xiao Yan's gaze to turn extremely gloomy. He had never imagined that the situation would develop in such a way. Moreover, he had never imagined that Zhuo would actually possess such a terrifying royal rank spiritual treasure. Follow me? You two trash really aren't qualified. Just die for me. Zhuo coldly snorted, no longer showing any mercy. Endless sun flames spread out, completely submerging the two black-robed old men. Not long after, the screams of the two black-robed old men were completely extinguished. Whoosh! Waves of sun fire once again entered the divine sun furnace, and the two black-robed elders were completely turned into ashes. In an instant, more than 20 elite experts from the Xiaoyan family had been completely annihilated. Not only were the spectating cultivators in Yen City shocked, even Xiaoyan's couldn't help but twitch his mouth, his expression extremely ugly. Xiaoyan clan head, didn't you just make me, Zhuowen, wish I was dead? Why haven't you come up yet? After he dealt with the two black-robed old men, Zhuowen stood in midair and looked down at Xiaoyan's who had an unsightly expression. His gaze was ghastly and indifferent while his shout resounded out like rumbling thunder and suffused the entire expanse of space. Hua! Zhuowen's voice was neither loud nor soft, but many cultivators within a radius of dozens of miles could hear it clearly. Then, their gazes converged on Xiaoyan's in unison. Xiaoyan's eyes were gloomy as he felt the gazes of so many people. In fact, after Zhuowen took out the divine sun furnace and easily killed more than 20 elite experts of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan's was already a little scared. Although his cultivation was good, it was only at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. However, among the more than 20 cultivators, the two black-robed old men were also at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm, although their cultivation was not as good as his. Even if he could win against more than 20 experts, it would be impossible for him to win as easily as Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen had easily killed more than 20 experts. Therefore, at this moment, Xiaoyan's hesitated. He began to lose confidence in Zhuowen. What are you hesitating for, Xiaoyan family head? I, Zhuowen, want to see how you, Xiaoyan family head, will make my life worse than death. What's wrong? Are you scared? Zhuowen's sneering voice spread throughout the entire void, causing many cultivators' gazes to become strange. Could it be, as Zhuowen said, that the Xiaoyan family head Xiaoyan's was really scared? Xiaoyan's coldly snorted and stamped his foot. Waves of cold air covered his whole body as he floated in the air and landed 100 meters away from Zhuowen. His eyes were gloomy as he said, "You're Zhuowen, right? It seems that you're really arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight against my Xiaoyan family alone?" Xiaoyan family head, you're exaggerating. This kid didn't say that. It's just that the more than 20 so-called elite experts you sent before seem to be quite useless. Therefore, I hope that the family head can send some decent experts instead of some random cats and dogs to mess with people. As soon as Zhuowen said this, Xiaoyan's face stiffened and his whole body trembled. This was going too far. This Zhuowen not only killed more than 20 high-level cultivators of the Xiaoyan family, but now he was ridiculing the high-level cultivators of the Shaoyan family. Wasn't this a disguised way of saying that the experts of the Shaoyan family were all useless? You're very conceited, but generally conceited people die early. I don't think you can escape this fate, Xiaoyan's was said coldly. Zhou eyes were as calm as water as he said indifferently, "Then there's no need for the Shaoyan family head to worry. As long as an enemy obstructs me, Zhou, I'll kill them all, regardless of their background." However, as soon as Zhou finished speaking, he noticed a strange smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Zhou's eyes narrowed, and a trace of ominous feeling rose in his heart. Whoosh! A wisp of black light silently swept over from behind Zhou Wen's back. It was silent, like a lonely shadow in the middle of the night. By the time Zhou Wen noticed it, the wisp of black light was already close to him. A cold, sharp edge was already pressed against the skin of his back. As long as it moved forward a little bit, the sharp edge would be able to pierce through Zhou Wen's back. "Dodge!" Zhou Wen shouted angrily. He moved his feet and lowered his body. The sharp edge that was piercing towards his back suddenly pierced towards his shoulder blade. Puchi! The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. A black long sword surrounded by a black mist pierced through Zhou Wen's shoulder blade from the back, bringing out a stream of blood. 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled as Zhou Wen turned into a bolt of lightning and flew backwards. He then turned his head with an extremely gloomy gaze and stared at the person who had just ambushed him. The person who appeared in front of Zhou Wen was a figure completely covered in black mist. Naturally, Zhou Wen recognized this person. Wasn't he the Devil's Shadow from the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace who had chased after him in the dense forest? Your vigilance is quite strong. You were actually able to dodge my sure-kill attack. Moreover, your strength seems to be much stronger than before. The Devil's Shadow's cold voice was heard. There was a trace of astonishment in his voice. "Looks like my luck is pretty good. I actually met so many acquaintances here." A lazy voice was heard. Then Zue Qingfeng, who was dressed in a green and white robe, held a jade wine gourd in his hand. He poured the wine into his mouth with his right hand and burped at the same time. He looked at Zhou Wen with drunken eyes. However, Zhou Wen could see that the drunkenness in Zue Qingfeng's eyes was a kind of disguise. In those drunken eyes there was a deep chill. This chill was targeted at Zhou Wen. Back then, Zue Qingfeng had been put in an extremely difficult situation because of Zhou Wen. Zue Qingfeng had never forgotten that. Now that he had met this Zhou Wen, he would definitely not let him go. Clear Void Valley's Zue Qingfeng, Devil's Shadow from the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. I never thought that these 2 monstrous geniuses would be lured out. This is really surprising. Seeing the sudden appearance of these 2 people, many of the Yen City's practitioners were shocked. Zue Qingfeng and Devil's Shadow were young geniuses who were much more terrifying than Xiaoyan Qinglin. Their strength was not inferior to the head of the Shaoyan family, Xiaoyanzhua. Moreover, looking at Zue Qingfeng and Devil's Shadow's appearance, they seemed to know Zhou Wen. There seemed to be a certain grudge between them. Otherwise, Devil's Shadow would not have suddenly launched a sneak attack when Zhou Wen and Xiaoyanzhua were confronting each other. I never thought that the 2 young masters, Devil's Shadow and Zue Qingfeng, would also come. From the looks of it, the 2 of you are also somewhat dissatisfied with this Zhou Wen. Why don't the 3 of us join forces to completely capture this child? After all, this child has many secrets on him. The 2 young masters should be somewhat tempted, right? Xiaoyanzhua politely cupped his hands towards Devil's Shadow and Zue Qingfeng. He knew about Devil's Shadow's sneak attack because Devil's Shadow had sent a message to him, telling him to try his best to attract Zhou Wen's attention so that he could succeed in his sneak attack. However, Zhou Wen's vigilance was too strong. His reaction was also extremely fast. Under the sneak attack that was sure to kill him, he was actually able to avoid being hit in his vitals. Xiaoyan family head is too polite. This Zhou Wen does indeed have many secrets on him. Moreover, this child's strength is not weak. We only need to delay this child. I have already secretly informed the palace master. He. When the palace master arrives, this child will not be able to escape. Devil's Shadow politely replied to Xiaoyan's Zhuo. What? The palace master of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace, Senior Devil Daozi, is also coming? Xiaoyan Zhuo was shocked. Although this Zhuowen's strength was not bad, it was still not enough for the palace master of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace, Master Devil Daozi, to personally take action. At the very least, Xiaoyan Zhuo felt that Master Devil Daozi was making a fuss over nothing. Our Clear Void Valley Sect Master is also on his way. He should be arriving soon. Zui Qingfeng also cupped his hands and said, What? Even the Clear Void Valley Sect Master, Senior Qing Shuzi, is coming? Xiaoyan Zhuo finally exclaimed in shock. He was already shocked enough that Master Devil Daozi was coming. Now that even Qing Shuzi was coming, Xiaoyan Zhuo really did not know what to say. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan Zhuo's gaze could not help but size up Zhuowen, who was not far away. Could it be that this child had some kind of big secret on him, that he could actually provoke the two giants of the great Yan city, Master Devil Daozi and Qing Shuzi, to fight over him? This child is definitely not simple. I have to report this to the ancestor. Chapter 9:27. Explosive strength. The three of us only need to delay this brat. There's no need to risk our lives. After all, in our opinion, this brat is dead for sure. Mo Ing laughed sinisterly. Brother Mo Ing is right. However, your Celestial Peak Devil Palace is much further away from Yen City than our Clear Void Valley. When the time comes, our sect master should arrive first. If our Clear Void Valley manages to capture him first, your Celestial Peak Devil Palace's Senior Demon, Taoist, won't need to come. Zui Qingfeng gulped down another mouthful of wine from his jade gourd. His face was slightly flushed and his eyes were hazy. Mo Ing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, The palace master possesses the power of the devil. Even if the Celestial Peak Devil Palace is further away from your Clear Void Valley, the palace master's speed won't be much slower than your Clear Void Valley's Qing Su. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. Just now, he had already crushed the Jade Talisman. The ancestor of the Xiaoyan family, who was in seclusion, had almost received it and was currently on his way. Their Xiaoyan family was in Yen City and was the closest to them. There was no doubt that their Xiaoyan clan's ancestor would be the first to arrive. If their ancestor could capture Zhuo when before Master Demon Taoist and Master Qing Su arrived, then, although they wouldn't be able to keep all the benefits, they would still be able to get a share of the spoils. Just as the three of them each had their own ulterior motives and thought that Zhuowen had already been captured, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from the center of the three of them, attracting their attention. When their gazes gathered on the owner of this aura, they were all shocked. The source of this aura was actually Zhuowen, whom they had overlooked. This aura is the sovereign stage? Xiaoyan's mouth opened slightly as he spat out these words. Zui Qingfeng and Mo Ing exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It was actually the sovereign stage. When they were chasing Zhuowen, he was merely an ultimate three-wheel emperor. How could he erupt with such a terrifying aura now? Could it be that this brat has been hiding his cultivation all this time? Zui Qingfeng's eyes flickered as he said solemnly. Mo Ying's eyelids twitched. He discovered a bone-chilling gaze staring straight at him, causing him to feel uneasy. The owner of this gaze was none other than Zhuowen. Demon Shadow, you're really something. You actually dared to sneak attack me. Zhuowen's voice was terrifyingly calm, but everyone knew that beneath this calmness was a monstrous, killing intent. This Mo Ying's ability to hide was very strong. Just now, Zhuowen's attention was fully attracted by Xiaoyan's, so the former's sneak attack was successful. At that moment, if Zhuowen's actions were a beat slower, the Mo Ying's sword would have pierced his heart. At that time, there was really no way to save the situation. Today you must die. Zhuowen's indifferent voice resounded. He stomped his foot, waved the blood spear in his hand, and used the Azura blood spear. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and an endless sea of blood gushed out from those cracks. Kill! With a loud roar, Zhuowen rushed towards the demonic figure with the sea of blood wrapped around him. His killing intent soared to the heavens, and the sea of blood wreaked havoc. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a demon god that had returned from Azura hell. Xiao Yanzhua, Zui Qingfeng, what are you two still watching? Hurry up and block this kid with me. As long as the palace master or Qing Su arrives, this kid won't be able to escape. The demonic figure stretched out his right hand, and a long sword surrounded by black fog appeared in his palm. He slashed the void, and a terrifying black energy spread across the void, turning into a huge sword shadow that slashed towards Zhuowen. At the same time, he retreated and shouted at Zui Qingfeng and Xiao Yanzhua. Zui Qingfeng and Xiao Yanzhua's expressions were solemn. After Zhuowen revealed his supreme stage aura, they no longer looked relaxed. In their hearts, they were cursing Zhuowen for hiding his cultivation. Clear void sword technique / Zui Qingfeng formed a sword technique with both hands, and wisps of green origin energy shot out, turning into thousands of sword shadows in the void, and swept towards Zhuowen. At the same time, Xiao Yanzhua formed a complicated seal with both hands. He was actually using the 9 transformation ice god technique that Xiao Yanqinglin had used before. 5th transformation ice god die. Xiao Yanzhua pressed down with both hands, and a terrifying snowstorm appeared behind him. Within the snowstorm, a huge shadow was faintly discernible, stepping on the void. The 9 transformation ice god technique that Xiao Yanzhua had used was much more powerful than Xiao Yanqinglin's, and the giant shadow's might was also much more terrifying than Xiao Yanqinglin's. The black sword shadow that spanned across the void, the thousands of green sword shadows that were wantonly unleashed, and the terrifying giant figure that was stomping through the snowstorm formed a triangular formation. The 3 attacks headed straight for Zhuowen, who was in the center. The entire void was enveloped by these 3 terrifying attacks. All the cultivators in Yen City looked up at the sky with their mouths slightly agape. They had long been stunned by these 3 terrifying attacks. These were the joint attacks of 3 Xuanzuan realm powerhouses, and these 3 Xuanzuan realm powerhouses weren't ordinary cultivators. Not to mention that Xiao Yanzhua was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. Zui Qingfeng and Emoing were the peerless geniuses of Yen City, and their combat strength was far from what ordinary Xuanzuan realm cultivators could compare with. The 3 of them had extraordinary combat strength, and when they joined forces, they could even kill an early-stage, supreme being cultivator. Although Zhuowen had erupted with the aura of a supreme being, in the eyes of the 3 of them, he wasn't a match for their joint attack. Divine Sun Cauldron, 3 consecutive suns. Zhuowen coldly shouted, and the sun runes on the surface of the Divine Sun Cauldron above his head became even more blazing and dazzling, and 3 huge blazing suns surged out. The surface of these 3 blazing suns surged with the flames of the sun, and they emitted a golden radiance that couldn't be looked at directly. The 3 blazing suns swept towards the 3 attacks, emitting light and heat, and instantly collided with the 3 attacks. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and then the 3 attacks and the 3 blazing suns in the void turned into nothingness at the same time. Zhuowen stepped on the endless flames of the sun and instantly arrived in front of Emoing. Die! With a twist of his right hand, the blood spear spun at high speed and swept towards the center of Emo Ying's brows. Countless seas of blood wrapped around Emo Ying, forming a blood barrier that made it impossible for him to dodge. Emo Ying's eyes were gloomy as he held the black sword in his hand horizontally. All the black mist on his body gathered on the black sword, and in an instant the slender black sword rapidly expanded, turning into 100 feet long. It stood horizontally in front of him like a sturdy sword shield. "Can you block it?" The chilling look in Zhuo Wen's eyes grew even more intense. The blood-red spear pressed against the sword and shield, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing against metal. It actually caused the demonic figure to continuously retreat. "Break!" Zhuo Wen's right hand slapped the hilt of the blood spear, and a powerful force surged out, and a touch of demonic red appeared on the tip of the blood spear. Crack! The black sword shield did not last for long. Under the terrifying power of the blood spear, traces of cracks appeared on its surface, and it finally crumbled into black powder. Swoosh! With the sword shield broken, Zhuo Wen held the blood spear in his hand and instantly passed by Mo Ying. Soon after, a miserable shriek continuously resounded in the sky above Yan City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Numerous gazes gathered on the owner of the miserable shriek, and soon after, gasps rang out. The person who let out that miserable shriek was none other than the evildoer Mo Ying from the Heaven Peak Devil Palace. At this moment, Mo Ying was in an exceptionally miserable state. His arms and legs were all broken, and fresh blood spurted out, forming a misty blood rain in the sky. "Ah, Zhuo Wen, you actually dared to break my limbs. You are so ruthless." Mo Ying was on the verge of going crazy. Previously, he had lost his right arm because of Zhuo Wen, and it was already extremely humiliating. Fortunately, the demon had used a secret technique to regenerate his arm. However, Zhuo Wen did not kill him. Instead, he had broken his limbs in front of countless practitioners in Yan City. This was a naked humiliation that Mo Ying could not tolerate. Zhuo Wen glanced indifferently at Mo Ying, whose limbs had been broken, and no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he turned around and stared coldly at Zui Qingfeng and Xia Yanzhua, who were nearby. The bone-chilling coldness made the two of them feel uneasy. So powerful! This kid is only around 20 years old. Not only has his cultivation reached the initial stage of the sovereign stage, but Mo Ying, Zui Qingfeng, and Xia Yan's combined forces were also easily broken by him. Mo Ying even had his limbs broken. In terms of talent and strength, this kid is probably not inferior to the imperial family's prince, Mo Lingtian. When did such a monstrous genius appear in Yan City? After Zhuo Wen had broken Mo Ying's limbs, Zhuo Wen had become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was guessing the origin and identity of this young man named Zhuo Wen. In the Ruan clan's martial arts arena, whether it was Ruan Xianfeng, Ruan Lingyu, or Leng Ying, the three of them stood motionless like statues as they stared blankly at the devil-like figure in the sky. No matter what, they would never have imagined that the youth they thought to be ordinary would actually possess such formidable strength. Not only were Xia Yanzhua, Zui Qingfeng, and Mo Ying's combined forces not a match for him, but Mo Ying's limbs were completely crippled by Zhuo Wen as soon as they met. In their opinion, Xia Yanzhua, Zui Qingfeng, and Mo Ying were all influential figures in Yan City. In their eyes, they were lofty and unreachable existences, but now they had been crushed by Zhuo Wen, and Mo Ying's fate was even more miserable. Lingyu, where did this Zhuo Wen come from? How can his strength be so terrifying? Ruan Xuanfeng's voice trembled as he spoke. Ruan Lingyu shook her head and said with a complicated gaze, "Actually, I'm not sure either. Back then, we only rescued young Master Zhuo from the road. Who knew that young Master Zhuo had hidden his strength so well? Lingyu, with your kindness of saving him back then, if our Ruan clan has such a person to help us, how can we not rise?" Ruan Xuanfeng's eyes flickered as he spoke. Ruan Lingyu glanced at Ruan Xianfeng indifferently and said with waning interest, "Father! Young Master Zhuo has already completely expelled the cold from my body. He has already repaid the debt of saving my life. He doesn't owe our Ruan clan anything. On the contrary, our Ruan clan has been targeting him and going up against the Xiaoyan clan alone. Now that you've seen young Master Zhuo's outstanding strength. Do you think it's possible for him to revive our Wan clan? Wan Lingyu was somewhat disappointed in her father, Wan Xianfeng. Previously, he had treated Zhuowen in such a manner. Not only did Zhuowen not repay kindness with enmity, he even helped the Wan clan go up against the Xiaoyan clan. Chapter 928. Flowing sword form. The two of you should stay behind as well. After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled. He turned into a flash of lightning as the sea of blood behind him revolved around him, making him look terrifying and bloody. Xiaoyan Zhuo and Zue Qingfeng's expressions changed slightly. The scene of Zhuowen instantly severing Mo Ying's 4 limbs was still fresh in their minds. They also began to feel a trace of fear towards Zhuowen. Young Master Zue Qingfeng, we only need to delay this person for a quarter of an hour. My Xiaoyan family's old ancestor will arrive soon. I hope you can lend me a hand. Xiaoyan's was said to Zue Qingfeng somewhat anxiously. A quarter of an hour? Zue Qingfeng shot a meaningful glance at Xiaoyan Zhuo. It seemed like this Xiaoyan Zhuo wasn't someone easy to deal with. He actually secretly notified his family's old ancestor. Moreover, the Xiaoyan family was located in Yan City. Therefore, their old ancestor would arrive much faster than their Clear Void Valley and Devil Palace. According to Qing Shuzi's speed, Zue Qingfeng estimated that it would take him around half an incense stick's time to reach Yan City. Originally, this amount of time wasn't considered long for Zue Qingfeng. However, Zhuo Wen's strength had exceeded their expectations. He actually possessed a cultivation at the initial stage of the Exalted Realm. Moreover, his combat strength wasn't something an ordinary Exalted Realm cultivator could compare to. He'd broken through their joint attack in a few moves. The most miserable one was Mo Ying. All 4 of his limbs had been severed by Zhuowen. If he couldn't recover, he would become a cripple from now on. Right now, Zue Qingfeng couldn't wait for more experts to arrive and restrain this troublesome fellow. The Xiaoyan family's old ancestor was a good candidate. Because the Xiaoyan family had a good relationship with the Clear Void Valley, even if Zhuowen was captured by the Xiaoyan family's old ancestor, with Qing Shuzi's face, he could absolutely split the secrets on Zhuowen with the Xiaoyan family's old ancestor. Good. Let's delay him for a quarter of an hour. As he spoke, Zue Qingfeng's gaze became extremely solemn. He slapped the jade wine gourd in his hand with his right hand. A green light flickered as the wine gourd continued to expand. It expanded until it was several dozen feet in size. When the cork was pulled out, the wine inside gushed out and transformed into giant water pythons. There were a total of 20 of them, and each of them was nearly 300 feet in size. Xiaoyan Zhuo didn't hold back either. He changed his hand seal, and waves of ice-blue cold air raged, wrapping his whole body in it. It actually formed a layer of ice-blue armor around his body. Xiaoyan Zhuo's aura had actually risen from the peak of the Xuanzuan realm to the early stage of the Supreme Being realm, the same realm as Zhuowen. 6th Evolution Armor. Xiaoyan Zhuo had cultivated the 9 transformation ice god technique to the 6th transformation. The 6th transformation could release all the cold energy in the body and attach it to the surface of the caster's body, temporarily increasing the caster's strength. Kill! Xiaoyan Zhuo shouted loudly as he took a step forward, and then he flashed towards Zhuowen while covered in boundless, icy blue cold energy. Zhuowen stood with his spear in hand. He took a step and also swept towards Xiaoyan Zhuo, not to be outdone. He swung his blood spear, and a monstrous sea of blood enveloped Xiaoyan Zhuo. A powerful blood energy erupted, wanting to completely crush Xiaoyan Zhuo. However, the ice-blue armor on the surface of Xiaoyan Zhuo's body had extremely terrifying defensive power. The sea of blood that came into contact with the armor was actually frozen into ice by the powerful cold intent. Boom! 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 In just an instant, the sea of blood that wrapped around Xiaoyan Zuo's body completely stilled and was condensed into a blood-red ice cube by the powerful cold energy. Then the blood-red ice cube shattered, and Xiaoyanzuo threw a punch at Zhuowen with a domineering aura. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhuowen swept out with his blood spear. The sharp tip of the spear collided with Xiaoyanzuo's fist, and a powerful force exploded out, forming a ring-shaped shockwave. Xiaoyanzuo let out a muffled groan and retreated dozens of steps, while Zhuowen retreated 3 steps. There was no doubt that Zhuowen had the absolute upper hand in the first confrontation between the two. Boom! The moment Zhuowen stabilized his body, a series of roars sounded. Then, more than 20 huge anacondas that had been ready to attack intertwined with each other and swept towards Zhuowen. Their huge heads looked extremely ferocious. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He formed a sword sign with his right hand, and the infinite sword formation turned into rays of cold light that circled around Zhuowen's body. The 5th sword move of the infinite sword formation, flowing sword style. Then the infinite sword formation turned into rays of sword light and began to spin above Zhuowen's head at high speed, turning into a terrifying sword light storm. The flowing sword style was a move that turned the sword light in the sword formation into a flowing wind and formed a terrifying sword storm in a rotating manner. Its power was extremely shocking and terrifying. The flowing sword style was also the most powerful of the 5 sword moves of the infinite sword formation. Zhuowen had already comprehended it back then, but he had never had the chance to use it. Pucci! The sword storm's power was extremely barbaric and terrifying. Although the surrounding anacondas were very ferocious, they were all crushed into countless water droplets in front of the sword storm. Not a single one survived. Whoosh! After killing more than 20 anacondas in an instant, the sword storm did not stop. It swept towards Zue Qingfeng in the sky, wanting to kill him as well. Zue Qingfeng's face changed slightly. He formed a sword sign with both hands, and countless sword shadows appeared around him, forming a sword shadow barrier. Countless sword shadows flickered in the barrier, and it looked quite spectacular. Bang! 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 When the sword storm and the sword shadow barrier collided, the sound of heaven and earth shattering rang out. Then the sword shadow barrier shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Damn it! This guy! Zue Qingfeng's face turned ugly. A jade-colored leaf appeared in his right hand, and a trace of pain appeared in his eyes. This jade-colored leaf had the ability to teleport, and he did not have many on him. Last time, he had used one because of Zhuowen, and this time he was forced to use it because of Zhuowen. How could Zue Qingfeng not feel pain? Crack! A crisp sound rang out, causing Zue Qingfeng's face to turn gloomy. He sighed and had no choice but to crush the jade-colored leaf. The moment the sword shadow barrier collapsed, Zue Qingfeng had already disappeared thousands of miles away. He escaped pretty fast. Seeing Zue Qingfeng teleport again, Zhuowen did not pursue the matter. Instead, he looked at Xiaoyanzuo and said indifferently, "Since Zue Qingfeng has already escaped, I can only vent my anger on you." As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and the Azura blood spear was unleashed to the extreme. An endless sea of blood gushed out from the void, and Zhuowen's eyes turned scarlet, filled with bloodthirst. Kill! Looking at Zue Qingfeng fleeing and Zhuowen rushing in front of him, Xiaoyanzuo's face turned ugly. He said in a low voice, "Old ancestor will be here soon. I just need to hold on for a while. I don't believe that Zhuowen can kill me in such a short time." Clenching his teeth, Xiaoyanzuo did not retreat. Instead, he rushed towards Zhuowen. He threw out a punch, releasing a terrifying chill that seemed to shatter the surrounding space. Boom! 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 In just an instant, the two of them collided, and a terrifying battle erupted. Needless to say, Xiaoyanzuo was at an absolute disadvantage. Fortunately, Xiaoyanzuo's armor was extremely sturdy. Even Zhuowen's blood spear could not pierce through it. Zhuowen, our Xiao Yenzhua family's 9 transformation ice god technique has many powerful abilities. The armor on my body is transformed from the 6th transformation, and its defense is extremely powerful. So what if you're stronger than me? You can't pierce through my armor. You can only be held back by me. Seeing that Zhuowen's attack did not pierce through his armor, Xiao Yenzhua felt relieved and couldn't help but mock him. You want to die so badly? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhuowen's cold voice sounded, causing Xiao Yenzhua's face to stiffen. What did Zhuowen mean? Could it be that he has more powerful means? But soon, Xiao Yenzhua rejected this idea. The current Zhuowen was already abnormal enough. If Zhuowen had more powerful means, then it would really be heaven-defying. Great Sun Nirvana, Nirvana! Zhuowen's low voice sounded. Then, Xiao Yenzhua was shocked to see that Zhuowen had turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of his 6 arms held a long spear, and Zhuowen's aura was several times stronger than before. 3 heads and 6 arms? Are you kidding me? What kind of secret technique is this? Xiao Yenzhua was stunned, and his lips trembled as he muttered, Azura Blood Spear Aura, die for me! Zhuowen roared, and his 6 arms displayed the Azura Blood Spear Aura at the same time. Suddenly, an endless sea of blood gushed out from the void. It was as if the entire sky was covered by the sea of blood, and it looked extremely terrifying. No, Xiao Yenzhua also felt the power of the sea of blood. It was much more terrifying than before, and deep fear and coldness appeared in his eyes. Pucci, the power of the sea of blood poured down and heavily bombarded Xiao Yenzhua's body. Then, the indestructible armor on Xiao Yenzhua's body was torn to pieces. Xiao Yenzhua spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky like a withered leaf. His body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. I'll send you on your last journey. Zhuowen looked down at the falling Xiao Yenzhua, took out a long spear, and threw it at Xiao Yenzhua with extreme speed. You dare to kill the head of my Xiao Yenzhua family? You're really bold. Get out of my way. A loud roar came from the sky, and then a burst of energy shot out and blocked the long spear. The long spear was deflected, and it swept past Xiao Yenzhua. Looking up, Zhuowen also noticed the figure that swept over from the sky. He said indifferently, Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? The figure was wearing a long robe, and his hair was very short, with both sides of his hair white. He was actually a short-haired old man, and there was a deep scar on the right side of his face, which made him look extremely ferocious. I'm Xiao Yanba, the ancestor of the Xiao Yenzhua family. I think you're really bold. How dare you brazenly kill the people of my Xiao Yenzhua family? Xiao Yanba snorted coldly. At this moment, his figure was still 1,000 miles away, and his voice was spread by Yuan force. You can't stop the people that I, Zhuowen, want to kill. Chapter 9:29. By Mei shows his might, little bastard, how dare you? Xiao Yanba shouted angrily. Unfortunately, he was now 1,000 miles away from Zhuowen. It would take him some time to reach Zhuowen, so he couldn't stop him in time. If you dare to kill Xiao Yenzhua, my Xiaoyan family will not rest until you are dead. Xiao Yanba's voice boomed, but it didn't stop Zhuowen. Instead, he rushed toward Xiao Yenzhua at an even faster speed. Xiao Yanba's eyes widened, and he flew into a rage. This kid is too arrogant. I have already said so. But this kid still dares to kill Xiao Yenzhua. He is really lawless. Don't kill me. I swear that if you don't kill me, my Xiaoyan family will not pursue the matter anymore. Xiao Yenzhua screamed. You won't pursue the matter? Although you said so, I still believe a dead person. After saying that, Zhuowen's 6 arms smashed down together. The terrifying force crushed Xiao Yenzhua, who didn't even have the chance to make a sound, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Xiao Yenzhua's nascent soul was also destroyed by Zhuowen. He didn't survive at all. Zwa-er! Xiao Ba roared. His eyes were red, and he arrived above Zhuowen in an instant. He blasted out his right palm, and the icy cold origin energy turned into an ice mountain, crushing down on Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and stood quietly. He looked up at the ice mountain that was getting closer and closer, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhuowen. A tyrannical force gushed out, and the terrifying ice mountain was instantly shattered into countless ice shards. The figure that stood in front of Zhuowen wasn't very old. He was about 25 years old, and his face was quite handsome. His eyebrows were pale white. It was Heavenly Master Whitebrow who had reconstructed his body. Xiao Ba floated in the air, looking down at Zhuowen and Heavenly Master Whitebrow. He frowned slightly. He actually felt a faint sense of threat from Heavenly Master Whitebrow. Xiao Ba stared at the white-browed Heavenly Exalt and muttered in a low voice, "Was I mistaken?" However, Xiao Ba's arrival caused an uproar among the onlookers in Yen City. No one had expected that the ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Ba, who had not shown himself for a long time, would actually appear. It was said that Xiao Ba's cultivation had reached the early stage of golden exalt many years ago. Now, it was impossible for his cultivation to remain the same. He might have reached an even higher level. Even though Xiao Ba's cultivation had stagnated for many years, his golden exalt cultivation alone was enough to make him one of the top experts in Yen City. After all, there were very few heavenly exalts in Yen City, and all of them were in the 5 superpowers. The other superpowers didn't have any heavenly exalts at all. Therefore, there were very few people below the 5 great powers who dared to offend an existence like Xiao Ba. When they thought of this, many people looked at Zhuowen with pity. This lad was really unlucky. He had actually killed Xiao Zhua in front of Xiao Ba. This lad's fate would be very miserable. Zhuowen is done for. He actually provoked someone like Xiao Ba. Even if he doesn't die, he'll still die, Lang Ying said sarcastically in the Ruan family's martial arts arena. Ruan, Xianfeng frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that the Xiaoyan family would actually call out their ancestor. They had actually attached so much importance to Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing on the roof of a tiled house with his back straight. The white-browed, heavenly exalt was standing obediently beside him like a servant. Is your Xiaoyan family that great? It was your Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Pu, who provoked me first. The reason why things have developed to this point is that your Xiaoyan family thinks too highly of yourselves. That's why you've ended up like this. A mere late-stage golden exalt martialist. If you don't want the Xiaoyan family to be destroyed, I advise you to scram. Zhuo Wen's indifferent voice slowly resounded, causing an uproar to erupt. That was a little too arrogant. Xiaoyan Ba was the ancestor of the Xiaoyan family. He had an important position in the Xiaoyan family. Now, a lad who still smelled of his mother's milk was asking Xiaoyan Ba to scram. That was a little too arrogant. Therefore, when Zhuowen said those words, the first thought that came to everyone's mind was that this person was crazy. The second thought was that this lad was simply courting death. In Yen City, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. You're courting death, Xiaoyan Ba said coldly with a chilling gaze. Courting death? You'll know if I'm courting death later. White-browed, kill this noisy person. With a faint smile, Zhuowen instructed white-browed, heavenly master beside him. Then he began to collect Xiaoyan Zuo's corpse. After all, Xiaoyan Zuo was the family head of the Xiaoyan family. He had a spiritual ring, so there must be a lot of good things in it. Many martialists rolled their eyes when they saw Zhuowen leisurely collecting Xiaoyan Zuo's corpse. However, no one dared to step forward to stop him. The powerful strength that Zhuowen had just displayed was still vivid in their minds. Besides Xiaoyan Zuo, Zhuowen naturally did not let go of Moing, who had lost all 4 of his limbs and was already half dead. You're very confident. Do you think that this lad is a match for me? Xiao Ba frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Oh, are you questioning my master's judgment? You're just a mere golden exalt martialist. In my eyes, you're just an ant. How dare you think that I'm not a match for you? White-browed, heavenly master suddenly smiled. A heavenly aura gushed out. With him as the epicenter, a terrifying gale swept out, and the surrounding space faintly showed signs of collapsing. Heavenly exalt? Xiao Ba's face stiffened as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? Why does Zhuowen have a heavenly exalt martialist by his side? Moreover, white-browed heavenly master addressed Zhuowen as master. Is this heavenly exalt martialist actually this young man's servant? At this moment, Xiao Ba was in a mess. He was actually stunned in midair. Not only Xiao Ba, but many other martialists in Yen City were also stunned. Some of them even had their mouths wide open. The shock in their eyes was even more intense than Xiao Ba's. A heavenly exalt martialist was an overlord in Yen City. It was a supreme existence, and it was also a terrifying existence that was comparable to a sect master. However, such a terrifying existence was actually just a servant of a sovereign martialist. Now, even a fool would know that this young man named Zhuowen had a powerful background. It was so powerful that it made everyone feel suffocated. If even his servant was a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse, then how terrifying was the power behind Zhuowen? It was already unimaginable to them. At this moment, the pity in everyone's eyes when they looked at Zhuowen had already vanished. Instead, it was replaced by deep fear and reverence. Many people even started to look at Xiao Ba, who had an ugly expression on his face, with ridicule. Not to mention the power behind this mysterious Zhuowen. Just white-browed heavenly master alone was enough to make Xiao Ba suffer. Young Master Zhuowen, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. Are you from the Eastern Lands, 9 Netherworld realm? This old man's eyes were blurred, and he didn't recognize your identity. I'm really sorry. Xiao Ba's attitude suddenly took a 360-degree turn as he cupped his hands and smiled at Zhuowen. Xiao Ba's change in attitude obviously shocked everyone. Who was the one who had said that he wanted to kill Zhuowen? Now that Zhuowen's servant had displayed the strength of a heavenly exalt, Xiao Ba immediately forced a smile. He was really snobbish. Eastern Lands, 9 Netherworld realm. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes when he heard Xiao Ba's words. He knew that the 9 Netherworld realm should be the core area of the Eastern Lands. However, he had never heard of it before. It was obvious that only the upper echelons of some major powers knew about it. Moreover, the 9 Netherworld realm was probably filled with experts. Otherwise, Xiao Ba would have immediately linked his origin to the so-called 9 Netherworld realm after seeing that he had a heavenly exalt as a servant. Thinking of this, Zhuowen didn't think too much about the 9 Netherworld realm. He had Ziyang Tianzuan and a few other heavenly exalts in his spirit ring. They were all top experts of the Qing Xian Empire and would definitely know about the 9 Netherworld realm. He could ask them when the time came. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. White-browed, kill this noisy guy. Zhuowen ordered lightly. White-browed, heavenly master laughed sinisterly and rushed toward Xiao Ba. The power of a heavenly exalt was fully displayed. Whoosh! Xiao Ba cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to fight and directly ran away. The difference between a heavenly exalt and a golden exalt was huge. Even if Xiao Ba's cultivation had reached the peak of the golden exalt realm, he was probably no match for an initial heavenly exalt. Only a monstrous genius could challenge someone of a higher realm. Of course, Xiao Ba wasn't such a monstrous genius. He was just a very ordinary golden exalt. If he encountered a heavenly exalt, he would be killed instantly. Do you think you can escape? White-browed, heavenly master snorted coldly. He leaped and instantly blocked Xiao Ba's path. Without saying a word, he struck out with his palm and mercilessly attacked Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba wasn't strong. He only lasted for a quarter of an hour before being killed by white-browed Heavenly Master. His physical body collapsed, and even his nascent soul wasn't spared. Dead. The ancestor of the Shaoyan family, Shaoyan Ba, is dead. The moment Shaoyan Ba died under white-browed Heavenly Master's palm, all the spectating Yen City warriors were shocked. Everyone knew that the Shaoyan family was completely finished. From young to old, the Shaoyan family was almost completely massacred by Zhuowen. Moreover, some of the elite experts were also killed by Zhuowen. The rest were just small fries. There was no doubt that the Shaoyan family would be completely devoured by the competing forces in the following period of time. After all, the high-ranking warriors were all dead. Even the strongest ancestor, Shaoyan Ba, had fallen. The Shaoyan family's destruction was inevitable. Many warriors sighed. The Shaoyan family was one of the 4 strongest families in Yen City. However, it was destroyed because they offended a young man that they shouldn't have offended. Whoosh! White-browed, Heavenly Master returned. At the same time, he brought Shaoyan Ba's spirit ring and respectfully handed it to Zhuowen. Let's leave this place first. Demon Taoist and Qing Su will be here soon. These two aren't easy to deal with. Chapter 930. 9 Netherrealm. Not long after Zhuowen and the white-brow Heavenly Sovereign left, a figure appeared in the sky with Zue Qingfeng. This person's hair and beard were all white, and he wore a long green and white robe. His face was dignified. Clear Void Valley's sect master, Qing Shuzi. I didn't expect such a person to come. Some sharp-eyed people below Yen City quickly recognized this white-haired old man. Shaoyan Ba from the Shaoyan family is also dead? Could it be that Zhuowen killed him? Qing Shuzi's gaze quickly fell on Shaoyan Ba's corpse as he muttered with a frown. Sect Master, Shaoyan Ba wasn't killed by Zhuowen, but by a Heavenly Sovereign servant by his side. Zue Qingfeng, who was standing behind Qing Shuzi, suddenly said respectfully. Qing Shuzi's eyes narrowed as he replied with some surprise. What did you say? That Zhuowen has a Heavenly Sovereign servant? A Heavenly Sovereign expert? Zue Qingfeng nodded. He used the leaf to teleport nearly 1,000 miles away, but he didn't leave completely. Instead, he silently observed Zhuowen from afar. Naturally, he saw the scene of Shaoyan Ba's death. Sect Master, this Zhuowen's identity isn't ordinary. I'm afraid he's from the 9 Netherrealm. Should we continue to investigate this kid? Zue Qingfeng asked with some hesitation. After witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying strength and the white-brow Heavenly Sovereign beside him, Zue Qingfeng really didn't want to make an enemy out of Zhuowen. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. He was truly afraid of that Zhuowen. Someone from the 9 Netherrealm? I don't think that's possible. The 9 Netherrealm is the core of the Eastern Lands. That's the real world of the Eastern Lands. Why would anyone be willing to come to such a remote place like our Yen Xian Empire? Didn't you say it before? That Zhuowen has a Heavenly Sovereign nascent soul. From the looks of it, this kid has a secret technique that allowed him to restore the physical body of a Heavenly Sovereign nascent soul. The price should be for the Heavenly Sovereign nascent soul to recognize him as its master. Qing Shuzi's eyes flashed with wisdom. He pointed out the crux of the matter with just one sentence. Zue Qingfeng felt that it made sense. What kind of place was the 9 Netherrealm? The martial artists there disdained to come to this remote corner. Whoosh! Suddenly, an endless amount of black fog surged over from the sky. Immediately, the black fog descended, forming an inverted funnel shape. Finally, a proud figure with black hair and black eyes appeared. Qing Shuzi, what about Zhuowen? The figure arrived in front of Qing Su and questioned him rudely. Humph, that little bastard got away. Qing Su coldly snorted and asked Zue Qingfeng to repeat what had just happened. Demon Taoist's face gradually darkened. You said that Mo Ying's limbs were cut off by Zhuowen? Demon Taoist coldly snorted. His gaze quickly locked onto a deep pit below. Inside the pit, Mo Ying's aura was dispirited. His limbs were broken, and he had fallen into a state of delirium. Demon Taoist came to Mo Ying's side and pointed his sword finger at the center of his forehead. A surge of origin energy surged into Mo Ying's body, causing the originally delirious Mo Ying to regain his consciousness. Even his dantian was crippled? During the process of injecting origin energy, Demon Taoist quickly discovered that Mo Ying's dantian had become extremely shriveled. It was obvious that he was completely crippled. At this moment, Demon Taoist's face was extremely ugly. If Mo Ying's limbs were only broken, he might have a way to restore them. But with his dantian crippled, even he was helpless. Palace Master, you must avenge me. That Zhuowen destroyed me and turned me into a complete cripple. You must avenge me. Mo Ying's face was ferocious as he roared. Demon Taoist took a deep breath. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. He indifferently said, "Don't worry. I won't let that Zhuowen go. Mo Ying, you're already a cripple now. Living is also painful. Why don't I send you on your way?" After speaking, Demon Taoist pressed his right hand on Mo Ying's forehead. A surge of origin energy invaded Mo Ying's mind. Mo Ying struggled a few times before completely losing his breath. Looking at Demon Taoist's actions, Qing Su and Zue Qingfeng both felt a chill. Demon Taoist's style of doing things was becoming more and more like a devil. Just because Mo Ying became a cripple, he didn't hesitate to kill him. Yen City is so big now. Finding a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Demon Taoist arrived in front of Qing Su and indifferently said. Qing Su faintly smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about that. My Qing Su Valley has a lot of disciples, and most of the businesses in Yen City are bought by my Qing Su Valley disciples. As long as I make an announcement in the valley and mobilize all the disciples in Yen City, that Zhuowen won't be able to escape, unless he doesn't stay in the inn. Among the 5 superpowers, your Qing Su Valley has the most disciples. You're really recruiting just about anyone. This is also your Qing Su Valley style." Demon Taoist's gaze was somewhat disdainful. Among the 5 superpowers, the Qing Su Valley has the lowest requirement to recruit disciples. Therefore, they have the most disciples in the valley. Moreover, in order to expand their influence, the Qing Su Valley recruited many nominal disciples. These nominal disciples didn't have the qualifications to enter the Qing Su Valley. They only had the Qing Su Valley's name. In Yen City, the Qing Su Valley had a lot of nominal disciples. Moreover, many of them bought businesses and did business in Yen City. Because of the Qing Su Valley's name, the businesses of these nominal disciples were extremely prosperous. It was because of the existence of these nominal disciples that the Qing Su Valley was the most well-informed among the 5 superpowers. Even the most powerful royal family couldn't compare to the Qing Su Valley in terms of information. Then hurry up and spread the news. If that Zhuowen leaves Yen City because of a misunderstanding, then it'll really be difficult for us to find him. Demon Taoist nodded his head and said in agreement. Qing Su and Demon Taoist chatted for a while before leaving this place, leaving behind many speculations and discussions of Yen City's martial artists. The main character of their discussion was naturally Zhuowen, who had just displayed his invincible might. The main character of this incident, Zhuowen, had already quietly returned to the inn he was staying at. After discovering that there was no one following him outside the inn, Zhuowen locked the door and asked the White Brow Heavenly Sovereign, "White Brow, do you know about the 9 Netherworld realm?" The White Brow Heavenly Sovereign wasn't surprised by Zhuowen's question. After all, Xiaoyanba had already mentioned it before. It would be strange if Zhuowen didn't ask. "I've heard of the 9 Netherworld realm. However, I don't know much about it. Ziyang, Tianzuan, knows more about it than I do." The White Brow Heavenly Sovereign calmly said. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen flicked his finger and a ball of light appeared in the room. Within the ball of light was naturally Ziyang, Tianzuan's nascent soul. "Greetings, master." Ziyang, Tianzuan, respectfully cupped his hands toward Zhuowen. Soon after, his gaze landed on the white brow, heavenly sovereign beside Zhuowen as he asked somewhat uncertainly, "Your white brow?" The white brow heavenly sovereign smiled and said, "Master and Masterlong have successfully helped me reconstruct my physical body. Congratulations." Ziyang, Tianzuan somewhat enviously stared at the white brow heavenly sovereign. He somewhat believed Zhuowen's promise to reconstruct his physical body. "You don't have to be envious. Once I gather enough materials, I'll get Xiaohei to help you reconstruct your physical body." Zhuowen naturally saw the envy on Ziyang, Tianzuan's face and chuckled. "Thank you, master." Ziyang, Tianzuan hurriedly bowed and continued, "I wonder why master has summoned me." Zhuowen lightly knocked on the armrest with his right hand and said indifferently, "You should know about the 9 Netherworld realm, right? Can you tell me about the 9 Netherworld realm? Also, how did Emperor Qing plan to bring the 5 spots to the God Academy?" Ziyang Tianzuan was startled at first, but then he remembered that Zhuowen came from a lowly family, so it was understandable that he didn't know about this. Following Ziyang Tianzuan's narration, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a deeper understanding of the 9 Netherworld realm. The 9th Netherworld realm was the core area of the Eastern lands. It was said that it occupied 1/3 of the Eastern lands, while the remaining 2/3 were scattered with scattered forces. For example, the Qing Xian Empire and the Yan Xian Empire were members of these scattered forces. As the core area of the Eastern lands, the 9 Netherworld realm was filled with experts and forces. It was unknown how much more prosperous it was compared to other regions. It was said that there were saint experts in the 9 Netherworld realm. The 9 Netherworld realm, as its name implied, was divided into 9 regions. Each region had countless forces, and emperor-level experts could be seen everywhere. It could be said that an ordinary cultivator in the 9 Netherworld realm would be a top expert in the Qing Xian Empire. This was the difference between them. The 9 regions naturally had their own names. They were the Dragon Netherworld realm, the Divine Netherworld realm, the Martial Netherworld realm, the Flower Netherworld realm, the Desolate Netherworld realm, the Death Netherworld realm, the Killing Netherworld realm, the Demon Netherworld realm, and the Night Netherworld realm. These 9 regions were called the 9 Netherworld realm. It is said that the reason why the 9 Netherworld realm is divided like this is mainly because there is a saint in each region. The 9 Netherworld realms are also named after the saints in the Netherworld realm. At this point, Emperor Ziyang hesitated for a moment before continuing. The Dragon Serene realm is the territory of the Azure Dragon Main Hall, and the Main Hall's Hall Master, Longsheng, is a renowned saint and extremely powerful. The Azure Dragon Main Hall is in the Dragon Netherworld realm. Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. It seemed that the Dragon Netherworld realm was not a good place for him. He was a descendant of the Ryuka and was the mortal enemy of the Blue Dragon Hall. In addition, Xiaohei's character was not low. If the people of the Dragon Netherworld realm found out about his identity, he would definitely be hunted down and killed. Since the Blue Dragon Hall is in the 9 Netherworld realm, does that mean the Fine Gods Academy is also in there? Zhuowen asked again. Ziyang, Tianzuan nodded and said, "The Fine Gods Academy is divided into the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard. The outer courtyard is not in the 9 Netherworld realm, but the mysterious inner courtyard is in the Divine Netherworld realm. It is said that the Dean of the inner courtyard is also a powerful saint and is famous throughout the 9 Netherworld realm." Outer courtyard and inner courtyard? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He had heard about the outer courtyard from Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang's identity was not ordinary and seemed to have some relationship with the upper echelons of the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard that Moyan Wushang mentioned should be the outer courtyard of the Fine Gods Academy. In other words, the entrance exam this time is to enter the outer courtyard of the Fine Gods Academy. Zhuowen asked seriously, Chapter 931. Replace. Then, how does the Qingxian Empire send the geniuses participating in the entrance exam to the outer court of the Jiaxin Academy? Zhuowen asked curiously. Master, there are actually many forces outside the 9 netherworld realm that cooperate with the outer court of the Jiaxin Academy. For example, the Qingxian Empire has a teleportation array that leads to the vicinity of the outer court. Furthermore, only the Qing Emperor of the Qingxian Empire knows how to activate the teleportation array. Therefore, only the Emperor of the Empire has the means to bring you to the outer court. In fact, it's the same in the Yanxian Empire. If you want to go to the outer court, you can only ask the Flame Emperor to bring you there, Zheng Tianzuan said respectfully. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and muttered, This matter is indeed related to the Flame Emperor. However, I'm not from the Yanxian Empire. I'm afraid the Flame Emperor won't bring me to the outer court, right? Kid, actually, there's a way that can allow you to easily obtain a slot to the outer court. Xiaohe appeared in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness and floated in front of Zhuowen with her hands on her hips. Greetings, Master Long. When Xiaohe appeared, Zhang Tianzuan and the White-Brow Heavenly Master both revealed flattering smiles and fawning expressions. Back when they were in the spirit ring, they had been taught a lesson by Xiaohe. Now that they saw Xiaohe, they were like mice that had seen a cat. What method? Zhuowen asked. Xiaohe's eyes flickered and said, Didn't you cripple the demon shadow? Moreover, the demon shadow is one of the 5 people participating in the entrance exam from the Yanxian Empire. You mean you want me to replace the demon shadow? Zhuowen's eyes brightened as he asked. Yes, you can cooperate with the demon Dao and ask him to give the demon shadow slot to you, Xiaohe said with a mischievous smile. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The demon shadow was crippled by me. The demon Dao probably hates me to the core. Why would he give the demon shadow slot to me? Brett, if you currently have the protection of 5 heavenly sovereigns, apart from the Flame Emperor, who would dare to offend you in Yen City, even Master Demon would have to yield, Xiaohe said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded. However, if he wanted to completely reconstruct the bodies of the other 4 Empyreans, he would need an enormous amount of materials. With Zhuowen's current wealth, it would be difficult to accomplish. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took out a few spirit rings from his bosom. These spirit rings were taken from Xiaoyanzhua, Emoing, and Xiaoyanba. Moreover, he had already checked the contents of these 3 spirit rings. Although there were many spirit stones inside, according to his estimation, they were only enough to reconstruct another body. Xiaoyanba is the ancestor of the Xiaoyan family. I'm afraid that he controls most of the Xiaoyan family's assets. Little brat, take a look inside Xiaoyanba's spirit ring and see if there's anything like a key, Xiaohe suddenly suggested. Nodding his head, Zhuowen carefully rummaged through Xiaoyanba's spirit ring. Soon he noticed that in the corner of the spirit ring there was a rusty iron key. Could it be this key? Looking at the rusty iron key in his palm, Zhuowen's mouth twitched as he muttered to himself. It's possible. You can try going to the Xiaoyan family. Xiaohe chuckled. Then I'll go and try. With a soft sigh, Zhuowen put away the metal key, opened the door, and quietly left the inn. The White-Brow Empyrean was left behind by Zhuowen in the inn. After all, if the 2 of them entered the Xiaoyan family together, they would be too big of a target. It would not be beneficial for Zhuowen to infiltrate. As night slowly descended, the Xiaoyan family in Yen City was currently in a state of chaos. News of Xiaoyanba and Xiaoyan's deaths had already spread throughout Yen City. Naturally, the Xiaoyan family had also heard about it. Xiaoyanzhua was the patriarch of the Xiaoyan family, and Xiaoyanba was the ancestor of the Xiaoyan family. The 2 of them were the core figures of the Xiaoyan family and also the highest leaders. However, these 2 important figures had actually died at the same time. Furthermore, Xiaoyan Qinglin and Xiaoyan Pu, the 2 geniuses of the Xiaoyan family, had also died. In an instant, The originally prosperous Shaoyan family began to fall into chaos. The guards that were originally patrolling the Shaoyan family also stopped patrolling. Everyone in the Shaoyan family was in a state of panic. Right now, the Shaoyan family was like a fishing net full of holes. Zhuowen did not have to spend much effort to enter the Shaoyan family. After capturing a few guards and interrogating them about the location of Shaoyan Ba's loft, Zhuowen arrived in front of a luxurious building without any obstructions. Shaoyan Ba's loft was more like a palace than a loft. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions everywhere. It occupied a very large area. Guards and maids were everywhere in the corridors between the pavilions. However, the guards and maids inside seemed to be in a state of panic. They had all heard rumors about Shaoyan Ba. They really could not imagine that such a terrifying person like Shaoyan Ba would actually die. This matter had a huge impact on the Shaoyan family. "Who is it?" A loud shout was heard. One of the guards in the corridor discovered Zhuowen's figure and pointed his spear at Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Zhuowen no longer concealed his figure. He waved his right hand, and a terrifying astral wind swept out. The guard was caught off guard and was sent flying. He crashed into a pillar and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. The young man in front of him was terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he was sent flying. He knew that this young man was not someone he could contend against. Whoosh! Zhuowen lifted the guard up and coldly said, "Take me to Shaoyan Ba's loft or die." "Sir, please spare me. This lowly one will take you there. I only beg you not to kill me," the guard said while trembling. "As long as you take me there, I won't kill you," Zhuowen said indifferently. The guard was submissive and did not dare to disobey Zhuowen. He led Zhuowen to Shaoyan Ba's loft. Along the way, they encountered other guards, but they were unable to stop Zhuowen. Many of them were even killed by Zhuowen. The guard who led the way for Zhuowen became more and more shocked. He had a new understanding of the strength of the young man behind him. He no longer dared to reveal some of the thoughts in his heart. Instead, he calmly led the way for Zhuowen. Shaoyan Ba's loft was located at the highest point of the palace-like building. After the guard led Zhuowen there, he said with a trembling voice, "Sir, this is the patriarch's loft. Do you think I am the one?" "Scram," Zhuowen said indifferently. The guard felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and he hurriedly left the place in a dejected manner. I wonder if Shaoyan Ba placed the Shaoyan family's wealth in his loft? As he spoke, Zhuowen stepped into the loft. He had to admit that Shaoyan Ba really knew how to enjoy life. The loft was extremely luxurious, much more so than the palaces in his previous life. The loft was filled with thick stone pillars that were inlaid with dazzling, luminous pearls. As he went deeper into the loft, a few coquettish laughter suddenly entered Zhuowen's ears. "There are women?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. There were layers of gauze covering the area. With Zhuowen's eyesight, he could naturally see that behind the gauze was an enormous round bed. On the bed, there were 3 young women with voluptuous figures covered by gauze. They were frolicking inside. This Shaoyan Ba really knows how to enjoy life. With a cold smile, Zhuowen walked straight to the bed in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, the gauze in front of him shattered, revealing the bed. "Patriarch, you're so naughty. Why did you only come back now?" The 3 young women laughed coquettishly. Naturally, they also noticed the abnormality of the gauze. Their crisp voices, like those of orioles, were extremely charming. However, when the 3 young women saw that the one who appeared in front of them was not Shaoyan Ba, but a young man with cold eyes, they were first startled. Then they all fell silent. "Who are you?" Among the 3 young women, the one with the most revealing clothes, the oldest one pointed at Zhuowen and shouted, "Tell me where Shaoyan Ba's personal storage is." The 3 young women in front of him were good-looking and had enchanting figures. Now that they were wearing revealing clothes, if an ordinary man saw this scene, his blood would rush to his head. Although Zhuowen felt a little strange, his eyes were still cold. He was not moved by the three young women. Zhuowen knew that these three young women were Xiaoyanba's concubines, so they must know a lot about Xiaoyanba's private matters. You dare to trespass into the patriarch's loft? Are you looking for death? If the patriarch comes back, you'll definitely die, the young woman said coldly. Zhuowen laughed and said, Xiaoyanba is already dead. How can he settle the score with me? Now I'll give you three a chance. If you tell me where Xiaoyanba's personal storage is, I'll spare your lives and set you free. Otherwise, you'll die. At this point, a substantial killing intent emitted from Zhuowen's eyes, causing the three young women to tremble and turn pale. The patriarch is dead? The three young women cried out in alarm and trembled. I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me, then all of you will die, Zhuowen said coldly. The oldest young woman gritted her teeth and said, I'll take you there, but I beg you not to kill us. The three young women were only ordinary martial artists. They had only obtained Xiaoyanba's favor because of their outstanding looks, so they had no power to resist Zhuowen's threat. Take me there. Zhuowen nodded and said, Then you come with me. The young woman got up and led Zhuowen to the other side of the loft. Zhuowen slowly followed behind the young woman. Whether it was intentional or not, the young woman standing in front of him did not wear a coat. She was still wearing a thin gauze dress. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible under the gauze, which had a different kind of seduction. Zhuowen didn't care about this woman's actions or intentions. Instead, he silently followed behind her without making a sound. We're here. There's a secret door behind this hidden compartment. If you want to go in, you must have the patriarch's key. Otherwise, you can't go in at all. Chapter 932. Plunder Zhuowen nodded. With a flick of his finger, he took out the rusty key from his spirit ring and inserted it into the lock. With a slight twist, the sound of gears rotating could be heard, and the secret door in front of him was completely opened. The woman looked at the key in Zhuowen's hand, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This key was the key to Xiaoyanba's warehouse. This key had always been kept by Xiaoyanba, even as Xiaoyanba's beloved concubine. She only had the chance to see it once in a while. But now, this extremely important key had appeared in the hands of this young man in front of her. It was obvious that Xiaoyanba was most likely dead. Thinking of this, the woman treated Zhuowen with even more respect. After all, the person in front of her could be the powerful existence that killed Xiaoyanba. She didn't dare to offend him. Xiaoyanba is dead. You and your 2 sisters are free now. You can leave the Xiaoyan family on your own. Also, don't talk about this place. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Zhuowen said to the woman beside him and entered the secret door. In fact, with Zhuowen's current strength, he wasn't afraid of other people from the Xiaoyan family breaking in. This sentence was only a warning. Moreover, Zhuowen didn't want to cause any more trouble. Looking at Zhuowen's indifferent departure, the woman's beautiful eyes dimmed. Looking at her hot clothes and Zhuowen's cold attitude, she began to doubt her own charm. This was a large warehouse. In the warehouse, there were actually piles of crystal-clear spiritual stones. The entire warehouse was filled with spiritual energy. Other than spiritual stones, there were many spiritual treasures in the warehouse. However, most of these spiritual treasures were earth-rank spiritual treasures. There were only a few heaven-rank spiritual treasures. This Xiaoyan family's foundation is pretty good. They actually have so many spirit stones. There are even high-grade spirit stones among them. Blackie appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. Its small eyes rolled as it spoke. This time I'm rich. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. With a wave of his right hand, he collected all the spirit stones in the warehouse into his spirit ring. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, Zhuowen had basically moved all the spirit stones in this huge warehouse. What was worth noting was that Zhuowen's spirit ring was actually unable to store all the spirit stones in the warehouse, so he had to use Xiaoyan Ba's spirit ring. 2 spirit rings were barely able to store all the spirit stones in the warehouse, and the number of spirit stones was extremely shocking. Even Zhuowen was a little surprised. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Good heavens, the inventory is actually so abundant. After checking the number of spirit stones in the spirit ring, Zhuowen and Xiaohei were stunned for a moment. Soon after, ecstasy appeared on their faces. Brett, other than the spirit stones. Don't let go of the spirit treasures in here. Although these spirit treasures are not of a high grade, if you don't use them, you can leave them for your Zhuo family's disciples. Even if they are not of a high grade, you can still sell them for spirit stones. Xiaohei pointed at the various spirit treasures placed around the warehouse with a sly smile on his face. Zhuowen nodded. After experiencing several crises in the Zhuo family, Zhuowen also planned to develop the Zhuo family. When the Zhuo family had reached a certain level of strength, he would change Zhuowen into a Ryuka and recreate the glory of the Ryuka from 10,000 years ago. However, Zhuowen also knew that if he wanted to develop the Zhuo family into a powerful force in the Eastern Land, it was not something that could be done overnight. This road had to be walked step by step. Thinking of this, Zhuowen worked even harder to collect the remaining spiritual treasures, spiritual herbs, and other resources in the warehouse. Zhuowen put them all into the spiritual ring. In just a moment, the 3 spiritual rings were filled. After he was done, Zhuowen left Xiaoyan Ba's palace in satisfaction. However, just as he stepped out of the palace, Zhuowen keenly sensed that there were many figures with powerful auras surrounding the Xiaoyan clan. These figures were faintly divided into 3 groups. They were wary of each other and entered the Xiaoyan clan from 3 different directions. Immediately, shrill screams rang out from the Xiaoyan clan. Then, flames rose around the Xiaoyan clan. Someone was actually setting a fire in the night. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures with powerful auras surged in the night sky and entered the Xiaoyan family like ghosts. Every time they flickered, they would take away a warrior of the Xiaoyan family. The Xiaoyan family, which was originally in a state of panic because of the death of Xiaoyan Ba and Xiaoyan Zua, was now in complete chaos. The members of the Xiaoyan family did not expect that at this critical juncture, someone would take the opportunity to invade their family. A total of 3 forces entered the Xiaoyan family. I'm afraid that these 3 forces should be the other 3 major families in Yan City. The Xiaoyan family is finished. I'm afraid that this time they will be completely annihilated. Xiaohei gloated. Zhuowen shrugged. Yan City was not a good place to begin with. Moreover, the 4 major families were in a competitive relationship. Once one of them declined, the other 3 families would definitely join forces to suppress it. Now that the Xiaoyan family had offended Zhuowen, not only were all the high-ranking warriors of the family killed, but even key figures like the family head and ancestor were also killed. It was impossible for the other 3 families to not take action. If Xiaoyan Ba had not died, the other 3 families would not have taken action so easily. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan Ba was dead. Therefore, the other 3 families naturally did not have any scruples. Thinking of this, Zhuowen shook his head. There was no pity in his heart. After all of this was the Xiaoyan family's own fault. Now that they were annihilated, it was retribution. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Zhuowen was about to leave, more than a dozen figures surrounded Zhuowen. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Zhuowen. In front of these dozen figures, a young man with a refined smile on his lips stared indifferently at Zhuowen. This young man was no stranger to Zhuowen. It was actually Wu Zongxing of the Wu clan who had bought the star sword from his stall when he had set up a stall in Yan City. However, Zhuowen had set up the stall in disguise. Therefore, Wu Zongxing did not recognize Zhuowen. "Brother, I'm sorry. Where do you want to go?" Wu Zongxing said with a faint smile. Zhuowen's lips curled up. He spread out his hands and said, "Brother Wu, I am not from the Shaoyan family. If it is convenient, let me go. I don't want to hurt the relationship between the Wu clan and me." Wu Zongxing raised his eyebrows. He was somewhat surprised by the attitude of this young man in front of him. He was surrounded by more than a dozen people and could still be so calm. This young man was not ordinary. "Brother, you are very confident. Our strength is not ordinary. Brother, do you think you can escape from us?" Wu Zongxing said in a somewhat mocking tone. "Escape?" Zhuowen shook his head and continued, "I am afraid that I will accidentally kill all of them. At that time, I am afraid that Brother Wu will lose face." Wu Zongxing's face stiffened. He stared sharply at Zhuowen. This young man in front of him was very arrogant. He actually dared to say such big words. What an arrogant person. You actually dare to say that you will kill all of us. I think that you really don't know how the word death is written. A burly man coldly snorted. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. His temper was irritable. He actually took the initiative to send a palm strike towards Zhuowen. He wanted to completely kill the latter. Wu Zongxing did not stop him. This burly man was an expert from the Wu clan. His cultivation was at the ultimate 9th Will Emperor stage, and he was quite famous in Yan City. Wu Zongxing was also somewhat displeased by the arrogant words of the young man in front of him. Therefore, he did not stop the burly man. Zhuowen coldly smiled. His right hand made a grabbing motion in the air. The burly man was shocked to discover that his attack had collapsed. What was even more shocking was that a strange suction force came from below, causing him to involuntarily fall down. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen's right hand grabbed the burly man's arm. With a casual squeeze, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The burly man's right arm was instantly dislocated. Zhuowen then flung his right hand, causing the burly man to fall flat on his face. With a foot on the burly man's body, Zhuowen indifferently said to Wu Zongxing, "This is my warning. If you still dare to obstruct or provoke me, I will kill you." As the word kill was uttered, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from Zhuowen's body. The ground beneath his feet instantly crumbled and debris floated up. A monstrous killing intent leaked out from Zhuowen's eyes, causing Wu Zongxing and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. This young man in front of them was definitely not joking. If they really dared to act recklessly, this person would definitely not be merciful. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. "Brother, this is just a misunderstanding. Since you are not a member of the Shaoyan family, then brother, please feel free to leave. We will not stop you." Wu Zongxing smiled politely. Zhuowen gave Wu Zongxing a deep look. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out from his back. He turned into a bolt of lightning and brushed past Wu Zongxing, instantly disappearing into the horizon. This person is not old, but his strength is actually so terrifying. I'm afraid that his cultivation is at least in the Xuanzuan realm. As soon as Zhuowen left, the more than 10 people behind Wu Zongxing all let out a light sigh of relief. Each of their faces revealed a look of shock. As for the burly man who was stepped on by Zhuowen, he returned to the group with an ashamed look on his face. He did not dare to speak anymore. Just now he had lost all his face. How could he still have the face to speak? 3 pairs of lightning wings? I heard that in the sky above the Ruan family, Shaoyan Qinglin and Shaoyan Zhuo of the Shaoyan family were killed by a young man named Zhuowen. Moreover, it is said that Zhuowen also possesses a secret technique that can give birth to 3 pairs of lightning wings. Wu Zongxing's eyes flickered. He deeply looked at the back of Zhuowen as he muttered in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but the more than 10 people around him heard it clearly. Instantly, the atmosphere between them became extremely quiet. Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva slowly rang out. The one who made this sound was the burly man who had provoked Zhuowen earlier. They were not unfamiliar with the name Zhuowen. The number one genius of the Shaoyan family, Shaoyan Qinglin, and the head of the family, Shaoyanzhua, had both died at the hands of Zhuowen. Moreover, the ancestor of the Shaoyan family, Shaoyanba, had also died because of Zhuowen. This was because Zhuowen had a terrifyingly powerful heavenly sovereign expert by his side. It was said that this heavenly sovereign expert was also Zhuowen's servant.